Who they?
Who to be? Uh-oh, psyoping the masses. Uh-oh.
That's right. All right, I'm gonna play this one because this is the one that's made me the most money so far. And Ryan Reynolds, I want you to see this and make me rich.
Nice. Based.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they know me, yeah, 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 yeah.
Damn, that's scary.
Hey, I'm a creature of the night, cursed with endless thirst. But every drop of blood I crave make me feel the worst. Fangs sharp as a dagger, ice cold as death. I fight against the hunger, but it steals my breath. A vampire's life trapped in a wicked game, chasing human hearts, but I feel the shame. Can't control the craving, no matter how hard I tried. Every pulse, every vein, I just wanna watch it die. Blood red moon casting shadows on my soul. Each time I fight the hunger, I lose control. I can see the terror in their eyes, is all I need. Their fear is the nectar that fuels my evil greed. The more I fight it, the stronger it gets. A wicked game I can't forget. I walk in silence, moving in the dark, chasing down hearts like a wolf to its mark. Flesh sweet and tender, calling out my name, but it's the blood I'm after, trapped in this game. No mercy, no escape, not for them or me. In the end we all fall to the vampire's decree. I used to be human, I used to have a soul. Now I'm a predator and now hunger takes its toll. Dying and living, it don't matter no more, cause once I take your blood you never walk that door. Wicked game, twisted fate, a vampire's heart, sealed by hate. I'm the nightmare in your dreams, falling victim to the vampire's wicked schemes. I'm the day walker, roaming through the dark, taking out those who dare leave a mark. Fight me? Nah, you ain't ready for this fight. What is this? Fuck you, I'll be right, I'll be right. Tactical moves, you a joke in disguise. Ain't no way you win, no matter how hard you try. Whistle smoking some, don't let them near. That shit's dangerous, can't even steer. Hey, big face, see my dog. Heaven, but you can go see God. Devil's got the fam, we run the night. Dead souls play my song, it's out of sight. I am Blade, cutting through the hate. Daytime walk, nighttime blaze. When the sun sets, I'm more than a ghost. I spray more than talk, that's what I boast. Run high, better know your role. I'm out here breaking limits, taking control. Day walker, beast in the shadows. You can't touch me, I'm the one who follows. Chasing my foes.
I don't know, that was weird.
Deadly grace, ain't no escape, just an empty fate. I move like calculus, precise, no superstition. Graphing out the night with method and incision. Vampire virus in veins, parasitic superstition. I study the pattern and sever the transmission. Elegance and strategy, not a stereo might. On with cold reason, prepping for midnight. If faith demands my falling, I'll trade breath for the right to end the plague that feeds on the city's light. Nothing will stop me, even death is on the deal. I cut the source clean, autopsy the unreal. Sophisticated vengeance, clinical and real. Eradicate the virus, still silence is the seal. No holy rhetoric, no blind crusaders raw. Just algorithms of justice and tactics I swore. I map the transmission, quarantine each door, submitting data, then settle the score. Breath, I walk through shadow with a skyless calm breath, counting losses, weighing costs, according to my dead. But purpose is the ledger, purpose writes my creed. If the world must sleep safe, I'll be the final deed. This is elegy and equation, sorrow rated with steel. A gentleman of war, exactitude my shield. This is elegy, you'll stop me. This is elegy, you'll stop me. This is elegy, you'll stop me.
All right, hold on. Let me hit the streamers.
I swear the massage trying to get me today. StreamYard's being really weird. All right,
Why? What was wrong?
I don't know, man.
That looked good.
It was strange. I've had issues with StreamYard kicking me before, but it was like StreamYard would not let me back in on my own stream. That was weird. Thank you, machine. Despite the AI-ness, I can't sing worth a damn. So I figured, if I could at least make one damn good song, and I think that's probably my favorite one I've made so far. I'm not gonna lie. If Ryan Reynolds looked at that video, I don't see how his ass could not laugh at the fact that that dog went down on him, and then when he wakes up from the drunken stupor, he realizes that it wasn't a woman; it was a dog. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Ryan Reynolds was getting it.
Yeah, well, you got to make fun of the system we're all in, so might as well have
Get
fun
that
while you're
money,
doing it.
Ryan Reynolds.
All right, am I sharing the other screen?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
Alrighty then.
Like, unfortunately, we can't show the thumbnail. If there's a giant version of the thumbnail, that'd be great. But yeah, I don't know why it doesn't give you that option to like move to, pull up the thumbnail. All right, like there should be an option here to like pull up the thumbnail. Oh wait, he's muted. Okay, let's see what he says. Neuro's gone. Okay, there he is. All right, Neuro, we turned on this shit. But yeah, if we could explain the thumbnail. So break down the thumbnail, Neuro. Or I guess the title of it. Well, I guess I'll just break it down. It look like he's incapacitated. Yeah, the thing is, the thumbnail had him as Superman on the cover, and it says, "I'm a Christian supremacist," and then the title says, "The Case for Christian Supremacy." So they're sort of taking white supremacy and applying it to Christian supremacy, just like they did Christian nationalism, applying it to white nationalism, right? So it's pretty interesting move here, right? So they're moving from Christian nationalism to Christian supremacy, right? Which is like, so, which is like from white nationalism to white supremacy. So it's
Right.
analogical. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I saw this video last night, and I think Lorp also had it in his algorithm where it's like the Ameren. It's like these reporters that were like, remember the guy who was reporting on Handsome Truth, and they showed like all the videos of him and stuff. Well, they went to like Tennessee to where Ameren was, and like filmed like all these guys going in and out, like Greg Johnson and stuff. And I sent it to Pill Eater, and he was like cracking me up. I'm not gonna repeat what he said because but let's just say that it's more like homosexuality nationalism or something like that. But anyways, but but yeah, it's pretty weird because like the parallels are very strange, right? And it's and when you realize that it's like a LARP, that's when you're like, wait a second, these people don't actually believe in this. Like, okay, interesting.
Yeah, but it's analogical memeing. So, and I wonder if Christian futurism also has a analogical white futurism, right? Where it might be
Well,
white
if it
nationalism,
is,
Christian
if it
nationalism.
is, it's like a very, very few select few that's, and it's not going to be based on anything, overtly Christian. And well, did you see that article I sent you last night from Pill Leader? The one about like Western civilization. He's talking about oh shit, what's this guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name, but yeah, but you should read that article, or we should like read that on a stream sometime, because like it's very similar to like what we're all saying, but it's like he kind of calls out like some of these people, and he's like, look, they're using Christianity, but they actually hate Christianity. and they actually don't give a shit about Christianity. He actually called it all out, like specifically about like why they're using Christianity as like a LARP, essentially. It's very interesting because he's doing it from like a liberal standpoint. Like, why are all these liberals hiding behind Christianity? And it's very interesting. I think he makes some key connections to like why it's like neoliberalism pretending to be Christianity, but it's actually like Malthusian neo-Marxism or something. It's like, what the fuck? It's like it's a really weird like connection because it's all the things that we talk about, but it's just from a different angle. And I don't know. I think it'd be. He wrote it in 2017 too, and it's like funny because it's like I can see now why he's so motivated, because it's like he saw this a long time ago and he's probably like thinking he's doing it from an academic standpoint, and they're like, don't call out the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? Like we're trying to like hide that. Don't talk about that. You know what I mean? I think that's why I got run out of the circles. They're like, you're being too academic now. Like, come on now. Anyways, I think it's interesting because I think it'll explain like why this stuff is like pretending to be far right, but it's actually like very, very liberal in the worst sense of the word, you know.
There's also a justification based on the Jews that's used, right? So just as you have scientific racism, you have the idea that Jews can create their own nation, right? From a religious standpoint, right? That means that, you know, Christians can create their own nation, right? So so there you have the full spectrum of that thing. Oh man, there goes Neurojack again. All right.
December 2nd. And so he kind of chuckled, but yeah, Alex, whatever there, you know, contact me on X or Instagram, Church of the Eternal Logos at gmail.com. I'd love to set up a time to do a stream. So, all right. Enough sort of, you know, doing the rigmarole. Oh, somebody said Heidi sent in a super chat. Let me check it out. Oh, well, Emmanuel throws in 10 over on Dono chat. He says, now one dono to not feel bad for giving too much to YouTube. Merry Christmas. Well, thank you. Well, Emmanuel, God bless you, bro. Really appreciate that. Heidi Be Merry threw in $10 as well. Thank you so much, Heidi, for being so generous. She says, hey, DPH,
all right,
please find a way to let us know your streaming schedule. Now, my problem is I'm always doing research. YouTube is supposed to notify you guys if you entitle it Why I'm a Christian.
Wow, dude.
What, like 2 or 3 years ago. And by the way, BL with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad will be doing The Grinch.
So how long is this housekeeping on his stream for? Like, is it going to go on for 30, 45 minutes? Like, of just housekeeping, you know, before he gets into any actual content? I mean,
Chris, thank you, Mr. Hobo Sorcerer. He says, just wanted to give thanks for helping me on my journey into
my God.
So much.
It just
PLA is one of the closest.
He has to maximize the grift. Okay, come on.
Yeah, the grift never ends. And
well, they don't call it Merry Griftmas for nothing. Come on.
Right. So I wonder if Crucible will be doing a Merry Christmas this year, and I can snap a picture of their thumbnail there.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they will.
Yeah, but I wonder if he'll change the name, because I was like, you took Christ out of the name, Christmas, and you changed it to Griftmas. I was like, don't you think that's sacrilegious? And,
well, he'll say that. Oh, what do you know about it, Muslim? And then he'll just double down and secretly that's the whole point. But you know,
well, I could even pay a Christian to super chat the question. And honestly, I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, if I could do it anonymously, I would do it. I just don't want them to actually like get my personal information. Because like, yeah, but I would do it anonymous, or I might do it on YouTube. I don't know. I might do it on YouTube.
People that I've never met in person.
From morning routines to weekend sidelines.
Was that Dr. Evalis from our chat?
Yeah, because I'm restreaming it on Cyber Caliphate. So they're all here.
Okay, cool. No, I was just making sure that wasn't like from his chat. I was like, wait a second. It's like Dr. Evalis watches that chat? I was like, well, that'd be funny.
No, he watches Cyber Caliphate or support or Fey Blood. Yeah, they're
Dr.
different. Right?
Evalis, that sounds like a PKD reference, even though it may not be, but if that is, that'd be interesting. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm interested to know like what this commercial is about. Is this Hot Hands? Oh yeah, this is just Hot Hands. Yeah, these commercials are pretty standard. Yeah. You know, you got to go to the
Yeah,
football.
you don't get any gay AIDS stuff today, okay?
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't know you could put it on the bottom of your shoe. That's pretty wild. All right. That kind of seemed like it would get dirty. It'd be like a dirty patch. But yeah.
Civilize the ancient barbarous world, which is agreed upon, as I highlight here, by secular, atheist, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, and Jewish scholars. I found all of them. And so the first thing, how did Christianity civilize the entire world? Well, it begins with the theological doctrine, the Imago Dei, the image of God within us. So Christianity is the first one to introduce the radical idea that every single human being, poor, sick, disabled, slave, foreigner, infant, enemy, carries the image of God. So a first time of a
I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure the Homer and the Hindus had like human representations. You know, they had anthropomorphized their deities. So I mean, what does it take? How human does he got to be, right? I mean, they're blue humans, but they're still humans, right? Or you know, like I don't know, like in the Greek religion, right? And then wouldn't that tie back to humanism, right? That man is a measure of all things, right? Because Islam and Judaism, right, and all these other religions say the same thing. You know. So yeah. So I don't know.
universalized understanding of humanity. As we'll get into, no civilization before Christian.
Listen to that. Universalized understanding, right? Universalism is just what would tie modern Christianity to liberalism, right? But I don't think the previous people in the Christian parlance would understand universalism, right? Of course, they say like, all right, this is the one true message, right? And how does universalism exactly square with supremacy? Aren't those two antithetical
Right.
conceptions, right?
Yeah, that's it. So, well, what? So, what's the code? Like, what's the what is universalism code for, and when did it get introduced? Is that like a Augustinian idea, or where do you think that got into? Like, where does that come into like Christian parlance? Because I
It's
don't see
Plato, right?
universal.
It's
Okay,
Plato,
okay.
right? I would think it's Plato, right? Because it's like reason, because man has reason, so it's universal, right? So man is the bridge between humanity. Between nature and the divine, right? The world of being and the world of becoming, right? Human reason, right? So that's how I've came to understand the idea. But I don't know how Christianity seems to reiterate or exclusively suggest such a thing, right? Especially when he's quoting Genesis. That means the Jews already knew this, right?
Christianity had such a universal category of human dignity.
By the way, when he critiques different religions, he may skip over Judaism. I think it'd be very interesting if he pulls that move, right? And I think it's worth pointing that out.
Even in Greek culture, Zoroastrian, Chinese, yes, there's all people, but then depending on your echelon within society depends on your rights, your dignity, your worth. Christianity is the first, not only religion or tradition, but the first system to fully encapsulate a universal image of humanity. No civilization affirmed universal human dignity. Human value was graded citizen versus non-citizen, free versus slave, elite versus commoner. As I said, depending on the strata of society that you reside in, that really depended on who you were or what your value was as a human.
Again, like surely if they consider America founded by Christians, then they would have considered slavery a-okay, right? And so would have Paul the Apostle, right?
Right. See, and see, like, I don't know exactly what he's trying to get at with this, but it's like, yeah, that's true in a sense, but also in another sense, it's like, you still have to like act within the world. For example, if somebody's like a mass murderer and like just goes around randomly killing people because he has like a mental problem or whatever, right? Like, you're not gonna like say, well, I want to give this person human dignity, so like I don't want to confine them in a cage or cut their head off or something, right? So it's like, well, no, you still have to do something about it. So it's like, yeah, maybe some spiritual sense, like, maybe God will, put him in hell or let him reform himself after death or something. But like, you're not going to sit here and like try to be God here on earth and like give this guy infinite mercy, at the expense of everybody else. So it's, you know what I mean? It's like kind of a weird conflation of like political, political and spiritual stuff. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean,
kind of
it's not really any different than what you're actually already seeing. Like when you get on YouTube and you hear all these people committing these horrible crimes, like that dude who was arrested how many times before he allegedly,
right.
set the person on
Right.
fire. I mean,
Right. Well, but that's the thing is like that's kind of like where the social justice comes in. Is like, well, shouldn't we apply Christian ethics from a metaphysical standpoint, like to everybody here on Earth? Or something? It's like, whoa, unless they're white and Christian and a male, then of course we got to change that. But other, or it's like so it's I don't know. I'm not trying to like overthink it too much, but like it definitely seems that he's making like a political argument here, but he's saying it from like a spiritual standpoint or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Maybe back up 10 seconds. Let me just hear that last sentence he said. Maybe I'm misconstruing what he said.
Yeah, because it's like, look, if you're supreme than everybody else, then everybody else should be like, essentially, they're second class, right? So like, what's this elite versus common, slave versus free, citizen versus non-citizen? Aren't you basing it on Christianity? Right? So it's like, I don't know. It just seems like his supremacy thing is totally antithetical to his universalism thing right now. And like Christians didn't support slavery. That's news to me. Let's go back to the history book.
Yeah,
Well, as I
slavery
said,
doesn't mean
depending-
slavery. Sorry, slavery doesn't mean like chattel slavery throughout most of history either, right? Like, there's this kind of like conflation, like it was always like a whip on somebody's
Right.
back or something like that.
Right.
It's like
Right.
it's
That's
not
when
exactly
it merged
how
with
it really works.
capitalism. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So people have this like weird, thing that like slavery's always been like a boot on your throat, like threatening to like murder all your children. Like that's not what slavery really was for a lot of history. I mean, it happened here and there, but I think it rarely took that form as far as I could tell. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying there's no force involved, but I'm saying like it definitely wasn't like, an endless like boot stamping and raping and everything. Like, as far as I understand, like slavery as it was all this time ago was kind of like people would know where to go. You'd give them a job to do in exchange for like food to eat or something like that. And then eventually like maybe they would become a citizen or something like that. So it's not necessary. It was kind of like a way to like not murder people over resources or something. And I think that's where people kind of get confused, where it's like if you immigrate to a place that's doesn't have enough resources, like you have to provide some sort of service to them at a low rate because they don't really have enough for you otherwise or something like that. I think that's kind of how I operated, but I don't know. That's just
Yeah, like slavery, like there's many people who chose slavery as preferable to death in a different situation. There's many people who like became slaves by being prisoners of war, which slavery was a way to integrate those people into your population that would essentially be like a non-violent way, because otherwise you just leave those people there after you killed like all of their parents and everything, and like now they just have to like fend for themselves, and like 10 years later they're going to come back and take revenge on you. So that's not like really practical situation, right? So then you try to integrate them into your own society, right? And some of these slaves became adopted by the emperors and stuff, and they became like governors and emperors and ministers, right? They
exactly. Yeah.
great things, right? So
exactly.
yeah, some of them like became more prominent than the citizens.
citizen versus non-citizen, free versus slave, elite versus commoner. As I said, depending on the strata of society that you reside in, that really depended on who you were or what your value was as a human. Another one is infants, slaves, foreigners, and the disabled had little to no inherent worth. The Imago Dei, every human person bears the image of God. Therefore, human sacrifice is a desecration of God's icon. We'll be looking at human sacrifice still present today in.
Yeah, but then look where it's from. Right? It's from Genesis, right? And arguably, Judaism and Islam could basically make the same case and say, well, they eradicated human sacrifice as well. Right? So I don't know. As well as cannibalism. Now infanticide and PDF is pretty interesting because all three, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, did that stuff.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
so-
exactly. So I think it's one of those things where,
And
Go ahead.
all three of them are constantly reoccurring themes in society. Like you're
Right,
constantly
and
hearing about emphatism, the
yeah.
cannibalism.
Yeah.
Definitely
Yeah.
cannibalism. They're definitely boosting the cannibalism. They want everyone to get the shakes.
Well, and here's the other thing is like, it's kind of what Pillator was trying to get at the other day is like they always talk about like the gay stuff, they always talk about the pedophile stuff, they always talk about all these different like things, right? And it's like they're doing that for a reason, right? Like it's because that's how secret power always works that way. I think that's what and so they're trying to run a smokescreen to like moralize it and rally the troops so like people feel as if like it's being solved when it's always been around and it probably always will be around. And especially when people are like deluded thinking like, trust the plan or QAnon's going to go and fix something or, like magically it's just going to go away or something. I think that's, I think that's a part of what they're running that psyop on. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because like the way he said all this stuff, like it sounds extremely like woke or something to me. Like I don't know, maybe I'm tripping, but sounds very sounds like he's saying it in a very woke way. But maybe we should give him time to develop the ideas. But
in southern India. Of course, it's going on in Africa. I think I have an article on voodoo and, 10 African countries that are still practicing voodoo and, human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, all types of stuff. This stuff has not gone away, right? Slave market.
Yeah, and how many babies get aborted every fucking year? Come on, man. it's insane. Right? Like, yeah, they sacrifice like 2 or 3 people in those rituals, like with their tribes. Like, there's barely any people in those fucking tribes. There's like 10 tribes, he said. Big fucking whoop. Right? There's millions of like babies being aborted. Right? And he's saying like, oh, the modern society doesn't practice human sacrifice. Like, what?
And on top of that, I mean, I'm not an expert in all of the sacrificial religions, but I mean, didn't a majority of them allow people, you got to make the choice whether you wanted to be a sacrificial lamb? I mean, not everyone was just like ripped out from their home and like dragged to the temple, and their heart ripped out, from what I understood.
well, another part of it is this also. It's like what
Where
do you mean by
babies, where babies don't have a choice,
Well, also, like, what do you mean by sacrifice? Like, is sending your kids to public school for 20 years, like, is that a child sacrifice too? I mean, I would say it. I mean, I would say it is. I mean, it's like maybe 100 years ago, you could argue that, like, maybe you could see that like it wasn't as much of a problem. I mean, I still think it was, but I could see how somebody would say, well, I couldn't foresee that it would get this bad, right? I could see someone making that excuse, but now these days, it's like, your kids are definitely getting indoctrinated into like some like
Well, isn't that
high
how
level
most of the
occultism.
world has been constructed? Where, like, from a young age, where in a lot of old movies like Braveheart, you usually see like the children, the men living with their parents even up until their like 30s and 40s, and they build the land and the kingdoms, right there in their own backyards. But nowadays, what's the first thing, you're what's done to you when you're born? Oh, you're putting on a backpack, getting on a bus, and being sent to a school where the second you walk out that door, anything can be instilled.
Well, that's why I talk about Asia a lot. I mean, Asia was a rule setting place for a long time where people had to work on like rice farms and stuff like this. And even if they were doing it as servants, like they had ownership over that, because without them, the whole thing would fall apart. You know what I mean? Like they still had some ownership over it. And now it's like all the kids, the first thing they do is they pack up and go to some big giant $10 million, 10 million people city to get some shitty job, and then the farms back home fall apart, and nobody has any money, so they have to like make money in the city, send it back to their parents. Their parents can get drunk every day because they're bored out of their mind because all their kids are gone. And it's like it just becomes like this really messed up cycle where everybody's
Well,
like
let's face it.
chasing
A
a dollar.
majority of the older population that's failing in health and stuff, who are gonna, let's say, technically pass away here soon. Those who, because each generation is gonna die. You can tell where they're modifying the newer generation to be more technologically nipple fed. Where, like, how many people younger than me can actually go and do something without the necessary, like someone like me who had to use the old Google Maps. You couldn't just pull up Google Earth. You had to actually read the fucking signs, and you got this many miles until you turn left, and instead of just having an AI do it.
I drove cross country like 3 or 4 times with like a piece of paper with like handwritten notes, and if I lost those notes, I probably would have been lost. You know what I mean? But still, like I had like notes to like navigate, and I was like, okay, this is east, this is west. Like if I get lost, like I'll just keep going east or west, right? Like, but most people I know, like they can't even do that. They literally don't even know which way is north or south, or how to navigate across the city without a GPS in their pocket. So yeah. But anyways, let's hear what mean Mr. DPH has to say.
Markets are still, this was the funny thing about doing my research, is all the open slave markets in the world are still in Africa, and it's Africans selling Africans. Right? I love that. We was kings. Well, that's funny because the kings sold you to the Jews who own the ships in the Atlantic slave trade. And it seems to be a common tradition because you guys are still doing it today, unfortunately. And what's the commonality? It's all Christian nations. It's all.
Yeah, but let's not
Sorry.
obfuscate all the fact. No, it's all good. But yeah, let's not obfuscate like the entire thing. Like there's a lot of like whitewashing of shit that happened, because like it's obvious that the Africans were like trading each other like slaves and shit like that, right? Or whatever, and the Arabs are trading people and stuff like that. But the Atlantic slave trade is still several shades more brutal, right? The racial form of slavery, right, that existed in the Atlantic slave trade, right? That's different, right? And yeah, the Jews sold them to who? They sold them to white people, whites, right? So it's like, let's not
Dirty
like,
white boys.
yeah, let's not like, and all those some of those whites were Christians, right? So I mean, it's just like it just seemed like a huge obfuscation, where it's like the Africans sold to Africans, and sometimes the Jews bought them, and sold them to who, right? It's like, what?
African nations that aren't Christian. They're mostly Islamic nations, which in Islam, slavery.
So you hear that? Everybody does slavery except for Christians. Jews do it, Muslims do it. It's just Christians don't do slavery. So they got away scot-free. So you could just totally whitewash history and just make sure that the Christians didn't do it.
To say that Christians never did slavery, I think it's definitely like that's a big claim. I would never say that claim because personally, like, I don't think slavery is unbiblical. Like, I think it is biblical. I mean, I don't know if, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't remember if Jesus said something specifically against slavery or not. I mean, I don't think slavery and like believing that all humans have value are like necessarily like mutually exclusive. And again, I'm not saying like I think we should like put black people in chains and whip them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like I think throughout all of history, some form of slavery has existed, and it's not always like quote unquote a evil thing, right? Like like we were saying earlier, like I think it's very much dependent on a lot of factors that people just can't fathom right now. You know what I mean? Because we live in this kind of weird fake world of like convenience. So I don't know. I think if the technology went away tomorrow, like all computers and phones, like the second day there's going to be slavery. I mean, so that's just a fact. So
Yeah, like I mean, I could look it up, but yeah, the Apostle Paul says slaves obey your masters, right? So he does recognize it as a social caste, and he's saying that people ought to be compliant in their situation, all right? So I don't know.
And it's
you're right.
it's-
Yeah.
by the way, hi again,
This is
TML.
Ephesians 6:5-9. Yeah, blessings to Voy. Yeah, thank you for joining.
Yeah, and some people might be better off being slaves. I mean, is that a bad thing to say? Can anybody be a sovereign?
I mean, historically, was it like worse than what some people have to endure today?
Right?
Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'd
If you would
say
be
it's
homeless today, right?
highly
Or
questionable.
yeah, if you would be homeless today, roaming around the cities or roaming
Right,
around,
exactly. Yeah.
On drugs,
or you
Yeah,
would
in the
be
winter.
indentured slave.
Yeah,
in,
exactly.
For
Yeah, in like a Roman capital, like
serving a castle.
Yeah.
master. I mean, you would be very much better off, dude. I mean,
right. You have nice clothes, you have nice foods,
Yeah.
like all that shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like letting people stay in the streets
some
on
people think
drugs
of
is
slavery
evil.
as or the being a slave is the worst position that you could be in, but it's not. It sounds like it, but it's not. I mean, that's part of the whole vision of this world today. How do you call this? The whole Daya. It's part of the framing. Some people are actually better off being a slave than being a free man. Because they wouldn't survive as a free man, but they would thrive as a slave.
Well, that's the thing is like most people like they enslave themselves. Like, look at all the people that are on drugs and shit. They're barely doing it shit with their lives. Like, they're fine with, basically, living a meager existence or whatever. So there is that factor to things, and it is a horrible situation. And yeah, if they were incorporated into some sort of work program, and they might be beneficial to them, that would give them some sort of discipline, and then also give them nice clothes and like good food and stuff. Yeah, of course, that would be a preferable existence. So yeah, so that is one thing to consider. So much to what he's saying, I think a lot of the Christians back then, they would have considered it, preferable, right? So this is the thing is like, he's kind of getting this all backwards, honestly.
Is still legal, right? I mean, there's countries like Saudi Arabia banned it, I think, in the 80s or 90s. But come on, the way that they bring in these foreign workers, these laborers to build stadiums or buildings or, the skyscrapers they have, it is another form of slave labor, essentially. But anyways, cannibalism.
I mean, not really.
No, it's not really, right? He's conflating abuse with slavery.
Yeah, like they're making tons of more money than they would like living on the street, like in Pakistan or Bangladesh or whatever. So they go to like Dubai or whatever to build these giant buildings, and then they bring the money back for their family. And by the time they get back home, they're rolling in fucking dough, putting their kids through college and all types of shit. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And right,
Yeah. Now, and some people fail to see the absolutism. Some people only think about the relativism, right? Oh, this one is a slave and that one is a master. Therefore, the definition, therefore, the relation is bad. But if you look at the absolutisms, the money that one makes in this country and the money that that same money is worth in the other country where they send it to, I mean, that's like a
or the fact that
difference.
they have like kid migrant workers in America. And
Yeah.
he's saying like, oh yeah, the fucking guys who sign up for a job like in Saudi Arabia or Dubai that are like fucking from Pakistan or Bangladesh that are living on fucking like 60 fucking rupees and shit. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like they're way like they're like what are you talking about?
Dude, back in the 2010s, 2008, I was people asked me, don't you want to be a welder? You could make a lot of money if you wanna build buildings in Dubai, even if you don't know how to weld. We will learn you how to weld. Even in my country, I would make tons of money if I would only work 2 or 3 years there. I would come back a fucking millionaire. And the same goes for these other countries. They just
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is like, why can you make so much money over there? Is it because they have like, a few million slaves from like the Philippines or Indonesia or something? I mean, see what I mean? So like, their wealth is built on
because
slavery,
they can
right?
print money. It's because they can print money and they just need your labor. It's not
Right.
about the money. It's about your
Yeah.
labor. It's about the worth.
Right.
It's about the value.
Sure. Well, yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of Filipinos that get paid like $30 a month to
Yeah.
go and be somebody's sex slave in Dubai too. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's same. I mean, that doesn't.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to like go at you. I'm just saying like in general, like I'm saying like it's because I mean, I don't want to say something too controversial, but just know that this isn't. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying that like
We're on emails.
Yeah.
You can say something, slight.
Well, yeah, but we're on a public platform. But we're on a public platform, and people are going to take it as racist or something like that. So, but it's not. It's really not. It's just a recognition that like, if people can get away with certain things, they will get away with certain things. And I think that it depends on your skill level. Like, yeah, if you're like a petrol engineer living in Dubai or something, like, yeah, you'll probably make a lot of money. But like, if you're like a Filipino with no education from like, the middle of like nowhere, Cebu or whatever, yeah, you're not going to get paid like very much, and you're gonna live somewhat like a slave. Like I've known Filipinos who've lived over there, and like some of them really like it, and some of them really hate it. So I think it just depends. Everybody has their own, experience. So I'm not trying to do a broad brush. I mean, there's a lot of people who are extremely
hear what
happy to
you're
go
saying,
and be servants over
we're
there.
not
So, yeah.
disagreeing. We're actually saying the same thing. But here's a fun fact about Dubai, or is it Abu Dhabi, or is it the same? They don't have a sewer system in Dubai. Did you know this? So,
No, I didn't know. I had no idea. They're very interested.
yeah. So I only heard this once upon a time, and they don't have a sewer system in Dubai. So there's like a shitload of shit trucks standing in line, waiting to dump it into this pit that's outside of Dubai. And because they don't have a sewer system, they don't know how to. They just didn't.
Yeah,
That's
crazy.
right. That's why we should all advocate for
What?
So you cut out right there. The last. What'd you say? You should advocate for what?
No, but that's weird to know, right? I mean, you
would think that they would invest like some of their billions and trillions of dollars into like some sewer system, because it would
That's
be
probably
a lot
the
more,
real like
yeah.
that's probably the real fossil fuel they've been using. Honestly, that's probably where all the oil's coming from. It's just a shithole outside of Dubai.
They're just dumping it back into the earth. Huh?
Right.
Well, that would be interesting. It's like it's not dinosaur juice; it's human waste juice or something.
That's feces.
Right. It's feces. Yeah.
And we pay top dollar here in America for it. because we went to Middle East to get cheaper gas prices, and we got them quadrupled in 20 years. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that'd
Think
be
about
an
it.
even different movie from Soylent Green. It'd just be like, the oil is human shit.
That's a good movie. I think I could sell that to Disney. You know what I mean? We just
Like
got to
oil
make
and
sure that we
cement.
portray the Muslims as evil, and they'll do it.
Right. Yeah, the Muslims are. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, the Muslims are involved. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just say, you know, that it'll be Jeff Goldblum, the space Jew who comes down and saves everybody, but those dirty Muslims, they're turning everybody's shit into oil and selling it back to us.
Yeah, they're shooting back
Stuff
with
like
their
that.
their sand poop. Their sand poop from
Jeff Goldblum.
Exactly.
Life finds a way. Welcome back, LARP. All right, break at MIT. Who the hell that?
Cannibalism still exists. Eating the flesh of God's living icon, meaning we are the living icons of.
Well, that got that escalated fast, and
You didn't prepare us even.
Exist. Eating the flesh of God's living icon, meaning we are the living icons of God. Exist. Eating the flesh of God's living icon, meaning we are the living icons of God.
holy cows! I wouldn't have
break that down.
expected
Break
that.
that down for me, TML, because that's a bit too much for me to take in.
Well, if I'll put it this way, if you didn't sound like you were in a cult, you do now.
I guess he's talking about Hebrews, right? It said that there's no salvation except for like through blood, right? So I think this is Hebrews 9:22 here. Hold on, let me actually pull this up because this would be supplementary to my explanation here. Or part and parcel to my explanation. So it says Hebrews 9:22. In fact, the law requires that nearly everything be cleansed with blood. And without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. So what it's saying is that this whole idea of the shedding of blood and the reversal of sins is done away with by the sacrifice of Jesus. Right? So this is what he's referring to here. So if I have to be very scientific and very, break it down, to exactly what he's talking about, this is what he's saying.
Well,
But it's still, yeah. So he's saying that cannibalism, human sacrifice, and infanticide, and slash PDF. But as we know, Jews, Muslims, Christians, they did infanticide and they did PDF.
Yeah.
Right. And even so much so that it became institutionalized. Right. Like
almost as it is today, right?
Yeah, but now it's institutionalized, I guess, under different pretenses. It's like child protection, or it's like
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
the levels of which they established to be able to protect what they do is insane, and like a lot of the charities and organizations that we think protect people and children really don't.
Right. Yeah, they're essentially involved in child trafficking. So there's huge networks. Okay, obviously it's on record that there's huge networks where humans are trafficked as sex slaves. This is in the modern times. So yeah. So this is in every country. It's actually a global situation. So I don't know why he's saying that Christianity resolved all this. It clearly hasn't, right? And sometimes it's being done under the guise of the church. So under specifically Christianity, it clearly hasn't solved the problem, right? So I don't know.
And actual cannibalism, again, we can see that Christ's death on the cross, his humanity dying on the cross, it's ending the universal ending of human sacrifice and cannibalism.
So yeah, so that's what I was saying, right? So that's precisely what I just said.
Right? These are practices.
Can I add to this? Like, if they ended cannibalism, why do Catholics pretend to drink the blood of Christ and to eat his body when they take the sacrifice? Right? When they drink the ritual wine, and when they have
Because
the
that's a
laws,
replacement. Because
right?
the wine and the cracker is the replacement for them doing that. So if they
You
weren't
call it a
doing that,
cracker in English? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So if they didn't have the cracker and the wine, they'd
Yeah.
be, you know, it wouldn't be a pretty sight because they'd be, sacrificing humans and eating the flesh. Right? So yeah,
I guess so.
because that's a replacement. So I guess the only thing stopping you is drinking the wine and eating the cracker. Otherwise, you'd go on a genocidal spree. Because you'd have to sacrifice humans, you have to eat people. Because it's only natural to do those things. So
Yeah, well,
it makes perfect rational sense that the cracker and the wine stops you from doing it.
In the ancient world, I've talked about in previous streams how the Turkish nomads, common practice still today in certain parts of the world, where when you slay your enemy in battle, they would cut the head off, they would then empty the skull, and they would fill it with a beverage and drink from it, or eat their brains. And the idea was you then consume all the power of your enemy and you become more powerful.
I mean, that just sounds pretty based, but I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
to you it sounds based, but it's actually Turkish. It's actually Turkish.
but I don't know.
It's a Turkish tradition.
I
Wow.
don't know. It's like maybe put some cereal in there too. I don't know. Put milk and some cereal in there.
Anyways, Christianity introduced metaphysical equality, not just social equality. And I highlight some of the key texts: Genesis 1, Genesis 9, James 3. But here's the next one. Christianity ended ancient barbarities. As you already
Barbarities.
well, Christianity opposed and ultimately eradicated human sacrifice, cannibalism, infanticide, and child exposure, pederasty, and pedophilia.
No, it didn't. It didn't stop any of those things. Like no, like those are all false claims. Like I don't know,
We are here living in the fucking results of it.
I know.
Yeah.
It just didn't. Like no, like negator, like maybe it did like maybe like 30%, but like not on the whole. Like I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like maybe within like 10 to 30%, but I don't know. Not on the whole. Like yeah.
For the scriptures, it was enough.
Yeah. Incestuous dynamic marriages, polygamy and concubinage, ritual prostitution and sex magic cults, slave.
So I looked this up. They didn't ban the incestuous marriage stuff, right? Yeah, so they only banned marrying your cousin like after the 1100s. So it's interesting because which church banned it? Because by the 1100s they were already split into two different churches, right? So
what was that, like the Catholic and the Protestant?
Yeah. So from what I've seen, the Catholics banned it, but these guys are Orthodox.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, did the Orthodox ban it too, or what? But they eventually banned it. But no, they were all the time doing child marriages. People were marrying their cousins. They were doing all that shit all throughout Europe, all the time. Until like the medieval. Yeah.
So the Orthodox people, they reside in synagogues too, right? I mean, not in churches, in synagogues.
No, it's not Orthodox Jews. It's Orthodox Christians.
No, but the Orthodox Catholics or the Orthodox Christians also refer to their churches as synagogues, right?
Not as far as I know. I don't think that's a thing that they do,
Oh.
or at least I've not heard that. But yeah,
Well,
if you have a reference for that, then yeah, I'd like to see that because I've not heard that yet.
Oh, well, I will have to look that up. But as far as I know, that everybody calls.
Yeah, but I do know that the Catholic.
I know that you know more of it, but
yeah. The Catholic Pope, he does wear a Jewish hat. So we did observe that they have a Jewish hat, but they wear it looks just like a kippah. It's called a zuccheto. So Zucchettto. So I was able to get a reference for the Jewish hat that the Catholics wear. But yeah, so yeah, if the Orthodox refer to their church as a synagogue, that would be insane. Yeah. So
no, but have you never heard? Is this a new thing for you?
Yeah, this is
Never
a new thing. Yeah, I never heard that yet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will look it up for you because
Yeah.
for me, this is common knowledge. But okay.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Slavery, gladiatorial killing and blood sport entertainment, honor killings, blood feud, unlimited revenge, divinization of emperors and tyrants. No other religion or philosophy produced this scale of formal transformation.
Okay, if there's one.
Well, I mean, divination of emperors or tyrants. I mean, the kings had the divine right. So, I mean, it's the same thing as having the God emperor. It's just different. It's just God chose the king. So, I mean, Christians did that all day. I mean, I don't see how Christians didn't do that all day. Honor killings, blood feud. Oh, really? They never honor killed anybody? What the fuck? They're just sitting around, just not harming anybody for like 2,000 years. Yeah, right. Oh, no Christian ever took revenge. Check that out. Yeah, none of the Christians ever took revenge against anybody. Oh, that's wow. Oh, and none of the Christians never studied the Kabbalah, and they definitely never started any sex magic cults in Europe. That never happened. That's just totally made up. Yeah, right. What world is this dude living in, man?
Ongoing blood sacrifice, human or animal, becomes theologically obsolete. Attempts to secure favor through killing becomes blasphemous. Christianity created the first universal moral community. In Christ, ethnicity does not save you. Gender does not elevate. And let me just say something about the white.
Yeah, but you could say that the same thing for Judaism, the same thing for Christianity, right? There's like 3 different brands of Jews. Right, there's like Semitic, Sephardic, Ashkenazi. You know, they're not like one race of fucking people. You know, and then you go to like the Muslims and the Christians. I mean, none of them are one race of people. So the Muslims aren't just Arabs. Right? So ethnicity doesn't save you in any religion, not in Buddhism, not in Hinduism. Right. I mean, I bet there's some strict like Hindus who still follow like caste system or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know.
White supremacists and ethnicity. This is my whole thing, not about the distinctions between race. Clearly those exist.
But yeah, I heard the caste system was not about like race, because if you look at like the people in the caste system today, they don't look like they're like lighter skin than the people in the other castes.
Well,
so it's like your job or some shit.
No, but when I see people from India or Pakistani, or from India people, I see the lighter skinned people talking way more arrogant than the darker skinned people. So I do see a castes.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like the Pakistanis and the Afghanis, right? They're lighter skinned, right?
Yeah.
But you could argue that the Pakistanis are like super advanced, right? The Indians are like, depending on which part of India you go to, it's like advanced, and like other parts it's not so advanced, right? Yeah. And then same thing with Pakistan. Like there's parts where it's just like a village and shit, right? And then Afghanistan, it's like all like just basically tribal, but it didn't used to be like that. Like in the 1950s, they had like cities and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the thing is like there's cities like in all of those places. So I don't know, like, but the thing is that no one people is like more advanced than the other group, it would seem to me. You know, just by looking, just by taking a rough estimate, like India's got more people, like so.
No, but I was not trying to make a point for it. I mean, I was just reporting on what
Yeah.
what I experience when I see people casting casting their streams from the higher caste. They're usually lighter skinned people, and
Yeah, when you
and
go to
like
like the thing, it's like it's
when
usually
they
like
when they come
um
from the northern areas, like you said, Pakistan or
yeah,
Afghanistan, usually they're lighter skinned, right? So there is
right.
a thing to it.
Yeah, yeah, they're lighter skinned. Like yeah, like the people from northern Pakistan are lighter skinned. The people from Afghanistan are lighter skinned. The people from Iran.
I mean, like yourself. I mean, you have light skin. You even have green eyes, dude. I mean,
Right.
that's yeah.
Right. But like like the thing is like the like Punjabis like me, right? They were rural people, like they were like farmers. All right. So like they were like warriors and farmers.
Yeah, well,
So
those go together like peas in a pot, right? Warriors and farmers.
right.
That's all. That's I mean, that's why communism hates farmers, right?
Right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so that's the thing is like they weren't really like I guess super advanced or anything, but yeah. But yeah, in terms of music and stuff, in terms of art, yeah, I guess you could say yeah, like the Muggles, right? Like if you look at the Muggles, like they look like I think they were like a different race of people or some shit. I don't know.
Right. I mean, and IQ being one of the most standardized tests that we have, demonstrating the differentiation amongst different peoples around the world, different people's groups. That's just a fact. It's called the bell curve. The problem is defining people by IQ, because if you then, and this is what the eugenicist movement of
That's
the
not a
night of the
problem.
19th
That's just
century and the early.
he says. This guy says that that's the problem. Defining people by IQ. That's not a problem. That's just an issue. That's some people will define any issue as a problem. It's just a topic. It's just a topic. It's not necessarily a problem. If you want to define people by IQ, that's how you define people. If you want to define people by their geography, that's how you define people. I mean, it's not a problem. That's or an issue. That's a topic. But I mean, just presenting it as a problem, it's just tying into the current narrative, and I despise that.
Right.
20th century was all about was it just reduced human persons to pattern recognition. Now that's all good
Hold on.
for the eugenicists back.
So this is interesting though, because it's like, okay, so like, didn't this kind of movement grow out of supposed Christianity though? So that's the first part, right? The second part is like, well, there's no system right now that's like, oh, you have a high IQ. Well, here's $100,000 and 3 sex slaves so you can make a bunch of kids, right? So that never happened, right? It was never a meritocracy of IQ among the eugenicists. I mean, maybe a few people tried that like privately or something, but
yeah, but you can't call that preference or supremacy. That was called nepotism, right? And it was
right. Well, that's what I was saying is like it was nepotism, but they used the excuse of eugenics to promote it as if it was justified. But it wasn't like, well, this other guy from another clan's really smart. I'll give him the job and the money and the fame or whatever over my own son or whatever. See what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, I mean, I don't think anything like that ever happened as far as I could tell. Like, even in schools now, like, they're not choosing like the highest IQ person to go like lead the company of like the most important things. It's kind of like, well, who's the most ruthless and useful to like the people who rule over the systems that allow this company to exist or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not
so
like, well,
it's more
Yeah, it's kind of a weird.
right? Like, which one is the most effective?
Effective, yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. Who's the most efficient at whatever, right? So I don't know. It's kind of just a weird. I mean, he's just making some weird arguments. It's like I know that there was a thing as eugenics, but it was never like, well, whoever has the highest IQ is going to get the most resources. Like, I don't think that's ever happened. I mean, so I mean, I could be wrong, right? Like, I don't even think Nazi Germany did that, right? Like, they didn't say like, well, whoever has the highest IQ, let's put them in leadership positions or get them to breed a bunch
they
or something.
tried it, and look what happened to them. Look what happened to them. They tried, but hey, that was not agreeable with the rest of the world.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. So, like, I will say at least like this, like, real eugenics has never really been tried, and if it is being tried now, it's definitely being gone about in a very fucked up way because some of the smartest people I know are like out on the streets on drugs. So, I mean, like, it's not very efficient, so I don't know, so I don't know, man. It's like, it's kind of a weird way to go about eugenics if that's the goal. I mean, I don't know. So
it's a good discussion, though. I like this. I like this. It's just it's something that we should talk about. It's a very interesting topic.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing is, like, I believe in eugenics. I think that, like, certain people should not be promoted to have as many children as some other people. Okay, I mean, I'll just be straight up with that. But at the same time, like, I don't think that it should necessarily be like restricted in a hard sense either, right? Like, but I do think that, like,
look at the people that are ruling over us. People like Trudeau, people like Trump, people like Rutte, people like Macron. I mean, these are all fucking degenerates per definition. Clearly, they are degenerate. They need a whole fucking lot of propaganda to make them look like they are our saviors. They fucking need all that propaganda. Because nobody would ever believe these fuckers to be our leaders. These pederasts. Because that's what they are. They are all pederasts. Whether they're pedophile or homophile, they're all the same. They're all perverts. And so these are the people ruling over us.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at someone like Ivanka, I mean, whatever his daughter's name is, and you see, like, he married her off to Jared Kushner, like, I would say that's dysgenics in my opinion, personally. But it's not because he's Jewish either. Just like, I don't know, dude. It's just weird. It's just like a weird match to me. It's like a very strange way to go about. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Pretty weird.
What the fuck is going on with your mic, dude?
Let me reset it.
Back in the day, the problem is now with AI, you cannot compete with the AI regarding pattern recognition. And if you read Yuval Noah Harari's book, Homo Deus, in the end, where he's describing his future religion called Dadaism, he says you are a biological algorithm. All you are is pattern recognition. Essentially, all you are is IQ. And therefore, you cannot outcompete the AI. And therefore, there's essentially an equivalent definition between you and a digital algorithm. So this is where my problem with the white supremacy is not that there's differences and not that we shouldn't protect and, support and be proud of the people groups we come from, whether you're Japanese or Swedish or, whatever it is.
Don't say white.
I don't know.
Just don't say European.
You should celebrate who you are. However, we can't reduce everybody to pattern recognition because you lose by definition to the AI.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking.
Yeah, the AI knows who you are better than yourself. So don't bank on being any type. Don't bank on being proud of who you are. That's just pattern recognition. So
don't have any thoughts of yourself. AI will tell you better. Yeah. Jeez.
Like, what is he even saying?
He said that.
That didn't sound like it sounded like I just repeated verbatim what he said. I didn't embellish
You
it
did.
in any way.
You did.
So we you just can't, and that's why the Imago Dei of Christianity is so important, is that we can recognize differences between people groups and still value each other and see the image of God within each other. With Christianity too, gender does not elevate you towards God. Social class means nothing, and power does not grant moral exemption. This created the first international moral community, the first anti-tribal ethical system in world history, guys. It's with Christianity. This is world history. The first worldview in which all humans are brothers and sisters in Christ. Larry Siddentop, a secular historian, in his book Inventing the Individual, he had a quote I found: Christian moral beliefs lie at the very core of Western civilization. Now, again, I don't like the whole Western civilization thing because the West went off the rails beginning with scholasticism and their over Aristotelian.
Imagine saying that with a fucking.
But
with
and
a
I don't
fucking
like that because
bookshelf,
Western
pretending
civilization
to
has
have a
become
library
synonymous with.
behind you. Like, I don't like white society, but I will be here in front of the camera, with books behind me, with my white face and my beard. Dude, it doesn't make any sense. But okay, please go ahead. I just played the video. Sorry for me reacting on it. I mean, this.
Well, I guess as devil's advocate, if I had to, play devil's advocate for his position, he'll say, well, what actually defines Europeans is Christianity, not whiteness. I guess that's what he's saying. So what would you say about that?
And he would be right. Yeah, you would be right. Yeah. I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
With modernity, right? If you listen to the, Steven Pinker in what was the name of his book? Like 2017, basically was arguing why the world is so much better now than it used to be, basically continuing modernity. And in that book, he's always referring to Western civilization. And so I hate, because Western civilization is now synonymous with like the post-Enlightenment West. But you get the point there. Agape and the logic of the neighbor, the command to love your neighbor and care for the least, forgive, etc. Matthew 5-7, 25 creates high trust societies, right? This is without Christianity. It's the first time that multiple tribes could coexist in a larger framework and still value each other and create high trust societies. Think about that. Now think about all the immigrants and how we no longer have a high trust society. I mean, and to avoid getting in trouble, I'm not going to say more on that. Anyways, that.
So wait, so what's the problem with the immigrants? It wouldn't be that they're not white, is it? Like, what? This just seems like so retarded. It seems like he's dancing around what he wants to say, or he's not being honest. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. But to be honest, I don't think that he actually knows what he's talking about. He's not a very skilled or experienced person to talk about it. He's just sitting there. And
what would be the problem with the immigrants? Unless they're Muslim or Jewish immigrants, what would be the problem with them? Because a lot of those Mexicans are Christians.
Yeah.
So what's the problem with them? Right. So this is the fundamental question that you have to ask him. He's saying, well, there's Christianity and there's a problem with immigration. Please connect the two problems.
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah. That's different from my perspective, because we don't deal with Mexicans, but I can translate Mexicans to Moroccans or Turkish people. And I would say they just don't integrate. It's the failure to integrate, to actually. When I go to another country, I want to speak that language, right? I don't want to go into a ghetto to meet my people. I want to experience that other country. And it's not like that with the immigrants that we are experiencing. It's like they will just come here and go with their own and just be in an enclave, in sort of a ghetto inside of the country that they invade, that they are imported to. And that's not the way that's not the way to immigrate. But this is what they do. This is what happens when you load in loads of people. It doesn't happen like that when you let in a few people at a time. When you let in like 10 Mexicans per day, they will integrate. But when you let in 1,000 Mexicans per day or 10,000 Mexicans per month, they will not integrate, because they will just clock together, and they will just make a Mexican community in the American community, in the American society. That's what happens, and you cannot even blame these people for doing so. I would do the same. If I were to flee to another country, let's say Poland, Hungary, Russia, Czechia, right? That's where white people would flee to, because there's more white people there. I wouldn't expect them. I would try to learn Polish. I would try to learn Hungarian, right? I would try to learn Czechia language. But somehow these Somali bastards, these Ethiopian bastards, all of these Turkish people, these Moroccan people, they all still have an accent. Even if they're here in the third generation, they still have a fucking accent, dude. Like, what's up with that? They do not integrate. They don't want to integrate. What's up with that?
Well, let me ask you a question, boy, really quick. So, like, I think I know where you're at. You're in the place, but so, like, have you ever met someone from like Thailand or China or Japan or Korea? And what's your experience of them being in your country? What's the difference between what you're talking about?
I will tell you about the Chinese people in my country. They don't mix. I will tell you about the Japanese people in my country. They don't mix. They just have their own society inside of our society, and they're functional.
Right. But what's the difference? That's what I was trying to get at. What's
the difference between the Turkish people, the Moroccan people, the Japanese people, and the Chinese people is like the Chinese and the Japanese are functional, and the Turkish people, the Moroccan people, and all the other Africans are just here to leech on the system. I can't blame them.
So give me an example. Like, how are they just like? What performatively, like, what does that look like from your perspective?
You know what I'm saying?
No, I know, but I'm saying like it's like explain it at, like, if you had to explain to somebody who's never experienced.
You're not a fool.
Right?
You're not a fool. You know what I'm saying.
No, I do. But like, because like, look, like, I'll give the example from like San Francisco, right? Like, San Francisco's ruled in a large part by Chinese, right? And they are very insular, and they keep to themselves for the most part. There is a lot of white and Asian mixing here, but it's still like a minority for the most part, right? Like, in general, they stick to their own. Whites have pretty much fled for the most part. You know, they're hiding out in their little cities on the coast or whatever. So there is some minorities mixing, but other than that, they stick to themselves. The difference is, like, I would say it's like the Chinese, they don't really, like, the ones that try to grab political power, they're almost always subservient to, frankly, Jews, honestly. But, so it's kind of like everybody knows that they're not really, like, looking out for their own interests for the most part. Now, there is some Chinese government influence here, without a doubt. But, like, I'll put it this way. Like, I don't wake up every day fearing that, like, China's going to come and take over California. To be honest with you, it would probably be a lot better if they did. Because in China, they have zero drug abuse. They have very little homeless. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the social problems, I feel like would
That's
go away.
because
So,
they
like,
don't. Yeah, that's funny. You would say that. That's because they don't register the homeless as homeless, and so therefore there's zero homelessness. I mean, did you ever look into that project before you actually stated that?
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Like, the
Can you answer
Chinese
my
are brutal.
question? Can you answer my question?
Have I looked into the exact homelessness of China? No, because I don't think they would allow that to be out. So, like, I don't think I
Okay.
don't think there's data that I can access. So,
No,
I
yeah,
mean,
no.
you know,
Okay, so yeah, so you cannot refer to the data, but you did, and yeah. Okay, but I mean,
Sure,
I don't
but
want to put you down, but you know,
sure.
it's a
Well,
moot argument. You cannot even make that argument.
Well, I'll put it this way: like, I've been to China, and like their society is a lot more like functional in general than ours. You know, like in a lot of ways. So, you know, if you want to go on functionality, like, you know, I don't think it gets more functional. I mean, don't get me wrong; they have their fucking problems. Like, I would not want to live in China full time for sure, because
Okay.
it's just too
Okay.
different. It's just too different for me, right? But, you know, having said that, like, you know, I think they know how to manage their homogenous thing, and also here in you know, like in the San Francisco area, like they know how to manage their own, and they don't need, and they don't really want assistance. Now, don't get me wrong, they do scam like the food stamps and the benefit systems and stuff like that. They do that, but I don't feel, from what I've seen, they don't do it in a way where like it doesn't seem that they're doing it in a way where it's like
Can
I'm
you
just
say
going to
like
go
a
and
little
scan the
bit
system.
less? For me as a European, you say like too often for me to understand you.
Yeah, you're starting to sound like a blonde white woman, man.
Like you start to like sound like a Californian like a girl pretty much like that, dude. Godverdorie. Hou er eens mee op, joh. But please, now I'm trying to catch what you're saying, dude.
Okay, let me start over. Okay, so the Chinese, they seem to take advantage of the system, but they do not seem to do it in a way that is as overtly, I guess, I don't know the right adjective that I'm looking for. They don't seem to do it in a way where it's as much of a leech or parasitical nature as some of the other immigrant groups, right? And frankly, there's a lot of white people who also scam the system and stuff like that. So, you know, does that mean that like, I said like, go ahead. So does that mean that I don't want as many people from, you know, Mexico here because they take advantage of the system more? Well, I don't know.
I mean, I just like to live in a place where people look like me. You know, is there anything wrong with that? I mean,
well, can you rally the troops and take over your own government?
what are you, a statist? Like, you can only fight me if you have the power of government behind you. That's the only time when I will take you seriously. Can you do that? Do you have that power behind you?
Okay,
I mean,
okay. I'm glad. I'm glad you took it.
Like, why?
I'm glad.
It sounds
I'm
like
glad
you're
you took
a
it there.
statist. Are you a communist? At that.
Okay, great. I'm glad you took it there. I'm glad you took it there.
Like one.
I'm glad you took it there. Okay, so for the sake of argument, I'll say that I am a statist, because how are you going to maintain a culture without a state to insulate you from the things that you're trying to avoid, like you're talking about?
So
like, how is a stateless? How is a stateless?
And you didn't
how
even
is
want
a
to be a statist, but I just accused you of being a statist, and you felt comfortable in it. Okay.
Well, let
But
me let
now
me
you're
make
gonna,
okay.
and now you
Are you
want
gonna
to
argue?
actually offend me by being a statist. That's fucking
Are you
funny.
gonna argue against? Are you gonna
No,
argue
I
against
mean,
my
you
point?
need my
Argue
definition.
against my
You
point.
need my
Okay.
definition to be somebody? Really?
Argue
Really?
against my point. Argue against my point. Are you saying that you can defend the things that you want to defend without a state? Are you saying that there's a white stateless society that can defend themselves from all the problems that you're talking about without a state?
I love that. I love that.
No, answer the question. You want to? No,
I
no, no, no.
love
You
that
want to call out? You want to call me out? You want to call me out? Go ahead and make the argument. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I called you out. I called you out.
Okay, so go ahead and make an argument for a stateless society that's white that protects itself from all the problems that you're talking about. Go
A
ahead.
stateless society that's white that protects from all the problems that I'm talking about.
Yeah, how does a stateless white society protect itself from mass immigration? Tell me how that's going to work.
What's your focus on white? What do you need to put in white there?
Okay, well, Dutch or whatever, redneck European country you're from, go ahead.
What are you, a Negro? Pretending to be a white man? Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
I mean, you're attacking me as a white man who's probably part Dutch.
I never mentioned any of these things.
Okay, well, you said that people are coming to your country, which is, I presume, predominantly white before the last 100 years, and you're saying, well, these people are invading my country and they don't want to integrate. So, okay, great, I agree with you. So, how are you gonna?
Exactly what I said. That's exactly
right? So, how are you going to defend this predominantly whatever kind of shithole country you live in without a state? How is that going to work? How is a stateless, quote unquote, country? How is a country without a state going to defend itself from mass immigration? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, what would that look like?
It's a very valid question, and I would like to react to that. But I mean, it's not actually.
Well, don't say. Oh wait, are you saying that you're a statist? Hold on now. Are you saying that you're a statist? No, I can't talk to a statist now. Hold on.
Oh, I thought that you were a statist. So we're both not non-statists.
Well, I'm saying if you're wanting to defend all these things, how are you going to do it without a state? If you're saying that you're not a statist, how are you going to?
I mean, I don't have to be a statist to approve of the state. Is that foreign? Does that sound foreign to you? I can be social without being a socialist.
Right, but how are you going to protect your people without a state? That's my question.
No, that's why you need a state, right? People need a state. A people needs a state.
So you admit that you're a statist.
It doesn't make anybody who'd vote for that or who'd agree with that a statist.
I think that's a contradiction. But
yeah,
okay.
That's what's wrong with you, right? So you cannot hear state without hearing statist, right? You cannot hear social without hearing socialism. Can you hear community without hearing communism? Can you?
Okay, explain to me the difference between you wanting a state and not being a statist.
See, there's an inability inside of you that it needs to have the ism.
I mean, can Hitler just have wiped you guys out at this point? I mean, dude, you're being pedantic for no reason. Just go ahead and just say whatever you got to say.
Was Germany ruled on Hitlerism?
I don't know, man. Can you just make a point that makes sense? Like, do you believe in statism or not?
Well, if I don't say ism, apparently I cannot make a point if I don't say ism behind it.
Well, you're the one who wanted to call me out as a statist because I asked you a question. So go ahead and make your argument. I mean,
I called you a statist because you constantly refer to it. Not me. You say state, you say ism all the time. And that's what I'm calling out. And now you want to call me a statist. That's fucking funny, dude. I mean, but this is what these people do. Are you a communist? Are you a diverter? Are you an inverter? Because you actually you actually prove all the tactics, the strategics. You do the same thing, dude. What are you? An ismist? An ismist? Are you an ismist?
Directly contradicts gladiatorial spectacles. The idea that they would just feed, Saint Ignatius to the lions in front of probably thousands of people, at least hundreds. I don't know how many people can be seated in the Colosseum, but this sort of gladiatorial spectacle flies in the face of Christian values, blood feud and unlimited revenge, which was essentially the historical case. This gets changed as we get into the law. It's through Christianity that takes blood feuds and revenge. And then,
yeah, I mean, this goes back to the question, did Jesus disapprove of stoning? Right. I mean, he said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. But I mean, technically, if they were sinless, they could cast a stone, right? Unless he's trying to say that they're all sinful. And I don't think there's anywhere in the New Testament where Jesus says, well, I came for the sins of all of humanity. No, you have to get to Paul to get that. I'm pretty sure. Or at least, I don't know of any statements in the Gospels where Jesus says, I was sent on behalf of the sins of all mankind. As a sort of second Adam. Because Adam sinned and now, we're all sinful. Like, I don't know. I don't think he ever said that. But that is in Paul's letters.
I mean, from my personal understanding, no, but I can definitely say in the occultic realm, they definitely portray him as a second Adam. That's for sure.
Yeah, in Catholicism, it surely is a thing.
And incorporates the court and legal framework to deal with it. Ritual violence against outsiders or slaves. Christianity invented the modern concept of the person. Before Christianity, the individual did not exist as we understand it. Now, mind you, individualism post-Enlightenment is aberrant. It's too.
And I'm pretty sure like Christians and like knights and stuff, like I'm pretty sure knights had like gladiatorial like games and shit. Like they would do like weird shit. Like, like they'd go on like military campaigns, because they're like, some of it was out of revenge. Right. So I don't know. You got like the 300 years war, the 400 years war, the 500 years, like whatever the fuck, like they certainly did a lot of killing and all that type of stuff. They certainly waged military campaigns. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I would like to react to that because that's not what he was saying there. He was talking about individuality, and it's not individualism. The only way that you American people can talk about individuality is if I call it individualism. And there's something wrong with your connotation of concepts in language. If I say
word concept.
I mean, well, I mean, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. What's the
you're
difference?
saying it's a word concept fallacy.
Yeah, and it only happens with American people. I mean, when I say individualism or when I say individuality, people will acknowledge it like it's individualism, and it's not necessarily the same thing.
Right. Well, here's the thing: is that individualism is not a part of individuality, but individuality is a part of individualism. If that makes
Yes,
sense, right?
yes, yeah, that does make sense.
Right. So
Mhm.
they're related in a sort of inverse way.
Now, of course, they are related, right? But just like, I mean, you know, come on.
Isn't
I
it?
don't even have to explain this. The fuck,
I've
I
always
cannot even explain this.
I've always felt that ism at the end of the word is it's like a it's like a minimalizing connotation. That's just me though, and I'm trying to figure it out for myself too. I'm just saying.
Now, I can't agree with that because it's actually a broadening of the whole. So individuality is a thing, right? I mean, you are an individual, I'm an individual, and therefore
Yeah.
we have individuality. But if
Right.
I believe that I am the only one being the individual, I'm the only one having individuality, that's when I become an individualist, right? And that's when I say individualism is a thing. And
No, I think it's the belief that everyone has it. That's individualism. Because it
yeah,
would be general, right? So that's why it's self-defeating. Because like if everybody's an individual, then that means everybody's the same. Right? So it's a problem.
yeah, yeah, that's what usually happens with isms.
Right.
Yeah.
Too much focused on the individual and not enough on the community. It sort of separates the individual from communal. And
So there's another thing, community. Right. So you could think of community, you could think of being communal, you could think of taking communion, and then lastly, you could think of communism. Right. So obviously, all four of them have a different connotation. Now, an analogical case can be made, just as with individuality. That individualism has the concept, um, or within the concept itself is the notion of individuality. Right now, individuality exists without individualism, but individualism cannot exist without individuality. Similarly, communism cannot exist without community, but community can exist without communism. So they're yeah.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I understand.
yeah. Of course, I know you understand, but some of these other people, they just need the ism behind it.
I think you guys are just getting hung up on a certain part of the conversation. But
no, hey, fucking Gabriel just joined.
Actually, I wasn't looking at the screen. Yeah, Browns boys here, Gabriel's here. Blessings, guys.
What's up, man? Thanks, Browns boy, for the link in the Discord, Machines Discord.
Yeah,
you too.
like hearing Browns boy's voice. I'm like, is that inside my own head? Like, what's going on here?
Dude, I woke up, man, because it's like 6 a.m. and then I was like hearing Neurojack. You guys were getting on him for saying like. I mean, come on, man. He's from California, bro. That's how we talk. That's how we talk, man. So,
I just don't like it, dude. Like I don't like it.
He doesn't like it.
I can tell. I can understand. I thought it was more like maybe you didn't agree with what he was saying, but then you were using that to obfuscate or something.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah.
I think it was a fair challenge in the moment.
Yeah. Oh, but that was interesting though. But boy, I did think though, like when you were saying that, I want to be around people that look like me. More, I'm paraphrasing what you said earlier. I did take it for you wanted people to look more, I guess, yeah, like Caucasian or European or something like that. Isn't that what?
Yeah, I don't want them to look as
no.
crook as I don't want them to look all as crooky as I do it, but just white,
But even with that said, even if you were to have like a quote unquote white country, you still got probably people you wouldn't want to be around, right? A good majority of people.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Mm. Anyway, I've seen this guy that you guys are listening to before. Can you? Is he like a ortho bro or something?
Yeah, pretty much. He's one of the top ones. He used to be part of the OTO, and then he also was like a big guy that was into psychedelics and Gnosticism, and he would talk about all these things, and like Jesus Christ was a mushroom type of stuff.
Oh,
and then he converted to Orthodox Christianity, and now he sort of critiques the New Age and he critiques transhumanism. One of the reasons why I found him is because he has a lot of critiques of like transhumanism. So they blame it on like Protestants or something like that, right? So so it's interesting how they have their critique and yeah, so yeah, we found him because Andrew Wilson was on a show, and then I went up to debate Andrew Wilson to challenge him, right, on free will. Right, and we just went back and forth. I went back and forth with their entire panel. So so Wilson was on there at some point. So if you look up Andrew Wilson on David Patrick Harry, you'll see me calling into the show, and and then talking to the entire panel, and yeah.
Yeah, he's interesting channel because I think he has like a lot of subs, but sometimes I used to go into see his live, and there'd be like 5 people there, and so well, interesting dude. And I have heard him talk about like psychedelics and stuff, kind of like Jay Dyer in a way.
Yeah, see, Jay Dyer is he's interestingly a lot like Jay Dyer because he's like into the conspiracy stuff, right? And he understands like weird shit, right? So like Jay Dyer, if you look at his work, right, he wrote a book on conspiracy theories, right? And so did Rachel Wilson. So it's interesting how some of these guys they go into like I mean, it's kind of like interesting how they're putting out conspiracies propaganda. It's kind of like they're psyopers, right?
Well, yeah, it's like a way to get people to listen to what you're saying. It's like I found this this book archive, this shadow library. It's called
you guys see this thumbnail?
Yeah, look at that. That's his thing. He's an Orthodox guy.
Yeah, but it says I'm a Christian supremacist. So instead of white supremacist.
Well, dude, that's what I'm trying to say. Like last night, I stumbled upon this archive called Ann's Archive, and I guess you can get all these PDFs for free, right? You've seen it, right? And then I just put in. I was just fucking around. I put magic with a K in there, and one of the first books that came up was this book called like Salubridis Living, and it's a book from. You ever heard of the Church of the Creative? Church of Creativity.
No, Church of Creativity.
It's basically it's a white supremacist group, right? And if you look at this book, it's interesting because when you look at it, it's called A Natural Lifestyle, and all the chapters are kind of like new agey stuff about like magical process and eating veganism and fruitarian, right? But then the last chapter is called Eugenics and the Survival of the White Race. Very interesting. It's very interesting how they have that. All that new agey stuff, they combined it.
Yeah. Sounds like a wild book. Do you have a link for that?
Yeah.
I'd just be curious to kind of check it out myself.
Yeah,
see what the propaganda is out there.
It sounds like you want to make us hip to this channel, but not read the last part, right? Not read the last chapter. Gabriel, am I right or what?
Right, exactly. It's funny how they just put it out there because if you took that last chapter off, you're like, hey, this is like a new agey, like book, like Infinite Waters or something. And then they just throw that eugenics in there at the end. It's like,
I don't believe in eugenics. I don't even think that I'm a racist. I'm just a separationist, maybe.
I just want to be left alone.
Yeah, that's what a separationist is, right?
Yeah. Bronze Boy, I sent you the thumbnail and the machine. I'll send you the thumbnail. It's just crazy.
Thank you.
I can send you the book too. on the file. I'll send you the book on the file. Let me see.
Yeah, I wonder what year it was produced.
2000 something, early 2000, I think.
I was gonna say for sure after 1955, for sure.
That's when their leader supposedly it was some bigwig, started to make that his publishing and stuff, like 53 or something.
Yeah, NPC. What's up, man? Hey, no, you're right about that too. Like that's one of the reasons I troll the whole like white supremacy thing is like it's a really strange, like weird, like pagan shit that like and like I don't even hate all people who are pagan, but it's like it's some really weird like anti-Christian stuff
I
and like a
don't
lot
hate
of the
pagans or white people or black people. I just hate people
I
that
got
say
you, bro,
like
boy.
every second word.
Anyways, let me continue.
Like every second word, every
Okay.
second like word, dude. You really gotta get rid of that, dude. Really.
Okay, thank you.
Even you are drunk.
Yeah,
I say it every paragraph.
But you just said it, boy. You just said like,
offensive, dude.
like, and subscribe.
Yeah, so that's why Hitler should have wiped all you guys out. But anyways, let me continue on my argument.
No, go ahead,
So
no, Jack.
yeah, so I'm just saying that like if you look at the magical systems of like these white supremacist people, like it's very, very, very strange because they try to claim that they're like one thing or another, but ultimately like they have like a whole nother thing that's like this communistic like anti-human thing that so they use all these other things that hide what they actually believe in, so they're not even really pro-white at the end of the day. They're actually like anti-human, I would say. So that's the kind of weird thing that they're trying to cover up, I think, with a lot of the stuff.
Like Hebrew like. It sounds Hebrew like. Yeah.
Probably at its core is affiliated with that, right? Isn't it always we always come across that? It's always Jewish.
Like for example, some of these people that did the alt-right like 10 years ago, now they're claiming to be Christian and this and that. And I'm not going to name any names, but some of these people are pretty famous. And, you know, I'm trying to think of how to put it. They definitely are not Christian. I'll put it like that. So, so really what they are is, you know, they're basically hiding what they are. And so then it's like, well, what do you really believe in? And so there's this guy, I can't remember his name right now. I'll try to look it up, but he wrote a book very similar to what you just said. The Church of Creativity or whatever. I never heard of them before either.
His name is
the book,
von
bro.
Leichenberg. That's
Okay. Yeah. No, Neurojack, this is exactly his book. I'm sharing it right now. That's the Church of Creativity. This is the book I'm talking about. One of the books that he wrote, the founder.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at that because there's a guy who's in prison. I think he's in prison for like the rest of his life or something. I don't know why, but he's a major figure in the white supremacist thing. And let's just put it this way: he was hanging out with like people like Victor Bout and like the jihadi Islamicist and people, and some other famous people.
Jewish supremacy, though. Have you heard about Netanyahu and his Jewish supremacy? It's funny that you talk about white supremacy when there's none around.
Yeah, there's very few people.
There's a lot of fucking Hebrew supremacy going around.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You don't want to talk about that, do you?
Yeah, there's very few people on the panels that have talked about.
You're such a heap.
There's very few people on the panels who've talked about Jews as much as me. So I mean,
dude, he's constantly talking about Jews.
Such a heap.
Yeah, it's okay. So, but anyways, so yeah, oh my god, I'm distracted now. Okay, so
Hebrew supremacy. That's what we were talking about. Jew supremacy. You didn't want to mention that. You only want to mention it as it was.
I think Neurojack's going to go to his bar
you
mitzvah
got my attention. You
this
got
weekend,
my
right?
attention.
Yeah, I would love to go to bar mitzvah. They seem to know how to party. I mean, you're gonna make me want to join the Jews at this rate. I mean, come on, dude. Jesus Christ.
You should. You belong there.
I think you might be right. I mean,
boy, why are you fighting? You guys probably have more in common than you think.
I'm always
you're
right.
listening.
You know, but Thanks for the acknowledgement.
No, I didn't say you're right. I just said you probably have more in common, than your.
We probably look the most alike as out of everybody on the panel. So I mean, we should probably
Yeah, you wish. Yeah, you wish. Yeah.
Voy looks like a young Patrick Swayze.
I knew it.
Roadhouse.
Ghost. I like the Ghost one.
Oh, Ghost. Yeah.
Had Demi Moore and
that's
Whoopi Goldberg.
criticism for Alex Jones, right? He doesn't talk about Jews, right?
Gabriel knows best how to insult me. So thank
you. Well,
Alex
Jones is one of those people who says he's a Christian, but he's actually like one of these very deep occultists, in my opinion. So I think he's one of these people who are hiding whatever he actually is. But he doesn't hide it that much. Like he actually talks a lot about like theosophical ideas and stuff like that, but he just kind of wraps it in Christianity. I mean, to be honest with you, I think Alex Jones is a Scientologist or something. That's my personal opinion. Like, I can't prove that, but I think he's something close to that.
Yeah, he seems kind of weird New Age.
I could believe that.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of people are confused because if you look at a lot of the people who are pretending to be Christian, I think a bunch of them were probably like Scientologists or something similar like that.
Projection from a Hebrew. That sounds like projection from a Hebrew. And I've heard a lot of that lately, the last fucking 200 years. So come again, give me more.
So are you over 200 years old?
Yes, I am.
Voy, would you consider the guy on the screen a Hebrew, a Heb? This ortho guy at his core? What you heard so far?
I haven't thought about that, but
Yeah.
I do know the characters on panel, but you're talking about the guy on screen. Yeah, dude, that
guy. Yeah.
Oh, that's a heap. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, is there anyone on panel and Panelverse that openly Jew besides Rose 777?
Dusty hides it. Dusty hides it.
I mean, they don't like to. They don't like to be out in the open. They don't like
crypto Jew with you.
But they like to present themselves as whites. And that's what they do.
Yeah, Dusty and Landry might be the cryptos.
Landry. Oh shit.
I didn't even say that, but thank you, Timo.
I think Landry, you said that when he was introduced at OTWs before months ago. Boy, like this guy's a Jew, man. He doesn't change his jersey. It's soccer.
Yeah, he did. I remember that too. That was a true point that Boy was making.
He does dress better than most of the panelists altogether.
Okay.
Yeah. But he does have that pedo look. The mustache.
That look.
He said, right? You can't take everything he says like, because he's always just saying stuff without thinking. I'm talking about Modern Man, but yeah, he said that he lives in an all Jewish neighborhood and his wife's Jewish, and so I don't know.
Oh shit, his wife too. Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, I'm glad you reminded me, Browns boy. Yeah, I was kind of I was confused when I think I misspoke and I said because the Modern Man was bringing up like Browns boy Machine calling me an agent and all this shit. I mean like that, and I don't think Browns boy ever said agent. He said actor, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's correct. Exactly. Yeah,
my bad.
Thank you. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, because like it is interesting that people's minds do go that direction when I say actor.
Yeah.
Right. Because he said actor, and we also said Fed linked, but now they're defending against being Feds. So that's crazy, because that's a crazy leap in logic to what was that claim being made.
Well, it's funny that like he says he's not, and I said I don't know about all that shit. However, it seems like every time like I talk to him, the rare times I talk to him, he's always wanting to declare that out. What do you think about them calling me an agent? What do you think about? I'm like, I don't know, bro. That's like, why are you so worried about it if it's not true?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
It's looking like he's paranoid that he's like caught even.
I didn't know who you were talking about, but your
Landry, Voy Landry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the way you presented him, I was like, oh, that's Landry. Yeah.
Yeah. He seems like he's backed himself in a corner where his quote unquote allies are so much so that he doesn't have anyone left except Snafu, which is weird. Like that's
dude. I just want Landry to be funny. I think he has a lot of comedic talent and skills. I think he could be a very good stand-up comedian. To be honest,
kind of like Borat, Sasha.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Probably not, boy, but that's still encouraging. You know, I can't take that away from him.
Come on, man. Come on. I'm trying.
Yeah. Where's Nero
Why
leave?
not?
Yeah. Did he leave? Damn it. He keeps leaving.
Yeah, he's in and out of here. So
Okay.
So he'll be back at some point.
Ancestral family religious identity. That's kind of the problem with modern or contemporary individualism. But the idea that the individual had worth despite what their contribution was to the collective, that is unique to Christianity. And
I don't know. It kind of says that everybody's one in the body of Christ. You know, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the body of Christ.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So this whole body of Christ as the church. I mean, obviously that would be the collective part of it, or that would be the collectivism part.
Shit, I'm not part of the body of Christ. I'm just part of his mind.
Yeah, it says here. Yeah, it says here one.
You cut out, TML.
TML. Do you see that Voy or the panel where it says hug all cats? He said, or they said, I prefer philosophy over esotericism. Yeah. What's esotericism? I've heard, of course, I guess I assume what it is, but what do you guys think that is?
It's talking about the things that the ism fucks me up, dude. Just say it without the ism.
Esoteric. What do you think about esoteric?
And that's the things that are left out to talk about, right?
Okay.
That's the definition, esoteric. Yeah.
Usually only a few people know that, right? Not the majority.
Just don't say the ism. Fuck, dude. You know I hate the isms.
Now we're gonna fuck with you now. How about this like isms, boy? Do you like
those are the worst. Like isms? I mean, I thought it was a plant at first, but apparently it's a culture. And so it's like it's like a mucus.
It's like California shit, bro. Dude, you probably heard me say it like a lot of times, but maybe what I was saying wasn't annoying you so much. So you're like, you gave me a grace.
Oh no, I did address you on it. Like, fuck.
Oh, you did?
I did. Yeah. And you don't even remember it. Dude.
I probably don't say it anymore. You're saying it more than me now.
Maybe it helps. Maybe it helps.
Yeah, I think he secretly does like it.
He's like those preachers. I mean, what is it? The preacher and the senators that always go like, "Oh, screw the homosexuals," but then they get them in the bathroom with their page.
Yeah, how about those homosexualisms? Yeah. I mean, those are the worst, dude. Worst.
Transgenderisms.
Yeah, man. Don't get me started.
Drag queen storyism hour?
Drankism.
Isms.
Alcoholisms. Fuck, dude. I hate that too. I like alcohol, but not alcoholisms.
Yeah, Snaps was like, "Hey, boy, you're our resident drunk." Oh, boy. Yeah. Well, there's like 100 other people that are like off their rocker with that shit.
That's because I think Snaps knows he can throw stuff back at Voy because Voy can handle it, and I think that he was saying that Voy he tosses too many softballs to some of the guests that maybe shouldn't actually have some of the speaking time. I don't know. That's maybe what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Can you give us an example, Brown's boy?
Like when like when Jack Talcott comes around, and then Voy he'll kind of just toss him like softballs that like Jack will take as an opportunity to speak for 4 minutes.
Oh yeah.
I shouldn't be doing that, should I?
But yeah,
I don't know.
I tend to do that too with Jack, especially because sometimes if you don't say anything, he'll just sit in the back and won't never say anything. Like
so
almost never. Yeah. What's up, Machine?
Yeah, so what I was about to say is 1 Corinthians 12 through 27. There's one body, but it has many parts, but all its many parts make up one body. It's the same with Christ. We are all baptized by one Holy Spirit, so we are formed into one body. So, I mean, tell me that's not, where's the individual there? So I'm just saying, right? It says there's individual, but it also says about the collective. So, but yeah, please, proceed with the discussion you guys are having. Sorry.
Yeah, see, I'm not a Bible thumper, but then again, it's me sitting on a throne here today, dude. I mean, thank you, Team L, for putting me in this position. I'm not a Christ follower. I do acknowledge Christ, though. I do acknowledge Jesus, and I've grown up in a Christian-like society. I don't like to say that word, but I did it. Christian-like society, and I would, I prefer that to any other society. Maybe because maybe because I didn't grow up in a Muslim country or in a what's the other religion? Jainism,
or Buddhism or something too.
or Buddhism or Hinduism.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, fuck that. I mean, I'm
Taoism.
glad I grew up here. I mean, phew. It's because I'm ancient. Yeah, well, that's why I'm on the throne. Thank you, the machine line. See, I'm here on the throne. I mean, it suits me. I mean, look at me. The colors actually coagulate. It looks good. It looks good on me. I make this throne look good. Can I hear a hallelujah? No, I can't. No, it's just
even though it looks good on you, Voy, but do you think it's actually good though in general? Maybe it's better than the others.
Well,
for you,
no, it's a black throne with a red background, so it feels like hell, kind of. But still feel good about it.
Yeah. Machine Lies. On your book, isn't there a chapter about like Christianity was, and I'm paraphrasing, was like kind of like a psyop for the Jew that the Jews made? Didn't you name it? What was the name of that one chapter?
Well, there's a few chapters on that subject in general, right? But yeah, I mean, there's several like ways in which Christianity became hijacked.
Oh, that's what
two ways it became hijacked: by paganism and also Judaism, right? So obviously Paul was an apostle of the Gentiles, right? So and there's also the Alexandrian Jews, right? And then there was the temple authorities, right? So there was like Jews that were Hellenized, and so they basically did not represent the religious class, right? And so at the time there was different sects of Jews that are mentioned in the New Testament. So which sect was Paul trying to co-opt? Because Paul said he was a Jew and a Roman citizen, right? So there are two ways which Christianity could have become corrupted, right? Either with Judaism or with the Roman state, right?
Right. Yeah, chapter 4, Paul converted the pagans to believe in God of the Jews. Far cry from
Right.
home, far cry from a far cry. Yeah.
And didn't Jesus himself say that he hated all religions and he would never go to a church? Yeah. Yeah. That was
Right.
Jesus. Yeah. He said that.
It's kind of like Charlie Chaplin. Didn't he say, like, God, I would never want to be a part of a club that would have me as a member? Maybe that's a little different, but that's kind of what I thought of when you said that, boy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's likable. I mean, I'm sure that what's his name, a wizard would appreciate that.
Yeah, but by the way,
that guy's crazy.
Last night, even on Slow State, right? You know, like on the powdered donkey, right? They were also talking about antagonism thesis versus the providence thesis, right? That it was either the Jews or the Romans that created Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Flostein was saying that it was the Romans who created it against the Jews, right? So Flostein was defending the Jews, right? And then then Generally Specific was saying no, it was actually created against the Gentiles. Jews trying to make sure that the Gentiles become soft because we was Vikings, right?
Right. So when you say transforming the symbol of Rome power, what is that in general? That the Jews supposedly like transformed into Jewish salvation. So what is the symbol of Roman power?
I would just say, just in general, just the vehicle of the Roman state, right? I'm generally just representing Roman and Greek philosophy, right? So I'm really talking about just the system, right? So, so transforming like what was considered to be Roman power into the world not caring about power or politics anymore, but Jewish salvation. But it's still the vehicle of power. Still,
That's what.
Yeah,
that's why you have to walk. We have to walk around eggshells. What the anti-Semitic stuff, huh? Like anything can be considered anti-Semitic, right?
Well, I certainly didn't like hold back, right? So that might be a key reason why we're suppressed, right? Also, Dr. Scorbina, right? He's written tons of works, right, under like pen names and stuff. He's been like shouted out by the ADL and all these groups, right? So our association with him will then get us blacklisted as well, right? Because he's considered to be in that camp, right? So so there's a number of reasons why we can't avoid the labels, right? So I mean, but I mean, historically, I critique all types of groups of people, right? I don't hold back in critiquing Muslims or or Christians any more than I do Jays, right? So so that is a key fact, right, of my critique that I offer, right, is that I hold everybody's feet to the fire. Buddhists and Hindus, right? We talk about how their religion has been subverted too, right? So so I don't ever hold back on any type of religion, right? Anyways, I say that we don't live in a religious age anymore. So all of these things, they're just private choices, right? So how much relevance can they really have to the general scope of things, right?
See, I'm TML. You are a Muslim, right? But I never, I don't like Muslims, but I do like you a lot, and I do appreciate what you're bringing, to the whole YouTubes, and I don't think of you as a Muslim at all, and so it's not a fucking issue to me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's like my grandpa. He was watching this this Indian movie called Mughal Azam, right? And it's got this great this Pakistani actress, right, named Anark Ali, and she does this great musical number, and it's one of the most historically it's one of the most cinematically choreographed, like top shit's ever produced, right? It's like Indian cinema, right? So my grandpa's watching this, and my little cousin goes, well, Grandpa, don't you know that these guys are Indian, right? So why are you, watching this? Shouldn't you be proud of your own, people's art and all this stuff? And he said, yeah, say whatever the hell you want. The Indians are my brothers, he said. And he said, I don't care where you're from. Actually, he was watching on the news, right? India and Pakistan going to war, right? And my dad was watching it, and he goes, the people who die on the other side, they call their soldiers martyrs too.
Right.
They said their soldiers died for, their religion, and at the end of the day, everybody's saying they're doing it for something, but they're all just killing each other senselessly.
Yeah. Well, usually people fight for freedom.
Right. But he's saying, like, at the end of the day, there's no positive to that kind of conflict, right? And he didn't really see any difference. And when I was a kid, right, I read the New Testament because my grandpa had a Bible, right? And I asked my mom, what is he doing with that? Shouldn't he not have that, right? Because it's a book that's not part of our religion, right? And I asked him about it, and he said, yeah, you can get a lot of knowledge from reading this book. Yeah. Straight up. This is what he said.
Yeah, he's right.
He was like, he died like, he was like almost 100 when he died, like last year. But like he spoke perfect English. He came here like in the 70s. Right, he was perfectly American. Like he voted in the elections and stuff, right? Like, and all this type of stuff. So he was perfectly integrated, like as an American citizen or whatever. And he was an interesting dude, right? But
And you came to the United States when you were young, right? But not
when I was 9. Yeah, when I was 9 years old. Yeah, I was born in Pakistan. Yeah.
Yeah. So but you don't even have an accent, these days.
Yeah, but I'm bilingual. I could speak, Hindi or Urdu, however you say. I could conversate in the language or whatever. Right. So the thing is like, I'm not divorced from where I'm from or whatever. I know a lot of the history of that place as well, of India and Pakistan and all this stuff. I could tell you a lot of the history.
That's the actual enrichment that I how do you say this? That I enjoy, right? This is the actual enrichment, but it's only you. It's not all the other Muslims. It's only you.
Nah, man. The ones that you met, there's some that are
you
like
gotta
that.
look around.
There's some that's like that. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
Your people, Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
no.
look around. And
Yeah.
actually, over there, I think overseas,
The Muslims are like different type of Muslims.
America's different, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
We integrate more.
Yeah, the
integrate
American
things
Muslims
more.
are different. Yeah. Yeah, like
Dude, speaking of your area and all that, like I think Provo was playing some article. He was like all happy, like he's like some Muslim and Muslim leader in Dearborn just donated like the biggest Christmas tree in Michigan history or so something like that. Yeah, did you hear about that?
no, but I think I seen this boy.
Yeah, that's a
They
crazy.
bring this out. Yeah, it's like
That's
lights
a
and
crazy
shit.
thing. What do you think about that? He's totally trying to, I guess, trying to, what do they call it, assimilate.
Not really. If you go to Dearborn, a lot of the families there celebrate Christmas. They have Christmas trees. A lot of the girls there, they don't wear hijab. They go out to the bars and drink. A lot of the Arabs there on like welfare and stuff. They're like second and third generation.
But they still consider themselves Muslim, huh?
A lot of them don't. A lot of them wouldn't know anything about Islam, right? So, so if you go to Dearborn, like they're mostly like Americanized. It's not very Islamic environment. There's like bars and shit. Detroit's right there. It's like prostitutes and shit. It's not really like that Islamic at all, right? Like if you go to Dearborn, it's not Islamic at all. It is Arab. You know what I mean? But Arabs, a lot of the Arabs are Christians, right? Because they came from like Iraq and Lebanon, right? Like during the time when they had all those wars, right? So a lot of the Arabs
Refugees.
are Christians. Yeah, they're Christian refugees.
That's like 70s, 80s, 90s, 60s stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's when that happened. So that's like,
Yeah, so it's not.
yeah,
Yeah,
That's
so
similar to like
generation.
where I grew up in San Jose, California, in Northern California, and there's so many Vietnamese people there that were displaced from the Vietnam War, and yeah, I guess I would traditionally be like Buddhist or something like that, but a lot of them are Christian and stuff when they moved
I
to
think
America.
that was their way into America, right? Because
Yeah,
they were
right.
yeah.
hmm A lot of times, those Christian groups are the only ones giving aid to people who need it as well.
Yeah. But I mean, that's not how people are being accepted into the country these days. These days, it's if you're a communist. These days, you're accepted when you're a communist. I mean, the rules have changed. You know, it seems like it's all the same, but it isn't. You know, it's the opposite. Back in the day, the good people were allowed in, and now it's like, oh well, the people from that country, you know, they were good people. No. They let the good people in, and they kept the bad people out. But what they're doing now is like, oh, if the Vietnamese people back from the day were good people, so are the good people, the Vietnamese people coming in today too. I mean, and that's not how it goes. There were standards back in the day, and I mean, they let go of all the standards and all of the rules. It's like, oh, if they're foreign, they're good. If they're white, they're bad. That's
do you think also part of that is partly that in general as humans there's a lot more quote unquote bad people, so with that said, when you do let more people in, you're going to get a larger percentage of quote unquote bad people than you would have
what I'm
30
saying
40 years ago.
is communism likes bad people, you know. And if you have a mind and you're not a communist, then you just don't like bad people. And bad people will, how do you say this, group together, and they will make a very large group, because there's a lot of stupid people. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That sounds like Flow State's group.
Yeah, in every country, and they usually group up and become communists.
Well,
I say, oh, we're the biggest group, and we're like, yeah, you know, we don't want to kill you, but if you're going to be this violent, we just might have to.
Yeah. Voy, is that when you hear, like, for example, like Paul and other people talk about collectivism in the Panelverse?
Yeah.
That an example of that, yeah. And like what Brown's already said about like the powder dusty and all that. It's like, yeah, they have their numbers and stuff, but they certainly don't seem to be
they're gonna
thinking out the box, you know.
Yeah, well, these weak people are gonna need a strong leader, right? Or, well, maybe not even a strong leader, but somebody that is perceived as a strong leader. Paul, Dusty.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Yeah. What is this then? Like, Machine lies though, because he seems to be a leader, but he seems to be doing it differently.
Nah, he's not a leader.
Well, I mean, it's his channel in a sense. That's what you know what I mean? Maybe he's not a leader, but there's something different. There's something different going on in that community, you know, than over there. Inspiration. What would you say the difference is?
Well, inspiration is the difference, and talking down on people and talking up to people, that's the difference. That's the difference, right? So Machine Lies is an inspirational source, whereas the others are not. Yeah,
they just seem to downgrade people a lot.
Yeah, that's
disparage people.
And who says blessings all the time? It's Machine Lies. Yeah. I mean, even when I
think everybody got that.
I feel needed to say blessings, everybody. You know, just because I'm joining the channel, and so that's I mean, it works. It works. It does work.
Yeah. Browns boy, what you gonna say?
Oh, just that a lot of other people have adopted that same greeting, and goodbye. A lot of other people have done that weren't doing it prior.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good statement. It's just a good statement.
Yeah. It sets you up for success when you're engaging with people.
It's not easy to say though. Blessings, it takes a lot to say blessings. It's not. You cannot just say it casually. Hey, blessings. Yeah, it takes. It takes the inside of you to go out. To say blessings. So therefore, I do not use it casually. I will only utter it when I can actually mean it.
In Dutch, what's a traditional way of greeting people? Like besides hello, is there a translation that amounts to something else than we're used to? Boy,
no, dude. In Dutch,
just hello.
In Dutch, it sounds even more prolific than blessings. It's zegeningen. That's even.
How would that translate?
Zegeningen. Blessings.
Okay. A blessing. Okay. Yeah. Have you met people that say that?
No, never.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's even more appreciated.
Mm-hmm. You know how people say hello in Taiwan sometimes, especially the older people. They go, "Have you eaten?" That's how they say.
You look hungry. You look hungry. Have you eaten?
Yeah, it's kind of nice, I guess. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Hey, you want something to eat? Yeah, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
How do they say hello in the panel verse?
Fuck you, motherfucker! I hate you. That's how you say hello in the panel verse. Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
Speaking of NPC, I was curious. I remember your award show last year, and it was a lot of fun to watch that. And there were some people streaming at the time, and there was a lot going on, and it looked like it went real well. And also I noticed this time around, like with the voting, I recognize potential for there to be. Between the winners and the losers, there's still like a competition that could still be had, like on top of like Grid One, bro. That dude would get fried in a debate by like TML for sure. So if we can link if Grid One's not afraid of that, that would be great.
Yeah, we can make that happen in the sense that like one of my mods is one of the persons the mod for me is a mod for him, and I think he's good friends with them, so that'd be cool. Machine, you down? You're down, right?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, let's see what we can do. Yeah, because thanks for saying that, Browns Boy, because the difference of this year is the sectors. Like we kind of hashed out what we kind of think these little sectors are, and that's great to see, like competitive what we can get from that, and then a debate platform would be good to see that in real time. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
OTW and OTW
I remember
and what's they tried to do it, but they didn't work out too well. Flow State.
Okay, I just remember that there were at times you had a few guests on stage because you rolled with what was happening. If people showed up, I think you let them up.
Yeah.
And as far as like MCs, who do you have lined up for that?
Good question, because I I was trying to hash that out with Provo yesterday, to be honest, and because he kept kind of like stringing it along and I'd be like, okay, bro, like, wanted to know if you're gonna host because I enjoyed having you, and so many people got good feedback about it. You did good, and he was, I don't know what it was, but he was like, he didn't say yes or no, and then finally I said, dude, I just need to know because it's coming up in January, and he was like, well, no, I won't do it because of the people that hang around you. I was like, okay, thanks for telling me. He's
Yeah,
like,
not a big loss.
So,
We're just wondering if he
no,
wants to do
exactly.
it, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's all I mean. So I can move on, man. So he said that. He said that. I'm like, okay, cool. So yeah, actually, I'm thinking about it's in the works. It's still up in the air who's gonna host. So you got any? You have any? Whatchamacallit?
I got one
nominees?
I got one surefire one for sure. But I don't know if he wants to do it.
Who's that?
It's TML.
Yeah, I'd be down to do it. Yeah, I'd be down to do it, and I could
That'd be fucking dope.
Yeah, honestly, I could just restream it to my channel if we do it the same night. Because like last time, like I was streaming, and I had to go from my stream to your stream. It was kind of gay, right?
Yeah.
So I could just restream it on my channel, and then I just unlist it. You know what I'm talking about? Like after we're done streaming, if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because I actually was thinking about that. I have some other people too on my mind. Too, but like definitely, that's funny you said that, Bronze Boy, because I thought about that recently. And then,
I was thinking about that.
Yeah. If we do though, if we do that though, like you would be the only
I'd be
person
totally
that
like, yeah. The thing is that then for that night, I'd have to keep like all my opinions about the different people just to myself and just be professional, just present the different options and be nice to everybody and be professional in the presentment. Right? So that's the thing is like I would totally be down for that.
Well, here's the thing, like first of all, like in terms of the live streaming thing, like I don't let anybody live stream on that. However, if you were the host, you would be the exception on that, right? And then I guess I would just have to, kick off other people who are trying to do it. Yeah, I would for sure. If we made that happen, I wouldn't have
it's
a
up to
problem
you. Yeah, just let me know.
doing it. Yeah, but the thing is too, as a co-host, see, that's the thing about it. You remember you would have the opportunity to do a monologue too, like Provo. Everyone liked that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I would do a way better one, obviously.
But here's the thing.
I would do
on
a
the
killer
monologue.
speech.
But here's the thing. That's no filter. Because think about it. You guys remember Ricky Gervais and like the famous monologue at the Academy Awards where he cut in the so-called the elites and stuff. He was like ripping them a new one. Remember that?
2020? Yeah.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah. So I'm saying Machine Lights, like yeah, during the awards you want to be impartial, right? However, the monologue is like that's your chance to like drop the hammer if you feel like it.
Oh, dude, like you didn't have to sell it to me. I already liked it to be.
It's a lot.
I mean, don't give it all away. Don't give it all away.
No, yeah, I was saying, yeah, okay. No, but Browns Boy said it right there, boy. You said it right there. It's a lot of power. That's why I was like, Provo, you're gonna regret it, man. Like, cause that's a lot of power to have, bro. Like, cause everyone's gonna be there, more or less. So you get to like fucking hold a mirror to them if you feel like it.
I want to be in the nominations of when if TML is gonna be the presenter of the whole show. Yes, please. Yeah.
Oh, we would co-host it, but yeah, it would definitely. It would be like TML would be the predominantly the person on that, and to be honest, TML actually I think me and you have for me I've had the most collabs with you in the last year and a half more than anyone, and we have a good rapport, and I think it would be pretty awesome. And the panel verse front to back, so that's a great thing. Thanks, Brown Boy, for that,
dude. I love it. I love the idea, Browns Boy. Are you guilty?
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, it's because it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I'm about to drop the 32 other because we have 33 awards and the 32 nominees are going to be dropped probably next week. All the nominees on categories.
So I've read some of the chat remarks, and some people want to be nominated for panel hopping. They want to be.
I think Voy was definitely on that shit.
Yeah, I'm a big panel hopper, but I fucking hate Zephyr Zavoxel, and she wants.
She's a friend of the show, though. Right?
Yeah, I mean, she wants to be nominated as the best panel hopper. So,
well, I'll say this: shout out to Zephyr, but Brown's Boy is definitely going to be nominated for Chat Legend, that category.
Absolutely.
There's actually, to be honest with you, there's a few people that I would nominate above myself.
Who's that?
Because I have looked at a lot of the.
Well, we didn't say win yet. We said nominated. So I think you should definitely
I would say,
be nominated. There's no question.
I would say, like, Dr. D is a great one.
Okay.
I don't know how he does it every time. Yeah. Dr. D and also Neutral Ground SNL. I would just because they're like nicer in the way that they're just nicer in the way that they approach things, in my opinion. From my standpoint.
You should have this new category.
They're brilliant.
Yeah, Gabe, you should make this new category, like panel hoppers.
What's that?
Maybe not this year, but next year. Yeah.
For what? Chat Legend?
No, panel hoppers. Chat Legend.
Oh no, we have that. Joe Cool won last year, boy.
Fuck, dude. I mean, we can't take that
Do you
serious.
approve?
I would
Do you approve? Boy, do you? I guess do you? I guess that's your answer.
I could say Jeeps and Red 40 also have really been standing out to me lately. But yeah.
Red 40 is the homie. Yeah. You said they've been standing up to you.
Oh yeah, they stand out to me. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, stand out. I thought you said stand up to you. Yeah, Red 40's got a hard on for Landry. He's in his ass. Pause.
There's just some people that stand out there.
It's crazy this year. He's
I know I stand out to a lot of people.
Boy's having a breakout.
I like the way these other guys do it personally. I'm trying to get better. So so I'm saying.
I think that like you're very measured, Browns boy, and this year and I mean this is the utmost respect. You super matured, even more so than you already were, and it's funny how with this I keep talking about it, but fuck it, like this Landry fellow kind of got you to like bring out your A game every single time. It seems like. And it's the pushback you've been giving them and other people too. So it's fun to watch Brown Boy. Brown Boy's evolution.
But what was it, Landry that did it? You think so?
I think that's part of it. I don't know anybody. What else? Were we onto something, Brown Boy, or what?
I don't know.
What about this year? It seems to be different.
I would say I became more aware of some of the corporate and the media stuff that's involved with some of the creators in this general area, and like how they're probably linked to some degree. And I just and what I'm saying about that dude, it's been like 3 months. Nothing I've said he can tell me that I'm wrong about. It's like if he tells me I'm wrong, okay, I'll accept that I'm wrong, but he can't because I'm right. or it's not even me being right. It's just, it's not inaccurate what I'm saying.
Yeah. Until it's proven otherwise.
So I'm just documenting. I'm kind of just documenting things that aren't inaccurate. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. You got the receipts.
Yeah, we got a good number of receipts, honestly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Even on me. I guess they got the receipts on me. Oh, fuck, dude.
Got the receipts.
Like people, like like Flow State and his whole team and stuff, man, dude, they just document shit all day that is not accurate. That's all they do all day. Invalid things that they do, inaccurate things that they do. That's what they're built on doing. There's just no denying it. So I could see why they would think somebody who is saying accurate things would be. They would think that I'm in like contention with them, but it's not. It's just the inaccurate things that they do.
Yeah, it's just you're. It's more so their behavior and actions you're pointing out, and then them as a person.
I could roll with that.
Yeah, because in the end, that's all we kind of know about people is their actions here. I mean, as they can be displayed in a digital platform. Yeah.
Do you think there's
While we're on the subject, did you go ahead, boy?
Well, do you think there's anything not to be displayed from a character online? Maybe
yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't feel any inhibitions or how do you say this? Borders, to express myself online. So if there's anything I want to do to express myself, whether it be on 2D or 3D, I can do this. I can do this online. So there's really nothing holding us back, is there?
No, there's not. I think the only thing could be. I'll just say this real quick. Is like how you do it. Sometimes, maybe depending on who you are, how you present yourself.
Yeah, it's all how, like, because the thing is that, like, there's anonymity behind the online sphere, and that gives people a barrier of, like, like the same way that people flick each other off, like when they're in a car, right? But they wouldn't do it like outside of the car.
Yeah, it's like the classic meme of the two dogs standing in front of one gate, and the gate opens, and they're like, "Oh, hi."
Yeah.
And the gate opens, and it's like, "Hi, dog."
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, so that anonymity gives people a certain false sense of freedom, and then they also feel like, since since people are creating like the content or whatever, you're like involved in it, people feel entitled to it.
Yeah.
Right. They're like, look, like, well,
that's even a bigger part of it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you want your own show, right? And you want your own shows that nobody else watches, because things that other people don't know. So that's a new thing, right?
Do you think that's necessary? That's not necessarily the case. I mean, I think that people just want to express themselves. I mean, I don't think that you want to be the wisest. Although you are one of the wisest men around, you don't want to be the wisest man around on the YouTube. You're just being part of the whole. How do you say this? Composition.
Why are you here?
Yeah.
Why are you here then, boy?
For the interaction. I do enjoy the interaction.
Yeah, I interact with.
But you're the wisest. People. You are one of the wisest. I know that you are,
dude.
I'm not saying you are
sitting on the crown. It's me sitting on the crown at the moment.
You're sitting on the crown. How's it feel?
Good to know.
It feels pointy in my.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
dude.
5-pointed crown in your ass.
Doesn't feel good. It feels good. No. But still, I'll be here, reigning over you.
Okay. I'd rather be. This kingdom's cool. Like I told Flow State before, I'm like, how's it feel to be king of the shit pile? He's
The
like,
most
he's about to
degenerate-
say, it's your audience too, but he caught himself. He didn't say that. Someone said that his Pope hat is blasphemous.
I got an
blood.
I got
Fey blood.
I got an award. I got an award for Flow
What's that?
State next year. It's
What's
the Septic Tank Garbage Liar Award.
Holy shit.
Oh, you got to save that for next year.
Sponsored by
because that's a
Browns
bit
Boy
much.
Incorporated. Sponsored by Browns Boy Incorporated. Oh, we could do that. Skeptic. Yeah, we could do that.
Kinda
Like
gross.
the streamer
Yeah.
awards. The streamer awards they just had last week. With iShow Speed and Asmund Gold and all those people. They each award is sponsored by a product. So I wonder what product would sponsor that. Would it be a Goyslop product? Like this is LARP Donald's.
Flow States might be like a half off coupon for rhinoplasty.
I think Flow State's best Goyslop promotion would be
dark.
cereal, like cereal, some cereal.
Cereal.
I'm sorry, I'll chill out.
Browns, I think of that thumbnail. Oh, shit. Cereal. Soy. No, we use boy. They use Soylent for the milk instead of milk. They use Soylent as the milk, the calcium substitute.
No, dude. I like you say it. You said milk, didn't you?
I said milk.
You said milk.
Milk.
Yeah, that's Dutch, dude. That's Dutch.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we use milk. Yeah.
Yeah. America, we do too. Or at least the way I grew up, use milk.
Yeah.
Now they probably use soy milk or almond milk, which is actually not that good for you. Sucks the nutrients out of you. May taste good, or whatever.
No, I didn't. I tried it once.
Soy milk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oat
I
milk.
think it was.
I think it was oat milk.
Oh yeah. I just saw about the almond milk video about that. Like, yeah, that shit. They promote it like it's holistic or whatever, but nah.
I mean, when you soak oat, you will get a milky substance. Okay.
Mhm.
But I don't know what happens when you soak almonds. I mean,
It's kind of milky too. Then they add sugar to it.
I guess so.
Yeah. You can get cashew milk, all kinds of milk.
Yeah, coconut is probably the best.
Coconut milk. Yeah.
You just
I like
get
that.
coconut or hemp is probably the best.
Hemp milk? Is that fucking thing called hemp milk?
There is where I live. Hemp milk.
that's hemp milk.
Delicious. Yeah.
I should try that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Coconut water is amazing because, like, if you're in a pinch and are dehydrated, you could literally put that in an IV and shoot that shit into your body. It'll like get you hydrated super quick.
Yeah, I don't really like mess with bananas too often because they're super dangerous, right? But if there's like some just laying around, right? Because there's eventually just bananas like around, right? So I'll just like go ahead and like put them like with hemp milk to make like a hemp milk banana milkshake. It's fucking delicious.
Sounds good. You said they're dangerous. How so? Banana.
Like bananas have to be grown like in aluminum sheds, like with like pesticides and shit. It's totally harmful for the environment. Bananas, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you there, Lord? I don't know what's going on.
I am here, and I don't know either. I was just letting the discussion go wherever it was going.
Yeah, where's Neuro? Hey, Neuro. Holla back. Oh, actually, I forgot. We're not on his channel. Yeah, we're on your channel. Yeah. So, yeah, blessings. Yeah, there's 14 people watching on my channel. So, this is So there's a lot of people watching. Yeah, let me go ahead and put this back on then. Yeah, let's just put this video back on.
Yeah.
Shit. The individual. Yeah, so he's claiming that Christianity invented the concept of the individual. So I don't think that that's true. But yeah, that can't be true. Yeah, so yeah, so I think that's potentially false.
Individualism post enlightenment is aberrant. It's too much focused on the individual and not enough on the community. It sort of separates the individual from communal, ancestral, family, religious identity. That's kind of the problem with modern or contemporary individualism. But the idea that the individual had worth despite what their contribution was to the collective, that is unique to Christianity. And the family, clan, tribe, and polis before Christianity were the sole defining characteristics of identity. Christianity created personal conscience, that you should actually do things based on what's right or wrong, not what the group does.
What does that even mean? Christianity created personal conscience.
Well, it talks about individuality.
Right, but I don't see where it talks about individuality.
Well, I thought you asked the question, like, what does it mean? And I gave you the answer.
Right.
But, yeah, well, that's what I think of it. That's what I think that it means, that he's trying
personal conscience. Yeah, but then the second point is individual moral agency. So,
individual moral agency.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is I'm pretty sure the Greeks had this concept. Right? They not only had the concept, they referred to it, and you know what I mean. They obviously understood individual moral agency. They understood that there's rights grounded in personhood.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, even the sophists understood this stuff. So I don't understand. I don't really see how Christianity that came up with any of this.
No. So what is it? Christianity, or is it? Do you oppose Christianity for promoting individualism, or the
No, I don't know if it does. I think that's presupposed. I think that's what I'm questioning.
Okay.
Right, because the church, right? If you have to follow the church, and the church tells you what kind of person you ought to be, then I don't see how that's individual.
Yeah,
right?
Church tells you to fit in, and Christ tells you to stand out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So it's like, so what are you left with? You're a Jew with the Jew. You're a Roman with the Romans.
Fuck, dude.
That's what it says. I'm just reading the book.
Rights grounded in personhood, the sanctity of interior freedom, meaning the sanctity of your own thoughts and being able to think things. So again, therefore, thought crimes that we're seeing now in the world. You know, you can't say a man with fake tits is a man. You got to say it's a woman. This is the foundation for what became, human rights. Obviously, I think rights have kind of been bastardized and people don't even understand what they mean. And this idea that the government can just grant you these invisible rights. I know Andrew Wilson mostly talks about duties, but the original.
So see, this is the part that I'm getting confused about, because all of these things, personal conscience, individual moral agency, rights grounded in personhood, the sanctity of interior freedom, and then he says rights don't exist.
Yeah, all of a sudden he said that like it's something that people imagine. I mean, it's like
yeah, he literally just said Christianity created rights grounded in personhood, and now he says human rights, quote unquote, are the foundation of what we've become. So it's like literally Christianity created the thing that you're now complaining about. You're saying. Because if rights grounded in personhood, how is that not related to human quote unquote rights? That's
It's
literally the same
complicated.
concept.
It's complicated, TML. I'm saying.
But like, how could he say rights don't exist now when he said Christianity just created rights like 5 minutes ago? Like, this is so weird, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you literally just said Christianity created the rights, and now you're saying, okay, let me go back. This is crazy.
Understand what they mean, and this idea that the government can just grant you these invisible rights.
Okay, so I guess his problem is that these rights aren't based on the fact that you're a person. Like, the church recognizes that you're a person somehow, but the state doesn't. So, I mean, I guess there is some truth to that, because I guess the state just sees you as a number, and maybe the church might say you have a soul or something like that. Maybe that's what he's getting at. So, I mean, I could be sympathetic to the concept, but I still, he'd have to throw more onto the pile here.
I know Andrew Wilson mostly talks about duties, but the original duties concept of rights were rooted in the Imago Dei and in a theological framework. Those are unique to Christianity. The modern legal system is unique to Christianity. The idea that we need to create institutions for justice, that is unique to Christianity. It's not an exact
what? So wait, so the Confucians and Muslims don't believe in justice? What the fuck? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah. I mean, they have a different take on it, but
yeah, like ancient China, like they have things, they say justice and stuff, they say like it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Like I read it in the Tao, right? Justice, like it's like what?
That's one of the reasons that we need a state. That's one of the reasons that we need an upper mafia to rule all mafias.
A clan, if you will.
Yeah.
Exaggeration to say the Western legal and moral order rest entirely on Christian metaphysics. And so if we don't have Christian metaphysics anymore, what?
Yeah, but what is Christian metaphysics? Isn't that just Plato? Right? Like a lot of it's Plato, right? So I mean, Christian metaphysics, there's a lot more there. Right? So because metaphysics is abstract principles. Right, so I don't think any society is based on metaphysics. Like I just don't see the link. I mean, 90% of the population is ignorant of metaphysics. Like 90. It's not as if 90% of the population is like walking outside. They wake up and before breakfast they have like metaphysical presuppositions and shit like that.
It's like 98 or 99%.
Yeah. Yeah, like if you told them like, oh yeah, like what's your opinion of like being and like nature and time and like what's an individual and all that, like they wouldn't give a flying fuck about any of that stuff.
Dude, I'm just trying to have my breakfast. Don't disturb me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want me to define time and being and how it relates to the human experience? Like, no, like that's not what we're doing today.
I think these people would have the best answer though. They would just respond to you and say, I'm having my breakfast, leave me alone, right?
Yeah, let's be honest, only people that are extremely self-indulgent ever contemplate metaphysics to begin with.
Wow.
Let's just be really honest.
Wow. Yeah.
What exactly do we have? The pre-Christian world, human sacrifice in Carthage. We talked about the sacrificing of children to Moloch and Baal in previous streams. Celtic and Germanic paganism, bog bodies, hanging, Aztec, Inca, some African and Near Eastern cults. I got an article about the Aztecs and the Incas both performing inebriation rituals, which then followed with human sacrifice. But there's been a lot of shoo-shooing this, right? Oh, no, the Aztecs, they really weren't murdering that many people.
Yeah, you got to get them drugged up, then you got to like get them all scared and stuff. That's how you get the adrenochrome. It is what it is.
Well, this is just the Catholics, this is hyperbole, this is overblown exaggeration, Well, I have an article that actually highlights, maybe it's a video, I forget, or maybe it's an article that has a video, but it highlights that recently they discovered at the bottom of a colonial house in Mexico City, when they began to dig it out because they believed this was the place where if there was all this human sacrifice, they would find it. They found thousands of human skulls. They found the wall to where they were sacrificed was actually made of human skulls. So there goes the idea that the Aztecs were, just wonderful, nice people. And it was the Catholics who were the problem. So,
I mean, yeah, but like any other people that just killed a bunch of people, like, yeah, they didn't stack up the skulls, but like they weren't better because they killed a bunch of people. It's just like, just because they stacked up a bunch of skulls doesn't mean they're any more terrifying than any other group of people. Honestly, I don't understand. It's not that fucking impressive to me.
Ritual cannibalism.
Don't you think it? Sorry, don't you think it sounds a bit like one taking out the other that's competing? So.
Yeah, they could have stole half of those from the graveyards,
right? I think it's just competing. They're just competing with each other. Like, how many did you kill?
Yeah. Yeah, what if it was a way to honor their dead, and these historians were like, "No, they stole motherfuckers' skulls and stacked them up."
Right?
Could you imagine? They don't know the true story. They just made that shit up. There's probably a lot of instances where that's the case.
And then in the end, they will say, "Look, this is how much of these bad motherfuckers we racked up." And I mean, yeah, it
doesn't impress me.
It sounds like they're taking out the opposition. And the opposition is doing the same thing as the antagonist does, right? But they're just yeah.
I'm cool with them doing it, honestly. I like that. Yeah, like Stalingrad, like where they where the Germans fought the Russians and they had like fields of bones. It happens in modern times. These fields of bones, happens.
And certain warrior and fertility cults, which again still exists in Africa, still exists in India, right? Cannibalism is still occurring in India.
What do they call that?
I have
Iboga ritual, where you take a chicken and you slit its throat and then you divine off the blood.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I thought Iboga was like a plant.
I'm coming for you, bro. Me and my gang stalkers.
That's a Judaic tradition, and I think that's called kipparot, right? Kipparot.
Hey, man. Well, the Hindus got something where it's like an ice cave with like a waning and waxing image.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Like the ice that melts. It's like a lingam.
What's it called?
Lingam.
Something like that, right?
Yeah.
But it's someone went in there, right? See, they had gone to Africa and in the Fogo rituals, and they said that the high priest, you offer, nuts and sugar and all these things you're supposed to offer. Which if you're ever in the South, people talk about this when they talk about voodoo. You're offered the same thing at the crossroads.
Yeah, you offer 2 walnuts and 1 cucumber.
Well, yeah. Well, they said that the same feeling they had while the Fogo ritual was going on, this is the feeling they had when they went into this ice cave. So same type of energy going on. And the high priest will tell you, you can receive boons, which are like some kind of powers or something like that from the ice image.
Yeah, but like what he's talking about is like those guys, like the Agori, right?
Yeah.
I mean, also the church, sadhus, right, and the people that pray to like Shiva and Kali and stuff, like, yeah, they're not like accepted like into the general like sects of like Hinduism. So this is the thing, is like they're not like, like people don't really like think of them. So he's saying like this is just a normal thing. Like, yeah, like the other people allow them to do their practice and stuff, but that's not a general
But it's
practice.
not like a common practice. It's
Yeah, it's
this
not
is
a.
like an offshoot of
Yeah, it's
some
an
sort.
offshoot. Yeah, it's an
Right.
offshoot.
Well,
So
like that's like
he's
Vivekananda,
essentializing.
right? Like
Yeah.
Vivekananda would be considered like sort of like pseudo as compared to others.
Yeah,
But
he's
through
essentializing it.
popularity and like coming to the States and like blending it with Freemasonry, it gets more popular than the traditional practice, right? And a lot of those traditional practices, like this is according to like talking to someone like Annapurna or something like that. It's like those traditional practices, you'll find a lot of truth in them. Like for instance, like the Kali Yuga, like their traditional teachings on that.
Right.
There is a lot of truth there. It aligns with Christianity too, like in a lot of ways. Like as far as like prophecy is concerned, like what's to happen. That like, okay, there's going to be some form of end times scenario. That aligns.
Yeah, Prabhupada accepts Christianity in his framework, and he's also like kind of Neoplatonic.
Right.
Right. So if you read like Swami, Prabhupada, who's a little bit more conservative than Vivekananda.
Right.
Right. But he's still a little bit new agey, in my opinion. But
yeah, I feel like early
yeah.
Hinduism probably wasn't, well, that's like the whole critique against Carl Jung and the rest of the Western tradition is that it refused to meet these traditional texts on their metaphysical ground. It refused to like acknowledge them in their own light. Rather, it like tries to synthesize them or, turn them into like this synchronistic type thing, right? Where everything's combined in a part of this this new tradition, and it's just that's why Gunan's like critique of theosophy is so poignant, because he points that out. He's pointing out like this is nonsense. Like this is the traditionalists of these particular religious ideologies would look at this as if it's a joke, and that's commonly what you'll hear. Anytime you come in contact with somebody that's actually like studied ancient Chinese, like the teachings of Lao Tzu or the ancient Chinese philosophers or whatever it might be, yeah, it's not respected.
Yeah, so welcome to this DPH review. This shit is pretty weird so far. He just said that Christianity invented the concept of individual rights, but that individual human rights in the modern context that they're just made up. And so it was extremely convoluted.
Well, I think what he's really talking about is like prior to Christianity sort of taking over Rome. I know this is true. Like in a pagan Rome, you wouldn't have like hospitals for the poor, right? Or like soup kitchens. Like there was like practices that we practice today that wouldn't have been practiced in pagan Rome until Christianity becomes the dominant religion. And it kind of opened up this idea that, okay, the guy that's on the side of the road like starving to death deserves just as much respect on a human level to help him, to or if people are starving, no matter what religion they are, you should feed them. This was a concept completely foreign to the pagans.
Yeah,
they thought that if someone was at the bottom of hit rock bottom, then society deserves to reject this person and they should die and they don't deserve any help. So maybe I think that's what he's talking about, because that is true. I've read that. You know what I mean? I don't think you'll find a scholar that's going to deny that. But I don't know.
He's made his claims are more grandiose. His claims are like personal moral conscience is invented by Christian people. That Christians invented the notion of justice. That society should be governed by justice. I'm pretty sure like Hammurabi's Code and Confucius and all those people understood like
I would say that that's true. Like in this sense, it's not that Christians are the only. Well, see, you got to understand the viewpoint of the Orthodox Christian though, because if you're going to like, let's say a Saint Justin Martyr, he would go and admit that yes, these thinkers prior to us thought these things. Was it common? It wasn't until Christianity. I would say the better way to put it is, it wasn't common until Christianity becomes the dominant religion in Rome for the ideology to take root and be effective. I'm not saying that these other thinkers weren't sufficient, but what St. Justin Martyr would say is that these thinkers were Christians in the sense that they're directed towards good and justice and truth. And anything that's directed toward good, justice, and truth is directed towards Christianity in the sense that Christianity represents truth. Does that make sense? I know that sounds...
No, that does make sense. That does make sense. I mean, that's how I would describe it. Yeah.
Like what St. Justin said, if I'm not mistaken, is that anybody who thought like who's directed towards truth could be considered a Christian. I'm paraphrasing, but that's his words. Yeah. And that's why like the early Christians would have viewed, and because St. Justin was a philosopher, they would have viewed the philosophers as being in the same line of thinking as them, just haven't had reached the fullness of truth yet. They caught glimpses of it, like a broken reflection of the truth in water to the fullness of truth that they had found in Christ. So they feel like they're a fulfillment of those ideologies and almost a purification of them in a way.
Didn't Jesus Christ himself say that I am the way, I am the logic, I'm the light, I'm the way, I'm
the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah.
But John uses the word logos.
Yeah, so but the way to do it, I mean that would mean logos, right? How do you go by it? By logist? Well, not by
a definition for logos is like symmetry, proportion, the adaptation of one thing to another. Reason is another way to put it, or word. Yeah. There's a directing principle behind life.
So even if you would not know the name of Christ or Jesus, and you would follow logic,
right? Right. In that sense, that if you follow the way that the grain goes, or the sea, goes a certain level or something like this, it's like if a man was to follow that, then he is following Christ or the Tao or the Logos. That's the idea. Yeah. And it's not an idea like that. That's why you talk to any truly traditional like monk or something like that, they'll tell you the same type of thing, especially the Greeks. Greeks know this well. It's like the Logos is a way of life. It's a personal relationship with Christ, and all your actions are to be directed in that way, towards the way. And that's why the early Christians are called followers of the way, as they're I think we see like Lao Tzu as like a proto Hesychist, or and a Hesychist in his own right, a prefigurement of what's to come, even amongst the pagan philosopher. Like that can be. There's a great book TML's covered. It's called Christ the Eternal Tao, and it sort of explains this concept of how the Holy Spirit could even work within the pagans if they were directed towards truth, if they truly were pursuing truth, and even if the root of the religion is a pagan religion, that in their pursuit of truth, God was pleased with them enough to reveal something. And we would say that, you know, it's not the same type of grace like sacramental grace, like we have when someone gets baptized or they partake of the holy sacraments or whatever, you know, like communion.
But in your view of the world, does it take this first? Does it take this innocence of going the way? Does it need does it need that path to be sacrificed, to be sacred, to be
well, God will have mercy on who he has mercy, right? I would say that it would be best if God has put out a way for you to have some form of relief and to get something off of you, like something dark that's staying in you, like on you throughout your life, and he gives you an option through the sacrament to get that off of you and to sort of change from being the old man into the new man. It would be absurd for you not to go and try to pursue it, I would say. But let's say that there was some person that just didn't know and had never been exposed to the church in that way and to God's path he intended. I don't know.
If that person would get baptized, I mean, that wouldn't mean anything, would it?
Well, I mean, sure it would. Sure it would. I mean, I think anytime you would be baptized would mean something. You know, I mean, there's grace in that, right? But what I'm saying is, like, if the person was to not and they didn't know, right? God has other ways to baptize, right? It's like this is the normative, but there is extra normative means that he accepts someone into the kingdom of God. I'll give you an example.
No, I mean, I heard your answer. I mean, you're actually making a statement for grace, right?
Right. Well, this is something to think about. Like, so let's say there was a murderer out in the desert, right?
Yeah.
And he's killed 100 people. And he comes across a monk, and the monk, you know, is going to be, well, no, the murderer's killed 99 people, and he's going to kill the monk. He's going to be the 100th kill of this murderer. And the monk tells him, you know, I'm thirsty. I know you're going to kill me. Is there any possible way that, you know, you could get me some water before you do? And the man says, yeah, I'll go get you some water. So he goes down to the watering hole, and he has some form of heart attack or something happens, and he ends up falling in the water. Okay. But prior to this, he admitted to the monk his crimes. That, you know, I killed 99 people, and you're going to be the 100th kill, and all this other stuff. He tells him what he's going to do. Well, when he gets to the watering hole, he ends up dying, and he falls into the water. Well, in that moment, prior to this, because he confessed to the monk that he had killed 99 people, this is appointed to him as a confession. And when he falls into the water after the heart attack, that's considered a baptism. So that everything isn't like set in stone in like a scholastic way. You know what I mean? Like there's
I know what you mean,
ways.
dude. What I heard. I mean, do you consider yourself orthodox, right? But I mean, the things that you said just now, I mean, makes you a romantic, dude. You're a romantic, very romantic.
No, I would consider. I don't think that's romantic. I think that's you know, that's just a patristic text that we would go off of, and for some person to be like, okay, like this person was awful, like why should he be forgiven or something, right? Someone can ask that question, and it's like, well, at the same time, you know, sins are like sands in the sea to God. I mean, what are they? It's not that there's not something important about the evil we committed to this life, but I think God's grace is, you know, means more than our sin, I guess. That in the face of that he can make right what we've done wrong in life, and you know, I believe that to be true.
I hear you, and it's beautiful. I mean, I love the message that you're sending. But I didn't say that you were romantic just to downgrade you from being an Orthodox guy, but
Right.
you're also a romantic because you actually, you have a very poetic mind, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, a story that story, that's something that's been handed down. That's not necessarily like some I like made up or something like that, but I believe those stories to be true a lot. Like
Yeah.
all the patristic stories, these are stories a lot of times. Of course, because we come from the
Those are
Enlightenment area of like scholasticism.
Yeah, they're not only legendary; they are actually
I believe
miraculous.
they're historically true, and but we live in a time now where like scholasticism has like reigned, right? Since it's like Enlightenment philosophy, which is a rejection. It's almost like paganism gets its revenge on Christianity conquering Rome at a certain point, and it synthesizes with reason, and now instead of reason being a tool that could like prove the Christian truth, it's now being turned against Christianity and becomes the dominant ideological framework of this new quote enlightenment. And through that, now the scholar feels like he needs evidence and proof for every little detail for something to be true. Whereas Christianity has this concept of like discernment, where discernment is like you can, if God gives you that ability, which is it's like the highest gift God can give to a man, you can discern between something like being false and being true, just purely based on the spirit of something. And that's the essence of the thing, really, is it's the spiritual significance of it. Is this true or is it false? And I don't know I don't know how people can acquire that unless they go to, some form of humility, and but that's so hard because we have a society that's based on this like prideful, I need facts, I need this to confirm something to be true. And there's just certain things in life that are above logic and above this very small way of thinking. It's small.
One of the best and the only ways to deal with that is humility, right?
Right. Yeah. But how do you get a narcissistic culture, a nihilistic narcissistic culture, to sort of like lower its guard and say like, maybe there is truth that I'm not comprehending because of this scholasticism and pride that I have going into a subject. Like it's all throughout. It doesn't matter if like the oracle bones or something, like they'll be like, this word didn't mean that.
I often said it's because of lack of urgency. If you had the Book of Revelations happening every single day, even a Christian like me would get their ass really in gear.
Oh, so it's like it's because of comfort.
That's what I see. I see a lot of people. It comes down to comfort. Comfort is a lot of reason why. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the truth too in Christianity, is that it's too comfortable. And there's not enough struggle, like there's not enough struggling orthodoxy. You use that term, and it's like people get comfortable and then they start acting like they can think how things are supposed to work out. And it's like, that's logic, right? And in some ways logic can be directed towards truth, but in other ways, if we have this anti-logos mindset that's come out of the Enlightenment, logic goes against truth.
But you are an Orthodox kind of guy, right?
I'm a true Orthodox. Yeah.
True Orthodox. So sorry for pointing
So
you out.
True Orthodox and moral Orthodox are like two separate things.
Okay.
Yeah, ask him about the synagogue thing, because I don't think that remember you were saying that they called their
I said that. Like, I mean, I remember Russian Orthodox people. They reside in synagogues.
You're talking about the Rock.
I don't know.
You've seen them lighting menorahs in Jewish temples.
No. I just know that people that refer to themselves as Orthodox and they're in Russia, they don't live or reside in a church. They live in a synagogue.
Oh, you're talking about the Jews.
No. Well, maybe I am. I don't know.
You are talking about Orthodox Jews.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Orthodox Jews. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, there's Orthodox
Russian,
Christians. Orthodox Christians are a different thing than those in synagogues.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that difference. I just have this memory of Orthodox Christians in Russia, and they reside in a synagogue, but they might be Jews, but they're not.
It's got to be. It's got to be. Now there's like Reform Judaism. There's a couple different kinds
what
of
channel?
Judaism.
Yeah, here, hold on a second. What channel are you on, Moontan? Go to Cyber Caliphate and get the link at the Cyber Caliphate channel, because I don't see you in the chats. Because she's asking for a link. Yeah, so, but yeah, go ahead. What do you
Who
say?
diagnoses their narcissism? I did. I diagnosed that.
Now, so, but I was wrong thinking that there's Christians in Russia going to synagogues. Those are Jews, right? Any synagogue that I speak of is a Jewish church.
Yeah, for sure. You're not going to find like an Orthodox Christian be like, yeah, we're having a bar mitzvah today or something.
Back to the synagogue. No, nobody else.
But you know what is true though? The World Orthodox, there is priests that go to synagogues and light menorahs and do, but this is ecumenism. See, this is where they want to, sort of synthesize all religions into one religion while keeping their own.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. Which that's heresy from our perspective. Like that, you can't do that. Like, what are you talking about? Because there's,
See, I didn't know what I was talking about. I'm glad I mentioned it.
Well, hey, I don't know what I'm talking about a lot. So. Dude, I watched that Diddy documentary, dude. That was crazy, bro. That was nuts. Y'all seen that?
Which one?
It's a new Diddy documentary or something like that.
Oh yeah. I've seen parts of it. I didn't know. I didn't like to watch it, so I didn't watch the rest of it. No.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's got like a PR team, like they're like reporting their own coverage of the story, and there's like flooding the streets of New York during that time and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, how much is that happening? With other subjects. I thought that was really interesting about it. It's like this concept of a powerful person sort of like controlling public perception of something. Yeah, and then like that's how it works. It literally works like that.
Yeah, and how do they control things? Just by how do you say this? Just by traumatizing other people.
Right. Well, I'm like repeating it enough. Like you repeat the lie enough. It's like a concept from Voltaire. He said, lie, and something will remain of it, or something like that. So there's something that happens in the brain where if you lie enough, even if, it's a known lie to some extent, there's something that happens in the brain where it's like it questions it. It lingers a bit there. Where a person, that's how brainwashing happens, I think. It's like the repeating of the lie to the point where it becomes the truth, or perceived to be the truth, at least. Can't become it. But that's a big discussion. It's like, is there such thing as truth? If you have A society that doesn't accept truth as being a tangible thing. All right, it's like, what is truth, right? It's the Pontius Pilate sort of question, and that's why I think, from my perspective, a Christian framework's needed, because there needs to be an acceptance of truth as being a tangible thing. Otherwise, if you don't have tangible truth, then you can go. Then lies don't matter. Then it's okay for man to, good and evil being on equal opposing forces in this dualistic, Kabbalistic mindset. That's what justifies evil within that tradition. And I think that that's kind of like how we view the world now, where good and evil are equal opposing forces. And, you know, there's such thing as the noble lie and the
Well, I would like to state that we're almost beyond it, right? It doesn't even matter whether it's true or a lie.
Well, people think that. I think it matters. I think it is going to matter. I think there's going to be consequences for it. Some of us believe that there's going to be some form of judgment, because of this. And, I think that it's almost like a trick the devil pulls on man is to say it doesn't matter. So then you build up, you bury yourself so you could never have any excuse when that day comes, when the door locks behind you,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? There's no more difference between the truth or the lie. The only thing that matters is the effect that it has on people, on the person hearing the truth or the lie. It actually doesn't even matter anymore.
I was watching something, I was watching a discussion between, it was Jay Dyer and this guy on Twitter named Pope Respecter. Okay, so one's World Orthodox, and his patriarch's, a KGB agent that's fully involved with the World Council of Churches. The other, he wants to go in communion with all the Orthodox, the Pope does, and they've been in heresy since 1054. So both are, in a heretical situation from my perspective. And they're arguing, right? And they've got followers, like, kind of like liking each other's comments. And the way they decided who won the debate between the two was how many likes a person had. It wasn't about truth. It wasn't about if the thing was honest or not. It's how much clout you had.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? That's becoming truth now. Like, who has the most amount of likes?
Right. I heard the other day, or I think it was today, I heard Roseanne Barr say, "Come on, bro, debate me." But the way she said debate me, she meant debate me online. We want to have an online debate. But an online debate is not, that's just a word fight. That's not a debate at all. A debate is about facts and the audience. And the audience being persuaded by the facts that are presented. That is what a debate is about. But
yeah,
like any word, like any definition in this time and age is being turned around, it's just being called a fight. An online fight is called a debate these days. And there's no solution to the debate. When the debate, the definition of a debate is that there will be a solution at the end, right? But the opposite is the truth, because there will be more division at the end of any online debate. Yeah, that's what I noticed. Yeah.
No,
Am I
it's
wrong?
crazy, and that's absolutely true. But the debate itself is become this thing where it's like viewed. It's like, how can we get as many views on the topic as we can? And like you're saying, there is never a solution, because there's never intended to be some form of solution to the problem. That's not actually what they're going for, right? And rhetoric, the way it works is a lot of, what I've learned about rhetoric is this is like, okay, so we're going to sway the opinion of the audience most of the time based on some distorted fact. and degrade the opponent to be looked at in a certain way. So what they're saying, even if it were to be true, won't be respected, right? So how, like, you're never going to get solutions like that if people are going into things intellectually dishonest and willing to sort of like degrade the other person in the minds of others. That's what they want to do. It's like a manipulative, weird tactic, you know?
It's just like a wrestling. It's just like a word wrestling session. I mean, people have conflated debates with word wrestling sessions, right? And can we? I mean, do you guys that have any knowledge of the actual English language have any better words for that than it's not a debate, okay? It's not a word wrestling session. What could we call it? Please, I mean, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. Let's just call it stupid.
If you're talking about the online space, I just call it, petty LARPing or squabbling. I mean, there's many, words you could give it, I guess.
Squabbling.
But I would definitely agree. In most of the online debates that I've witnessed, even when they're not associated with any of the people we watch, they seem to be very ambiguous in the fact that they never seem to come to an agreement or a conclusion about what the fuck they were talking about in the first place.
Yeah, and that's so annoying to me. I mean, how can you have a conversation to begin with if you cannot agree on anything? Not even on the definition of the word white or black or tall or small. I mean, define small, define tall. Please, come on, me.
Well, I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, I believe that probably over 60% of the people who are high end on YouTube are agents of some kind put here to psyop, whether it's with AI generated Star Wars videos or it's whatever else. If they have a lot of followers and yet their content doesn't really seem to justify the amount of people that's following them, then I consider them paid agents of the system. Like a lot of these TikTok debaters. I mean, some of them are pretty knowledgeable and legit, but it seems like a majority of these people are just given the platform and then promoted, and it's like, but can they even debate? I mean, even someone like me, I don't care to debate, but if I have to, I will. But just to me, I don't really find no substance in debating, because in the end, you're still going to have your views and I'm still going to have mine. So
yeah, but that's not what a debate is about, right?
That's right.
A debate is about getting to a final
conclusion or agreement. Yeah, but good luck with that nowadays.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, because when people say debate, they say, they feel like, we're going to fight online. Yeah, well, okay, words don't mean anything.
I do agree. The word debate has become associated a lot more with the online space than what it does the real life stage. Yeah. But I mean, in all honesty, I think that's the way they want it. They want everything as virtual as possible. I mean, isn't that basically what they want? They want everything out in the open, virtually for everyone to consume. So, I mean,
well, it's like there's no consequences for the lie, right?
And
the lie becomes something that you could police. And like anybody, you're going to get to a future where it's like this Orwellian thing where, you don't think that, we live in a utopia and there's pink lemonade coming out of the fountains. Well, you're
that's right. I want to be Adam Sandler. I want to be Adam Sandler. I want a Kool-Aid fucking water fountain.
Hey man, but that was the communist vision. You know what I mean? This was the initial vision of what the world would look like, because man needs paradise now. He feels like he needs to create paradise, in order to fulfill his destiny in some way. It's a return to Eden without God, man. That's really it.
It's to upgrade Eden.
How can you upgrade Eden with fallen human man?
That's what they want to do. It doesn't necessarily
It's
mean
not
they'll achieve
upgraded.
it.
There's no upgrade there, man. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, well, just, expect another 20 or 30, 40, 50 years of Shadow Wars to get you there.
It sounds good, dude. It sounds good. Upgrade Eden.
Well, everything bad sounds good on paper. You know what I mean? Like,
what's up, boy?
I'm telling you, dude. Like, someone will tell you a plan that sounds great. Like, oh yeah, like we're gonna rob this bank, dude, and we'll come out with millions, and everybody ends up dead. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how plans go.
Yeah, I agree.
Guys, we cannot all agree. We need to have some some distinction to have a show here. I mean,
the reality is, man, you can't foresee what's going to happen, and there's people that try to. They have a vision for the future, and for the most part, like they think that. I don't think that these people are like think that they're being evil while they're planning it out. I think they think it's for the greater good. Well, that's what they say, at least. You read those. You read that text that no one's allowed to read.
The Jews.
The one that no one's allowed to read.
Balls.
It says it in there, man. And
That's right.
What they say
Didn't you forget? Remember what Mr. Waternews said about the children in Monster Incorporated? It was for the good of the company. If he didn't steal the children and steal their souls through the extractor or whatever, you'd have no power, you monsters.
Yeah, exactly, dude. So let them steal your soul, man. Let them put you in a techno satanic, new world order, where you gotta, buy your lunch through a chip in your hand.
Oh, but I want my mint cookies.
What's wrong? You don't want to be a black Cleon and order 500 cigarettes?
That's stupid. Yo, that's the future we're gonna be in.
Sad Jambon.
All right. Yeah. Scan your cigarette.
I never
case.
knew I had that option, dude. Like, I can become an.
Oh, we're about to be in a world full of options.
Smoking 500 cigarettes per day. Dude.
We are in a world full of options, man. But I mean,
shit, what are you talking about? Andrew Wilson can smoke that in one fucking session.
Yo, that is crazy, dude. He does worry me, man. Homie's like smoking like 3 packs a day. Gotta be, right?
Probably.
Well, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, there are herbal teas out there that don't have any nicotine. So, I mean, is it even real cigarettes?
I think the real. I think he's a chain smoker, man. I don't know, but yeah, that is true. They do exist, but I heard.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but prop cigarettes are pretty fucking legit. They look just like a Marlboro or a Camel. They taste horrible,
man. What's that show? Peaky Blinders. Homie smokes those. Hey, how about that Richard Nixon quote? If you were invited to the Bohemian Grove, would you go?
Nope.
Would you get your Grove on?
Nope. It makes me worry if I was in a position for them to invite me in the first place. It's like, what the hell am I doing that I'm getting invited by freaking Bohemian Grove?
I think the easiest route is probably Kid Rock. Just become a homie with Kid Rock, dude, and you're in there.
That stuff ain't cheap though. Don't you have to like pay money each year to
Yeah, you do.
You know, be in the club. Like, fuck
You do.
that.
And it's a lot, like, it's not no like small little penny, but they pay. See, people will pay
Well, what's the
for it.
matter? You can just be like Mariah Carey and get royalties off a Christmas song for the rest of existence. So what does it matter?
If you could write a Christmas song to get those royalties, I'd be surprised.
It's like if you scratch my back, I scratch yours, kind of thing.
Well, I don't know, man. Like, I watched a thing on it, and it was like, those guys definitely, yeah, it's a pay to sort of play type thing, man. It's weird, very strange, and some of them realize what it is. Like, it's like some weird death thing where they, put all their sins on the effigy.
All right, I'm about to play this. Like, let's see what he's got. Like, if anything, all right. There's now 9 people watching this. Like, there was 13. I don't know what happened to them. Like, what happened to those 4 people? Like, if anybody finds them, let me know. Because I'm about to holler at them.
Article about the sadhus and some of the weird stuff they do, talking about, sleep, having sex with dead bodies.
Whoa! I never heard about that. They be
what the fuck?
Wait, what?
These guys talk about that a lot.
Some necrophilia.
Tell me why these guys talk about that a lot, man.
I don't even feel comfortable looking that up. But yeah,
that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, how many times?
I can tell you why. Because I mean, think of the most deprived thing that you can do to a corpse: assault it with your, genitals. So
this is like a common trope within this community's like talking points. Like, you'll have like a Jim Bob be like, "Yeah, dude, like, something about corpses," and then you'll have, Mr. Crucible guy, he'll say the same thing, and then you got this guy talking about it too. Like, why is this a reoccurring theme?
Right. Yeah, it is. It is a dark road to turn down, especially when like.
I'm not saying they're doing it, but I don't understand it. Why we keep bringing this up?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think there's Indians just fucking like corpses like in mass. Like, I don't. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. But yeah, all right.
Don't you think that it might be having to do something with the sliding scale, the sliding slope that we are on? Well, it's okay.
It definitely seems that way.
I see what you mean.
It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be bi. It's okay to be it's okay to be necrophiliac.
Oh shit!
Don't you think that's part of it? Don't you think?
Yeah, right.
That escalated quickly.
There's no end to what.
I mean, you asked for it. You asked for it. Like, where does it come from? Well,
no, that's why they constantly make movies about Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy and all these weird people who have these obviously very taboo weird obsession, and people seem to worship the media when it comes out. That's why people are watching Pennywise the Clown right now, because a primordial entity that feasts upon children is just so normal. Yes, let's watch it and enjoy it.
A death culture, man. A death and weirdo culture they're trying to breed, man. That's really it. And that's the Talmudic mindset. And you look into it, and all the authors are like Rosenberg, Cohen, Rothstein, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, well, what's going on here? Why is all these like really strange subjects getting put through the media's lens towards the public? The propaganda machine is creating a culture of death and just a satanic weirdo culture, man. I don't want any part of it. They could have it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pretty much talking about cannibalism, like people eating like people like human sacrifice, like necrophilia, like this entire time. And he's just saying that this, like the main thing that's stopped all this from happening is Christianity.
I mean, do you think? Put it this way: do you think in let's say an Orthodox culture, like a true Orthodox culture? I'm not talking about what he's talking about because the reality of it is, if you look at the jurisdictions he supports, they're just as much pagans as anybody else. They have a militarianism sort of mindset where they're building military cathedrals dedicated to, Soviet deaths
I
or
was talking about
the Soviet
abortion,
death machine.
right? Abortion as human sacrifice. I mean,
That's like an anti-sacrament almost. It's like
right.
when Christ breaks the bread, he says, "This is my body," and when the the people want to support abortion, what do they say? "This is my body." It's the same phrase, but it's perverted.
Yeah, let me actually look this up. It says over the course of the 20th century, the legality of abortion changed more than once, with a ban on unconditional abortion. Wait, so hold on. So, did they ever? So, did like Russia ever legalize abortion or whatever?
They did. I know during Soviet times that happened.
Yeah, that's
And
what it's saying here. It's saying that they changed it during the Bolsheviks.
yes, yeah, that was not legal during the time of the czars. And why? It's because, at the root of the culture, it's directed towards justice and upholding the good, right? That's what the culture is supposed to be directed towards if your leader's directed in that way. And in the same way that sort of, Lao Tzu explains, if the leader is self-governing and directed towards heaven, the people will be. But if your government isn't directed towards heaven and the upholding of justice and good, then it'll be directed towards the perversion of truth and death and destruction. So I believe that is true. I believe the fact is like if you don't have some moral compass at the root of the ideology that's you know uh, dominant, then the dominant ideology is going to direct the people towards lawlessness.
Yeah, and that's why these figures are all in place, right? For exactly that reason. These degenerate perverts like Trudeau, Rutte, Merkel, Trump.
Well, you look, when you have, think about this, like, and I know this is kind of, but I mean, it's a true talking point. When you have a person like an Andrew Tate or something, who becomes like the most spoken of guy on the internet or something like that, right? And you're seeing a materialistic mindset and a person that's directed towards some pretty awful things, become a cultural mover and shaker in some way within the collective consciousness of the so-called internet or whatever. That's an indication that there's a degradation within our moral compass as a people. If we're putting someone like that at the forefront. But this is, I'm not just like picking on this guy. I'm saying it's like this is like a microcosm of what's actually happening.
And you're talking about a phenomena, right?
Yeah, it is a phenomenon. I think that it's pretty obvious what's going on when that becomes like something to look up to or something.
Even it becoming a thing and not an apostasy in itself is an alarm bell in itself. For him, for that guy to be in the spotlight and be promoted.
Well, you look at everybody in the spotlight. Everyone. I don't see anybody that's actually in the spotlight that is directing anybody towards anything but the absurd and lawlessness and perverted, a mindset, right?
And
And the very few that are going
whenever
against it, they're mocked and ridiculed and pushed to the side and attacked.
right,
And
whenever somebody with some integrity or a truthful personality or a character would come into the spotlight,
they're
the thing
killed.
would happen. Yeah,
They're popped, dude.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's a very short story. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Hi, honestly, hi everyone. This is a crazy ass topic.
Yo, DK, what the fuck are you doing here?
Whatever the fuck
Lols.
I want, bruh. But yeah, no, it's like I actually went and recorded, like, going through a Freemason hall when they had an open day. So I actually recorded all through it, but I fucked it up. The whole video was sideways. But I recorded for like 20 minutes. Yeah, I know. I've only ever done that about half a dozen times over the last 5 years. But yeah, if you hit record when you don't already have your phone in landscape, it'll record it up the other way. So when you turn it, once you post it, everything's fucking sideways. It's annoying as fuck. But yeah, anyway, so I actually did that and went and recorded through the whole Freemason hall and things, and it was like zooming in on the different medals and the different things they have about everything, all the people who were Freemasons, all the companies that support the Freemasons and shit in my city. And then, after I leave, without signing any bit of paper, without giving my name to anybody, a week later I got emailed by them and asked to join the Freemasons.
Some like cameras with recognition software, maybe.
Fuck knows. Like, honestly, I don't know. I don't know how they could get my email even. Because the YouTube
Internet,
channel
dude.
I
There's
posted,
privacy is a myth.
Hey, check this out. The YouTube channel that I posted that under, it was with my old phone. So it was under my old YouTube account, which I can't remember which email I used, so I can't get back on there anyway. It's under DB123, like lowercase DB123. It's got like the brain explosion thing as the avatar or whatever. Few other people have tried to copy that name since. It's fucking weird. But yeah. So it was posted on that. I don't know that it has any way of sending anyone to my most recent email, which is under DKspiracy, not under DB123. So they had to actually associate me with my other name and shit, and then find my email. But yeah, so they obviously had to identify me first. But yeah, holy shit. So that shit is a lot crazier than people really realize. They've got so much more than you know. It's like they were emailing me within a week of going there. And to be honest, I didn't badmouth them. Because I kept it silent the whole time and just walked around and recorded everything. I wasn't talking. I didn't try and like run them down because it's like, well, fuck. If I start saying shit, I'm just going to get thrown out and I won't be able to record everything. So I pretty much just kept silent and just recorded everything I could. A week later, they're emailing me. That spun me the fuck out. I did not reply.
They're probably listening right now.
Well, you do realize I'm one of the only people who does what I do in my country. So it might be a little easier for them to find them than...
And if they are listening, maybe you should start mumbling.
Oh no, I just get drunk later. It's all right.
You know, just make it so unbearable to listen to. You know.
Do some mumble rap.
Yeah. Hell no. But no, just that is one of the most crazy things that's happened to me this year. That was just this year. Was it this year? Fuck. Oh, it might have been right at the end of last year. It was either the start of this year or the end of last year. But yeah, one of the most crazy recent things. Just like, what the fuck? I had Illuminati emailing me years ago. Some group called Illuminati AM. So it was like Illuminati AM. Illuminati I am. Illuminati I am. I don't know. Yeah. But they emailed me for fucking months. They wouldn't fucking leave me alone. So I thought I'd be a dick to get rid of them. Because they were saying I had to buy some book and then you get put through a test. I didn't buy the book. And so I was like, I'll just take the fucking test and be a dickhead. So what's this word on blah blah page, blah blah paragraph, right, 13,666. Like I just went through their tests just saying the most stupid things that you could think to say. They didn't bother me again after that.
Sad trombone.
What, for them?
Probably for them.
You're a dick. But honestly, yeah, Illuminati hit me up. As I said, I don't know how official that particular group was, but some group saying they represented the Illuminati and shit was hitting me up for months. And then I had the Freemasons hit me up. And I'm just like, no, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? So you've usually got to be successful at something for those motherfuckers to even try and talk to you. You have to be invited to be in either of those groups. So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
So I'm not successful. Holy shit.
Why do you talk so much if you don't know what's going on?
Oh, I definitely know what's going on. I just don't know why they hit me up, was what I said. Maybe they think I know too much and they want to get me on their side and indoctrinate me.
That was way too much of an answer. That wasn't really an answer, was it? Why do you talk so much if you don't know what's going on?
I do know what's going on. That's what I said.
Okay.
My assumption, is they want me on their side.
One concise sentence. What the fuck is going on?
Well, with everything. Like, phrase your question better. Or do you mean about why they're coming at me?
Well, because you're an easy target, maybe?
No, I'm really not.
No.
I'm just in a small country, so I'm one of very few targets. It makes it easy for them to keep track on, like, only a few thousand people in a country, rather than could be millions spread out all across a country. And I'm one of the more outspoken people in my country. And in fact, I think I'm the most banned streamer in my country. I don't know if I've met you before. Sorry, what's your name?
My name?
Yeah. I don't mean real name, screen name. I can't actually even see it.
What? Did you even look?
I'm looking. No, it's just too small for me to read.
Oh, well, it's Voy.
Voy. Oh, you're Voy. Okay.
Hey, dude. How you doing?
So, yeah, so in chat, you're Voy.
And another boy. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Voy.
Yeah.
Boy, they.
Yeah.
Faye actually seems to be more drunk than me for a change. To be honest, I actually turned up with a topic to talk about. I wanted to talk about because you were mentioning the Freemasons, and I wanted to actually say, I actually went and recorded, and then that happened.
You were actually the first one mentioning those motherfuckers, dude.
No, I was listening.
No, it was you. It was you. You mentioned it the first. I mean, it was you.
I'm sure you fucking mentioned it. That was the only reason I brought it up.
No, I just said it was you mentioning it.
Oh, fuck, sorry, my bad. Oh, sure, I heard someone mention Freemasons. That's the only reason.
Well, okay, you're excused now. You can leave it. You can leave it alone, you know. I mean, this is an intellectual challenge channel, right? And here we are, two drunks on the other side of the globe talking to each other. Like,
yeah.
Make this make sense.
Is, as most people here know, it's like, because I've got the near fucking photographic memory type thing. It's like I can still actually hold a discussion with people even after a few drinks.
Yeah, I like to think so too, but I think we fucking fail. But it's entertainable somewhat.
Dude, I'm definitely entertainment for whatever channel I go on.
So you're not serious?
I'm always serious, but I'm still entertainment because I just don't talk in a monotone.
No, that's Landry. Landry is the monotone guy.
But see, I can't do that. As if you don't care about.
It goes like this. Yeah, it goes like this. You just don't make any interaction with your voice. You just talk over your vocal cords like you're breathing out and breathing in. It's all the same. This is how you start to sound like Landry. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't do that. See, my voice is emotive because it's intonation that implies intent. You have to actually be able to say things when you actually mean those words.
Hey, man, you know it's a trip? The fact that we can even understand one another through a language. Does that ever bug y'all out? Like,
yep.
Yo, like you could process what I just said right now and completely understand. I could process what you just said, and we could have a conversation based on the information.
Yeah, it could be considered kind of funny, but then again, it's just the way the internet,
Oh, no big deal, dude. You know what I mean? It's not,
I'm not
it's
very
no big deal
amazed right
now.
now. I'm not very, I'm not amazed. I mean,
Hey, man, I think it's a God-given gift. I really do.
Oh, well, that's just something that you think, dude. I mean, that's just your opinion. I mean,
You know that I think the Tower of Babel meant a lot. I mean, if everybody had the same language and was building a tower to heaven, what was the end goal? What were they going to take the throne?
Well, I'm afraid so. I think
that was the first one world government. You know that?
I know. I've read my history. Yeah. Yeah.
They got a Tower of Babel design building that is associated with the what is that? The World Bank or something? Is that what it is? Maybe. The World Bank's an interesting thing they got set up. They basically got it to where. Yeah, I don't even know. Someone needs to look that up. I watched some documentary about it.
I think you actually mentioned the Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland, right? Yeah.
No, I've got a funny feeling it's like either Israel or an Arab.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's Rothschild.
I can't remember. Yeah, I can't
Forberg.
remember if it's Qatar or Israel that's trying to build a new building. I think they want
Essentially,
to do
it's
it
a Federal
on the
Reserve Bank.
I think they want to do it on the rubble of Gaza.
Essentially, it's a Federal Reserve Bank, but like on a worldwide scale, right? And it's like that money isn't traceable or put to any government. They could just do what they want with it. They can send it to where they want to go. I don't know. It's something like that, man.
Well,
we about to play a new joint by DJ Isolated.
If you haven't read the Hegelian dialectic, it's if you haven't read that and just gone,
I don't think that's a book.
That's happening, as you go through the book, wow.
Bro, what did you say?
Time to wake up.
DJ Isolated.
Whoa, triangle and eye. Pentagrams and shit.
This shit is sick.
That was so good.
Sick, nasty.
Do it again. Do it again.
It's not done yet.
What I was playing on my stream on Rumble is almost finished. About a minute to go, so I'll be able to start restreaming.
How's your view on how's your views on Rumble?
Shit, I don't know. I haven't checked for a while. What's my views like? Currently 18, and this particular stream has 939 views. My views so far is 3.1k, and I've only been streaming on Rumble for 2 months. But I'm serious, I advise you to start using Rumble more. It fucking goes mental. But it's because I went out of my way to go and network with other small channels. And so
DK?
I go and interact with chat on other small channels.
DK, hello?
Yep. Hello.
You're ruining the song.
Right. Sorry.
That was good.
Yeah, it's killer stuff, honestly. Yeah, I liked it a lot.
House stuff.
Yeah, you guys want to hear it again? Honestly, like.
Yes.
We'll do it again, like.
Yes, please.
No, dude. Shit sucked.
You don't like Unseen?
No, I'm just a hater, bro. I'm sorry.
Yay. That was good.
Yeah, it's killer. DJ Isolated. Well done. For sure. Yeah, blessings.
I'm giving
Such a
myself good.
wide variety of noises. Sure is a lot of background noise.
I feel like StreamYard somehow dilutes the quality when you play videos through StreamYard. I don't know what it is, how their coding does that, but
they've done some new updates lately. I don't necessarily know if there's an. I think the paid option gives you like a higher quality resolution.
You can also
I would
just
sure
say
hope
that
so if you're
you like
paying
the
for
song.
it.
I mean, you don't have to blame it on StreamYard. I mean, I did appreciate the song production.
No,
but
so you mean like if you screen share on StreamYard, it doesn't come through in as higher quality audio wise?
That's my opinion.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
I'm sure that is
not
the case.
not trying to
T-Mail
diss
just
the
posted.
tune or anything.
T-Mail just posted your YouTube link.
Like if a song had bass,
I'm already subbed to him, so I can listen to it.
Yeah, if you go to
you-
the actual link, it'll sound better. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's
you
what I
are
mean.
right
Yeah,
because
T-Mail
if I
just
play my
posted
own
it in
music
the
on
chat.
here, it sounds perfectly fine. But if like just now, what I was listening through, it sounds compressed.
Yes. It's gonna be compressed through like So that's the thing is like so you got to go to his channel. It's not the perfect. Yeah, so that's a good thing to point out that it sounds
what's up with that
shittier than.
throne in the background? I'm sorry to interrupt.
What you mean?
So there's a throne in the background of your.
Oh, you mean of the entire video? Yeah, that's
Yes.
from Lorp. Yeah, we're on Lorp's show, so this
I
is.
thought I was on Neuro's
No,
Okay, so that
but
throne though.
On yours.
Look what happens when you assume the wrong thing.
Yeah, we're on.
everyone's
Yeah,
like-
Lorp's in charge.
Look at the chat. Everyone's
I got an
already
email
using
about a
different
throne
channels.
like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if
Dude,
you
check
piss
this
Lorp
email
off,
out. Hold on.
he could just kick you from the stream.
Yes, I thought
so.
this was Neuros. I thought it was TML's.
the thing is, like, when you, it's
Oh,
even
so
It's been
better
pretty.
to.
It's been pretty chill today.
No. So whose channel do I have to actually follow then? Because I don't know if I know the person whose channel I'm on.
It's called Emperor Skywalker.
Really?
Yeah, at Made in Empire's Image.
Empire's Image.
No, I mean the YouTube channel.
Yeah, I
Made
just
in
told you.
Empire's Image.
Oh, is it made? Oh, is this your channel, Maiden? Holy crap!
Here, I'll show you on the screen here. Here, hold on.
The thing is, like, even YouTube compresses the
Yeah, this is the channel
quality
that
of the
we're on right
videos
now.
of the audio, because when you listen to music on your computer without the internet, it sounds much better and louder.
Oh, fully. I just know that I've argued with you a few times, so I'm amazed you let me on. Thank you.
Yeah, you might want to put this up on the screen here, Lorp, because a couple people then they could subscribe to you.
I
Because
see
then,
it. Emperor Skywalker's.
Buddies, no stress. Stress.
because
No,
both me,
I'm gonna follow right now. Don't worry.
yeah, because me and Emperor Skywalker are both at 200 right now, so it's kind of cool. Weird.
What, 200 subscribers?
Yeah, 200 subscribers. Yeah.
His says 199.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I have like 202. He has 199. Like about 200.
Where's subscribe? Bastard. The subscribe thing isn't.
And I got like 10 on my
Do I already subscribe
music
to you?
channel.
Here, hold on. Actually, you know what? I could change that because I could actually go and subscribe to it with the other account.
Well, yeah, you see, you're gonna be the one who gets number 200, then, aren't you? Shit.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, so you know that throne you showed, right? I got an email from somebody talking about this. They said, "Have you ever come across all the Irish, Scottish, and British obsession with what is reported Jacob's pillow stone from Bethel? The high-level symbolism is that whatever possesses a stone and coronates kings on it will have the right to rule the world. Makes sense as a talisman to justify British world empire. Masons are obsessed with it too. So the pillow that Jacob laid his head on when he seen the ladder to heaven, right? It symbolizes a spiritual foundation, a legendary transport to Ireland by T. Tepe or Jeremiah. Tara, the coronation stone, taken to Scotland. The stone for the Scottish kings, later seized by King Edward I. Westminster Abbey. Masons use the story, symbolically linking it to foundations, pillars, and moral law.
Yeah, blessings void. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, you want to review some of this DPH with me? Unseen?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, this shit gets weird, man. I'm pretty sure it'll get weird. He's gonna start like bashing like other religions, so that'll get pretty interesting. Because right now he's just talking about why Christianity is superior. So,
Well, you know I'm going to agree with him with that, right?
right. No, but it's the way he describes it as superior. You may not fundamentally agree with.
And can I play as well? Because I'll dispute
Yeah, of course.
both. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because
Yeah,
it's
it's not-
like you know that I just hate all organized religion.
Yeah, everyone on the panel can. Yeah.
Hey,
of
man,
course.
You know
hate
what I mean?
organized
I thought you were just
Go
asking
organize
him
your underwear
specifically,
drawer,
so I
bro.
was
I'm tired
asking
of
if
you,
I
dog.
could play.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like me and DK always like disagree about like about see because like I agree that religion like causes a lot of people to be led astray, but it's not the thing that's in charge, right?
Yeah, I
So
think
it's
it's
like if
just
you
a
point it out.
fallacy from my perspective. It's like the fact it's organized doesn't necessarily instantly mean it's like corrupted, right?
Right.
It's not
Well,
the
no, that
organization
pretty much
itself
does.
that it's not the it's not the fact that it is organized means. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, it pretty
Right.
much does mean it is corrupted at
No,
some
I would
point,
say that
somewhere
what
in that
corrupts the organization is man,
Yep.
right? Man corrupts the organization, not the fact that it's organized in itself.
So which
Right.
means there's men in that organization corrupting that organization.
Bro, can we do logic right?
Now, can you? I'm very good at what I do, man.
I know, man, but you're being an absurdist, dude, and you know it. Like I can't stand a fallacy. It irks me, bro, at my core. It
What fallacy?
literally makes me lose it. I can't do it, dude.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna play some of this. Let's get into it, guys. It is what it is.
Wiping cremated remains all over themselves. Just really weird stuff. So the idea that all this stuff has gone away. People live in a fantasy in the 21st century. They think that the way that it is in Sweden or a nice city in America is the way that the whole rest of the world is. Not even close. Or they go to Japan, they go to Tokyo and be like, see, I've been around the world and other cultures are just as nice. Okay. Well, the Japanese are not the same thing as the sadhus in India, right? So different cultures and different.
Yeah, but like, what percent of the Indian population is sadhus? Like, it's like less than 1%. Like, honestly, like, I mean,
what's his point right now, though?
I don't know. Like basically, like a person in India, like in modern day, can live a pretty like lavish lifestyle or whatever if they have like money. All right, even if they have like a middle class, like the money like that a person in like middle class in the U.S. makes, they would be like upper middle class in India. All right, so they'd be living pretty lavish. All right, I don't know. I don't see the point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Peoples have very different values. And so some tribal rituals where eating the enemy was a way to gain power. Already mentioned that about the Turks and it was even it happened in the Muslim community as well. Christian effect. Once Christianity.
What? Here, hold on. I don't know. Wait, hold up. Wait, what? He just kind of brushed past that one. Source needed. But yeah, pretty weird. That
this is a guy with a doctorate, mind you.
Hey man, look, TML, if you eating bodies, bro, like let us know, dude.
Hey man, hey man. No, this is crazy.
And it becomes culturally dominant. These practices are theologically classified as demonic because they are politically outlawed by Christian emperors and kings.
I mean, okay.
It's like that could be true, right? It's like, yeah, the Christian
Yeah,
kings did do that.
Yeah, but
homie,
were the Vikings and like all the African tribes like I don't think like a lot of them were cannibals. I think it was like 1% of people that like did
I think
that
you're
shit.
probably
It was, like,
right about that. Like
rare,
that was like a very
rare. Yeah, practice. Yeah, because they had like huge tribes. Like they had like the Nubians and shit. Like they had like the Yoruba and shit. Like these people were fairly organized and you know what I mean. Like I don't know.
I don't know. I'd have to look at study that subject more personally to actually have because does he give any sources for his stuff or what?
He's not given many. Just like, oh well, these guys in India, see the dead bodies that they're eating over there in India, that they're already dead people. So the people there know that this is happening because they burn the bodies there.
Yeah.
So it's not like so it's not like a huge thing or whatever. Right?
Well,
so,
any type of paganism is going to have these sort of practices somewhere. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be there. That from what I know, but is it normative? I can't say. I don't know. I've never really studied the subject enough to fully know, I guess. But maybe he's right to a certain degree. We'd have to know what his source of information is for that.
What do you consider pagan? Is it everything other than what you believe? Is it everything other than the Abrahamic religions? Do you include Buddhism, Hinduism, Sikhism, like Taoism? What do you consider a pagan religion?
Anything that's sort of goes against the one true God, and makes itself on the same level.
Greek, Roman religions, all that's pagan.
Yeah, I got a different definition of it. I would say anything that's like where they have like uh, like 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 basically they have like ancestors and stuff, and you just pray through the ancestors, and the ancestors basically descended from the gods, right? That's like a lot of the pagan systems are like that, right? So
Well, King
so I
David
think
said, you know, the
that's pretty.
gods of the nations are demons. The Lord created the heavens. So it's any other religious basis, as far as that definition is concerned, that has a different God than the one that was worshipped by the
I'm just
prophets.
asking. So basically, you're
Yeah.
saying your definition is anyone who's
Not worship the
Gnostic or
God of the
atheist.
prophets. That's
You
it.
know,
Yeah,
but
but
like
like
Gnostic or atheist.
but analogically, right? It was also like in Rome, like they had different gods in the city than in the countryside. So the people that wouldn't follow like the god of the state, like they would just call them pagans. So they had the same term, right? But it's just like
Well,
they're
they would
applied different.
call Christians atheist.
Right, exactly.
You
Exactly. It'd
know
be
what
the
I
same.
mean?
Yeah, it'd be like the same type of thing. Yeah. Yeah, they called Jews and Christians atheists because they said
Yes,
they had
because
no
they didn't believe in the
representation.
Greek gods.
Well, they said they had no representation of God, right? So they said because you can't like because they said, well, look, you could see the God that we worship.
Supposedly, you know what I
Right.
mean? Like their gods were statues,
Right,
and
exactly,
they just
right.
like wrote superhero stories behind them.
So that's what I think is paganism, and that's why I think distinguishes like Buddhism, Hinduism, like Christianity, like Islam, like the major religions are distinguished because they go ahead and say, well, actually, some form of the pagan worship is actually false and is actually demon worship. So what we pray to is like a god that's like beyond, or in terms of Buddhism, it's like, you just become Buddha, right? So it's more like atheistic in a way, but yeah. um yeah, so
Missionaries explicitly target them for abolition, i.g., the Germanic, Slavic, Scandinavian, later American, and African tribal context. So, next one.
Oh, well, actually, that's an interesting point to raise. You do realize that all these European countries were colonized by a religious group.
What do you mean?
The Catholics.
Yeah, but the
ones who tried
Catholics.
to invade each country and tried to impose their religion on whoever was there and called anyone who didn't comply a pagan.
No, because the Merovingians and the Carolingians stopped like France and those countries from being invaded. Right? So Europe would have been invaded by like Muslims if it wasn't for like the Catholic Church. So they would say that like like if I had to play like devil's advocate, that's what I would say. Right? I'd be like,
I
well,
get you. Yeah, I get you. I think they were. Was that the Moors back in the day?
I would say that the way we would view this is like the difference between a personal and an impersonal God. That's really it. It's like an impersonal God can be basically anything. It's like the God's the statue, or I'm God, or we're all collective of God, and all these other stuff. It's like there's no definitive knowing of God in a personal way within these other traditions, it seems. And within the Christian tradition, we would say we can know God personally and know who He is and what He's about and what He intends to accomplish. Whereas, like, it almost feels like at times with these other traditions, it's like they make it up as they go at times. That's my experience with it.
Oh yeah, the progressive church system that now accepts all the things that they were so fully against.
yeah, but on the other hand, Christian church fathers did pay homage to certain of the pagan philosophers. Right? So they did happen to pay a certain homage to them. Obviously, Paul says that those who have the circumcision of the heart, right? They're law unto themselves, so on and so forth. So
Yeah, but you do realize
Yeah,
I
he
said
was talking
I hate
about the
them
pagan
all.
nations there.
At the start,
right, exactly.
I said I hate them all. I said I'm not actually, trying to back any one of these.
He said that the pagans basically live up to the law of God through
Right.
their pursuit of truth, even without necessarily being fully
Right.
aware of it. It's like
Yeah,
this unconscious.
yeah, kind of. Like, don't get me wrong, kind of. Like the pagans did actually, I think they did realize there was one god above all
I don't
the
think
other
that that is
gods.
downplayed too
But they
much. I think
worshipped like mini gods. Like
because
there
there's
was
a
a
difference
god
between
for
like a narrow and a
every
broad view of
separate
something.
thing. No, serious. There was a god for every separate thing. There's a god of storms. There's a god of the forest. There's a god,
Right. There
god
was
of
at one time, like in pagan Rome, where they would be like, "Okay, lightning struck or thunder struck. The god of thunder
they
did that."
did still believe that there was one god above all of them.
But
anyway.
eventually, the philosophers started thinking in terms like this. It's like, no, actually, it wasn't the god of thunder who did that. It was, particles. They started talking about
Right.
things like particles. You know what I mean? And that slowly developed into
How
what we
dare
would
you? Of
consider
course,
is,
of course, we put a key on the end of a kite and it touched some lightning and we discovered electricity. How dare you?
look, wasn't that the great deist, member of the Hellfire Club or something?
Which one?
Your daddy, your papa.
Nah. Do you know? Actually, I got a crazy story about that. My dad was in the ambulance service, like what you would call a paramedic and shit. And he was like high up in it, and he went to some party. And to be honest, he used to tell me everything, and I mean everything he came across at work as well in detail. Because my mum and him sort of detached when he took this as a job. She didn't want to hear about any of it. So he took to telling me about it. I'm about 7. But there's this one time where he said he went to a party and someone gave him this really weird handshake. And he had no idea what it was. And him saying that has stuck in my head all these years. And now I know it's like someone was trying to check if he was a Freemason. Serious, someone was trying to check if he was a Freemason and knew any of the handshakes.
Right.
It's like, holy
it's
shit.
crazy. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna play some of this shit.
What was it? Oh, Christianity revolutionized. Oh, here's why I wanted the takeaway is that the martyr in Christianity replaces the victim. The church witnesses by suffering, not by killing. This is one of the reasons why our faith spread so differently compared to Islam. The Eucharist is the mystical eating of Christ, not literal cannibalism, and precisely
I don't really get that point because there's a lot of stuff about martyrdom in Islam too, right? And they don't necessarily say like, like you could only get salvation if you go to like fight in a war. Right? That's actually not really a thing. A lot of stuff in Islam says like, if you're like poor, you live like a pious life. Like you sacrifice like for the community and like all that stuff. Like like a lot of it sounds like very Christian. So I don't know.
It actually sounds sort of socialist.
Well, in Christianity, there's nothing good that you could do.
Don't get me wrong. Socialism has never worked, but I would love to see it actually work. It has never worked in the sense that, the people who can are able to like pay a portion. Well, everyone pays a portion of their wages, sort of thing. But there's always going to be.
Where are you going with this, DK?
Okay, check this out, man.
There's always going to be the.
He's like on a tangent.
I know, dude. Like, I can't even, like, he won't let me go here. Okay, so check it out, man. In Christianity, there's nothing good you could do to, be considered, good in the eyes of God in some way. So that's not a Christian concept where it's like someone does good within the community, so therefore he's righteous in the eyes of God. It's God that makes the man righteous, not the other way
Oh,
around,
I
not
see
his
what you
deed.
mean. Yeah, that would have been a better way to say that. What he was saying, for sure. But yeah, I get what you're saying there.
Seeds, cannibal.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the idea that, yeah, by like sacrifice and like, yeah, it's God that's gonna make you good.
So
It's not by
we
like what
see it
you
in the
do in the
scripture,
world. Yeah,
where someone is like, he's like, good rabbi. And he's like, why do you call me good? He's like, no man is good, right? But what
yeah,
he's really saying is like, you would call another rabbi good no matter who it is, even if you're talking to one of the Pharisees. And this person doesn't realize he's talking to God incarnate. So in a sense, he could be saying that he is good. It's not Christ saying I'm not good. He's saying rather it's a critique on his understanding of what makes a man
yeah,
good.
yeah. No, yeah, no, yeah. There's nothing like that in Islam.
I just want to interject there. Isn't there a passage that says something about like it's better to do good deeds like without being seen
Yeah,
rather than doing
yeah,
good
of course.
deeds recognition or something
Yeah,
like
of
that?
Well,
course.
that's the
Yeah,
parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector.
yeah. There's a
The
lady who
Pharisee says,
donates
I've done
too,
all
right?
these great things, and the tax collector can't even look up to heaven. And he's like, Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, and
Right.
there's a lady who donates to the temple, and then nobody like she gives a little bit, like where the Pharisees give a lot, and they like do it like in public or whatever, right?
She
he said,
donates her last two pieces of coin,
right,
right? She donates two denarius or whatever I believe
right,
that's what it is, and it's like her last two pieces, and it's considered greater than all the gifts that were given,
exactly,
even if they
right,
were more,
Oh,
because
that's
it's like
cool.
the intent is, she's giving her last, she's doing it for the right reason. And
Giving
I think intention
everything.
is
Yeah,
a part of it.
everything. That's what it is. It's giving everything. With the rich people who are donating,
I would
however
say that
much
our
they
argument would be this,
aren't
though.
donating everything.
It rather than it's like being the deed that makes her good in the eyes of God, it's rather God working through her that it's like her faith produces the good work, right? And it's only through the grace of God that she has the faith. So this is like a core tenet of Christianity that it's there is nothing that we can do to make us right in his eyes. It's like it's something that he's doing within us that is changing us.
Cults. You know, one of the funniest things, and I want you guys to do this too. Search ritual
And that's a
cannibalism
topic
on
about
whatever.
glory, right? It's like, where does the glory go? Because if the glory is going to man for the deed and not to God, then the glory is misplaced, right? That was the problem with the Pharisee, is he wanted the glory for the deeds he was doing, whereas the tax collector is so ashamed he can't even look up to the sky. His prayer is deemed graceful because of his it's a true repentance brings about true change, whereas like you can have false piety associated with giving. It's something like that.
Internet browser you use. I was using Brave. Every single article for the first 2 and 3 pages was all about Christianity and the Eucharist. I put in ritual cannibalism or religious cannibalism, and all the articles were about the Christian Eucharist as cannibalistic. So then I had to get more specific.
That's hilarious.
Holy shit.
That's fucking hilarious.
You do realize that Chrome runs the Brave browser.
Yeah, it's like the wine represents like fire, and then the water represents the baptism, right? So it's like water and the wine.
The wine is the blood of Christ. The wafers are the
Right.
body of Christ.
Right, but there's a baptism by water and a baptism by fire, as well, and the wine is like the blood, whereas the water is like
the baptism
purifying.
by fire. This is an understanding on zeal, a zeal according to knowledge, and what that fire is like righteous indignation, or like righteous like zeal for the faith or for the truth. And in that sense, it's not like a physical baptism, but rather the spirit is in you know, inspiring a man to speak out against evil acts or expose evil, or a lie, or something like this. This is usually what, when we talk about baptism by fire, that's it. Because the fire that we're talking about is zeal.
All right.
Specific and actually go and find specific incidents, and then they would come up. But really interesting how that exists, right? Really, really interesting. Anyways, next one, number 5. Christianity revolutionized sexual morality in the family. Christianity introduced actually what's called sexual consent, believe it or not, monogamy, enforced monogamy, protection of women, sanctity of marriage.
Oh no, that's also bad.
I don't know.
Condemnation of
women.
pederasty.
Don't include consent. Don't include monogamy. Everything sounds really bad about that. Shit, let's get rid of that whole thing.
Prohibition of incest. Prohibition of
dude. Wait, hold up. Let's stop there for a second. That sounds bad in your worldview.
And mine, yes.
All right, dude.
I think he's just talking about marriage.
I was being sarcastic. I mean, like, anyone who's going against that is stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, but the point I think he is making, and it is true, it's like, if these became, common today, in today's, age, we take that for granted. We don't think like where that came from. And I would say it did develop from a Christian ideology or a Christian mindset.
Sarcastic.
Yeah, I agree with monogamy. That's Christian, but
I agree Christian, with consent as well, which I think was the first one.
Yeah, but I don't see how that's exclusively like Christian. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, doesn't matter.
But if you go with the definition.
Doesn't matter if it's exclusively.
Well, it's not exclusively Christian now. The point isn't that it's exclusively Christian now, though. The point is that this became common through time because of the influence of Christianity.
Right.
Like,
but one thing,
Rome.
Yeah, but one thing he's not mentioning is this idea that you can't get divorced.
Yeah,
you can. The church will allow a divorce.
It's in case of like fucking adultery or some shit.
Dude, why is this guy here?
Because I challenge both of you.
You're not challenging. You're just like, and then I just go
I
about what I'm
challenge you,
saying.
and you just sidetrack and just ad hom me.
All right, dude.
What's the challenge? I don't see. Have you forgotten?
I was saying, with the divorce, I think it's only in the case of adultery.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like based on the Gospels or whatever. Like it was King Henry VIII. Right, he wanted to get divorced, and he had to create his own church in order to get divorced, so on and so forth. This is a historical thing, right?
Right, no, that's true to an extent. Okay, I'll put it this way: there's instances where the church will allow an economic divorce. Like, for instance, like if the man has cheated on his wife and there's some abusive stuff going on. There could be situations where the bishop will allow this, but if it's a case where it's like, I don't know the situation with King Henry VIII. Was it, him just wanting a divorce because he wanted to steal someone else's wife or something? In that case, that wouldn't be blessed by the church, right? It's like, I think the point, anything with the church is context, and the context of the situation matters. So, and that's up to the discretion of the bishop to bless or not.
Did he have to kill the other chick's husband in order for
Wait,
her
what?
to be widowed? Or did she
Wait, hold on.
have to be or did she have to divorce as well?
Wait, what?
Well, you just said he was going after someone else's wife. Did he have to kill that other woman's husband so she was a widow? Rather
Are you
than
thinking
her
of
is like
Old
fucking,
Testament
like-
law or something?
Yeah, this is like Sherlock Holmes at this point. This is crazy, dude. But yeah.
Bestiality. Did I spell that wrong? Looks like I did. There we go.
Playing
Condemnation of prostitution and sexual exploitation. Kyle Harper, another secular historian at USC, calls this the first sexual revolution in history, where women, children, the poor, and slaves gained unprecedented protections under Christian ethics. Nowhere else in the world. Pre-Christian, infant exposure, leaving unwanted babies to die, was common in Greco-Roman society, especially girls and disabled infants. Still happens today in China. Still happens today in India. Pederasty, adult male adolescent boy relationships, was socially accepted in many Greek milieus.
Hold on now. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, we're not doing it. Pederasty still exists in Islam. One of the things I'm going to show you guys is the Bachabazi boys, where these Afghani men literally get high on hashish and then drink some type of vodka.
I've only ever brought
Look.
this shit up with fucking TML once, and I won't do it again.
Yeah,
Are you
but
really
here's
gonna
the
go there?
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like the Catholic Church. If you look up marriageable age, they allowed people that were 7-year-olds to get married and people that were 13-year-olds to get married.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know much about the Catholic Church. I know about the Orthodox Church, but the Roman Catholics, again, if we hit 1054, we're separate. They're a whole nother tradition. Now, I don't know of any tradition within Orthodoxy that has ever had a marriage that early. Ever.
I'm
heard of
pretty
it.
sure they did.
I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Like
I don't
I'm
see
talking
how
about
that
like
could happen. I mean, you'd have to give me a source on that, but
like
I'm
they
positive
like
that's never happened.
yeah, but I'm saying like their ages like are way younger than like what's legally acceptable. Even on
What are you
record.
talking about?
Like I'm talking about like right now, like the marriageable age is probably like 16 or something like that.
In what?
In Catholic, it is.
Roman Catholic?
Yeah.
Hey, the
Yeah,
worst
but,
part is, hey, do you want to know what the
Well.
craziest thing is? And this is why I know.
And they changed it. Like before, it used to be much lower. So that's what I'm talking about. So it used.
Yeah, well, that's.
I'm talking about like 1800s in America. It used to be like you could marry like 12-year-olds like in America in the 1800s.
But this
That
is why
sounds
my
odd.
country is where all the rich pedos fucking come to.
Yeah, but
I think what
age
you're
for
talking about
sex
is this. There was
the
like a practice
age
where
for sex is 16, but the age for marriage.
I'm not making that
and
up.
drinking
I'm
is
not making that up. And
No, I'm
Mormons
not
still
saying
do
you're
it
making
today.
it up. I'm saying
Like the Mormons still
but
do
I
it.
think there is context to it.
Yeah.
So, I know
the
like
Mormons do it,
there was
they-
a sort of concept to this is that a family might marry off their daughter to someone, right? And that might be at an age that was like 14, 15 years old, 16 years old. And then the normal practice within that time frame would be like, the man takes care of the woman to an extent to where she's old enough to sort of
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's talking about he's talking about Butcha Bazi or whatever that was created by the U.S. by the CIA, by the way, right? But that's a separate issue. Yeah, that's a separate issue. But the second issue is that what about all these Catholic priests that they're in communion with that are doing that stuff to the little boys? That's rampant.
Well, let me say something.
When you talk about that though, and you look at the details of it, the people that are associated with that, most of the time, from my research, I don't believe they're actually Catholic. You know what I mean? It's what, and this is what I mean by the statement. If someone is a true Catholic believer, they couldn't do something like that.
Yeah, I
you
get
know what I'm
that.
saying?
I get
like
that.
this is
I
an
get
agent
that.
of Satan.
Yeah, but it's the same thing in
infiltrating-
Islam. Like homosexuality is banned in Islam. Obviously, like they'll throw you off a roof. Like there's all these like things. Like
No,
they critique
I'm
Islam.
not disputing that. But what
Yeah.
what I would say is this: is just like, is this a practice that is accepted within that community? And we could go into like debating, like, oh, okay, well, it's happened and they did cover-ups and things like that. You know what I mean? But I'm not a Roman Catholic. I don't have to
You
argue
can also
from
go
that.
into debating what level you go to maintain a society's morality.
Right.
At what point you won't tolerate.
Yeah, let's let Avian come in. Yeah, welcome, Avian. I know you're trying to come into the convo. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah,
But yeah, I think
the
I think
stuff
that
in
it
the
would be a misnomer to sort of like paint it as if like Roman Catholicism. I wouldn't make this argument that they like uphold that as a practice. Do you see what I'm
Right,
saying?
exactly. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I
Yeah,
would
like
say
it
like
was.
these are
It
like
wasn't
really
widespread.
really bad apples. But I mean,
Right.
it's kind of like with no matter what institution you're going to deal with, you're going to find the bad apple there, right? It's like you're going to have a movie theater down the street or something, or a Walmart or whatever. It's like if we're not holding the same standard to other institutions and we're using it as a way to sort of, I don't know, like I think that's a fallacy.
Yeah, go ahead,
out,
Avian.
let God sort them out.
Yeah, go Avian.
Yeah, this guy, like I know you cannot scroll up, but above he was talking about how, due to Christianity, they introduced consent, monogamy, protection of women's sanctity of marriage, condemnation of pederasty, prohibition of incest, blah blah, prohibition of bestiality, and condemnation of prostitution and sexual exploitation. I can tell you this guy is full of shit already. That's not actual
Right.
history. What
Yeah,
is
that's
this
not.
fucking bullshit? That's it. For one thing, it shows an ignorance of like tons of world cultural history. He doesn't give any fucking sources. You know what I mean? It's just low IQ shit and stuff. Like, is this
I
guy?
mean,
like,
it could also come down to these people are like also supposed to defend, so that way they can like get away with more. And, the more that they make them look good, the more that other people won't question or look into what they're doing. I mean, there's always that possibility too, that they're just simply here to defend it, to make you not ask questions.
This is gonna be kind of crazy what I say, but I think one thing about the postmodernists, some of them, what they get right is called anti-structuralism. I think instead of creating grand narratives that unite all of us in some shared history, I think everyone should go back to their own spheres instead of trying to fucking create a grand narrative, trying to spread your ideologies to them. Because I don't think other cultures can understand each other. You know what I'm saying? It seems like it doesn't work as a whole. When the stupid bastards like this exist. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If someone like this came to my fucking, if I were in my ancestral country, and he's trying to preach to me and say, "Oh, brother, I finally found the truth," I'd fucking kill him right there and then and dump his body in the Zagros or something like that. Like this is like fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Christianity brought all this stuff. No, it didn't. Go read a fucking history book, dumbass. I mean, go read a fucking history book. Like how dumb you have to be. This is just stupid as things to just get followers and stuff. It just lacks scholariness. It lacks being thorough. What I mean, if you're gonna fucking talk about other cultures, then you better be fucking reading their literature from other places. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, he's gonna
I
go.
mean,
I
he
think.
was just talking earlier about rubbing dead bodies on, like, dead body dust on skin or some shit, and
Yeah, I think he goes to like different.
necromancy, and it's like can't take him too seriously.
Yeah, he goes to like a bunch of different like cultures. Supposedly, he's supposed to go to a bunch of different. There's like take like a world tour, and, like talk about it. So
He's a fucking idiot, and so like it's not like it's better to read a book or something. Like really, like it's brain rot and stuff. Like where are the sources? Like really, like where are the sources? You know, like
It's a good question. Maybe he has them at the end.
yeah, I know it. I don't. Just it's kind of like cherry
I
picking.
don't see any footnotes.
Also, the whole pederasty thing that actually, the Afghanistan was influenced by the ancient Greeks, okay? And they had heavy influence to this during the Seleucid Empire, and it could have spread from the Greeks. I don't know, but another question is why even, like, I'm not trying to justify it, but in the ancient past, people had different values. Like I don't know why does that matter in a so-called theological discussion. I don't see. What I mean, like I don't support pederasty, but I'm saying it's not like doesn't make sense. When you're talking about theology to bring that. It's like all this great stuff Christianity brought. Islam supports pederasty. It's not true. I mean that actually came from the Greeks. You know what I mean, but I still like the Greeks, what I mean? But, they did do that stuff. And it's true, ancient Persians did fuck their mothers, what I mean, believe it or not. They had sex with their mother. The royals did that. They were encouraged. It was called, I mean, the human beings aren't.
Is that why they had hairy bottoms?
Yeah, it's called zivoda or something like that. But yeah, human sexuality is not something I enjoy talking about. I mean, I don't think Christians were. I mean, you can probably find creepy stuff from every culture or something like that. No, it's just low IQ. I mean, it's just low IQ. Early Christian texts explicitly condemned abortion, infanticide. I mean, infanticide was condemned by many different cultures. Exposure of infant. Also, let me tell you something. Rape babies. Like when like I think Mother Teresa went somewhere. I forgot where. A bunch of women were raped. She told them, you should still have the kids. You know what I mean? But if you have like rape babies, I mean, it's best to like throw them down a cliff or something. Because why should you raise a
That's
child?
right. That's right. We need to go back to the ways of Sparta. Every time a baby comes out with a third arm, we need to cast it down the mountain.
The father is important.
It's not even just that. It's the fact that you're bringing in genetics which are predisposed to being fucking rapist psychopaths.
Yeah.
That's removing the rapist psychopath gene from the society, the community, whatever.
Let me just say that, Christians should focus more on preserving themselves instead of being like, oh, we're the best. They should be like, oh, we don't give a fuck about you. We want to maintain our own values, or something like that. I don't give a shit if you think you're so great or whatever. I mean, like, yeah, like when the more they do this, the more they're asking to become the victim, or they love the being oppressed, because that gives them more strength through their ideology. I mean, like why the fuck do you care if other people see you as being so great? Just argue for your own, in-group preference and maintain your own crap. I don't give a shit about your stupid revisionist history and crap like that. It's a fucking retarded. I mean, like, just read a history book or something. Obviously, he hasn't read history books. He probably read some, apologetic books that are highly biased or something. He probably doesn't read the scholarly text or whatever.
Those books in the background are just props, huh?
No, it's a highly biased selection. Highly biased.
Probably a green screen pretending that he has them.
That's a pretty good green screen.
Let me make
screen. I can't even talk.
Yeah, when you read books,
I don't have a green screen. You just get to see my messy room, but most of it's hidden. You can't see too much mess. That's how you know I do it real. I stream on Rumble though, not YouTube. YouTube hates me.
YouTube is gay.
Honestly, you should start streaming on Rumble. I'm getting shitloads of views over there. I have nothing on Rumble. Oh, sorry. I'm getting shitloads of views on Rumble. I'm getting nothing on YouTube. I just left D-Live, left 1,200 viewers. Because they wouldn't let me stream 24/7 anymore. So I've only just started again on Rumble.
Yeah, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Like me, I'm not telling what you should do. But if all you read are Christian books, written by Christian authors, it's gonna bias your perspective. You have to balance it out. From different writers, especially history is very complex. History is not something easy to talk about. When you make a claim, forgot the fancy word for it, but if you make a claim that apply to all cultures and all places, you gotta be careful. Yeah, like he said, fucking, you won't believe it. He said that protection of women is like a fucking Christian thing. I wrote down what he said there. That's so fucking stupid. Like
Taking
really.
notes.
Yeah, I do take notes. Because and then I throw them away.
Protection of woman is
Yeah.
only a Christian thing.
Yeah,
I know you
don't
didn't
you
say
pay
that
attention?
only. But what the shit? Like, is he saying that no other cultures care about women?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what it sounded like.
Yeah. I mean, I took a picture. It's right here. Yeah.
Dude, like that is just messed up. As I said, I don't like any organized religion. So that's
I think it still may come back to what we said earlier, which was they can kind of say what they want and not really be held liable for it. So I mean, the same could go about whatever facts he wants to come up with. He could say, well, Christianity is at the forefront of this and this and this, and who's to argue with it? What a bunch of online troll people! Like, what do you know? You don't have a library of a bunch of books.
Yeah.
That. I mean,
exactly. It's like, no, I prefer to think for myself.
Yeah, I mean, Romans.
They probably assume that most of the general audiences who view them are fucking retards. That most of them, even someone like me, won't look too far into what they're really saying, or if what the facts that they're presenting are really true, unless for some reason the facts he's stating offends you for some reason, and then you start looking into it or something.
To be honest, this is the reason I don't jump on TML's channels early when he's still doing his reading section. Because I start challenging everything he's reading and he gets pissed off with me. So I wait till after he's finished the reading and go, okay, now we can talk about shit. So I wait till then before I jump on TML's channels.
Because usually
I challenge what he's reading.
Because the thing you're challenging is usually discussed in like the next few sentences. So that's usually the problem.
Not always.
Yeah, if you think your challenges are new, like that's your own arrogance. Right?
Yeah, it does make me more suspicious of anything that is, the more I think about universalism and the nature of ideologies or narratives that spread, they have a universal character to some degrees. You know what I mean? But that leads to a kind of myopic perception where you start to project and see things according to a way that conform to your your what you consider the best. You just start becoming have narcissistic grandiose illusions. And I think the postmodernists about post-structuralism, they're probably right. So instead of seeking to create a global narrative and combine things more, because if you think about it, that allows industries to coordinate more, to tighten more. I mean, basically, that's a way to criticize Hitler and criticize the Anglos and criticize everyone at once, instead of trying to create a sense of brotherhood between men and sending a narrative and ideology that combines us, we should seek for fragmentation. You see, we don't give a shit about who is better or who is worse, or create like, oh, we brought in the best inventions, or we brought in the best, human rights or crap like that. We should just go back to local communities. Does
That's
that
what
make
you
sense?
should do.
Yeah.
One of you should start a party over in America. The I just don't give a shit party.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's right. We're gonna form our own Illuminati group. That's right. Who wants to be Professor Xavier?
No, but you'd be amazed at how many people would vote for that. Because it's like almost like a reverse psychology thing. It's like you're still getting people to vote, but it's the people who hate who they've been voting for. You probably actually get shitloads of votes. I don't know about donations, but you get shitloads of votes. It'd be funny as fuck. When's the next one's 2028. Fuck, it's years away. Fuck.
Yeah, but dude, that DPH video was like it was literal trash.
Very strange to say the least.
Yeah, it's unwatchable. Definitely unscholarly or whatever.
What did he get his doctorate in? Because, like, is it like one of those like PhD making mills where they just hand out PhDs for nothing?
Yeah, let me tell you this. It's like people say this, but more animals have been sacrificed to the altar of science than to all idols throughout the entire human history. You believe that? And so if I go back to, like, let's say, I don't know, to ancient Vikings or Celtic people, and I say, don't sacrifice your animal, blah, 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 and I act like a moralizing punk. The fact is I live in a society that's far worse than that. I'm a hypocrite then. So, I mean, just let them be, you know what I mean? I don't want to go impose my values on them. Just let them be. Let them be their own people. You see what I'm saying? See, that's the problem with supremacy. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, blessings.
Easy.
Yeah,
we're gonna shut down here.
Enjoy the rest of your show, man. Nice to
Yeah,
shut
it down. Yeah, I don't know what Lorb's doing, but yeah, if everybody's gonna leave, I don't know what's going on.
I didn't realize everyone was. Sorry, it's just
Yeah, it looks
No
like they're
idea.
dropping like flies, for sure.
Yeah, it don't matter to me. It was an open thing for everyone. I was just sitting back and observing as always.
Hey, much love, no fear.
Yeah, much love, no fear, DK.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I feel like I'm a better writer. I don't know if I kind of went overboard though, but I don't really watch E-Celeb stuff much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's a fair reaction, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of us were sympathetic to it. I think even Unseen is pretty much against that guy. So yeah.
I see. Yeah. I just came in and I saw that and I took a screenshot and then I went and I looked over it closely. Yeah, I took a screenshot. Because I wanted to look through it more, and yeah, he's stupid. Yeah. Does make me kind of sympathize with so-called, like I said, anti-structuralism. Like, maybe that's interesting to look for.
Well, did you see the premise of his talk?
Yeah.
He was saying that he's a Christian supremacist.
Oh no, yeah,
like instead of a white supremacist.
Yes. Yeah, I saw
that.
Pretty yeah, I saw it. Yes.
So it's fascinating phraseology. He's employed.
I actually have more problems with
That's just voicing
I have more problems with
unvoiced
I have more problems with
Christianity,
Islamic and Christian supremacy, both of them, supremacy, because they are universalist ideologies, but less problems with like white supremacy, because let's say someone has white supremacy, that means that it's a sum zero game. You know what I mean? Either they're going to, invade you and mix with your people, or they're going to slaughter you, and then it's over with. You see, that's the way it works. But with Christianity and Islam, when they have supremacy complex, it just leads to this mess we're in right now. I think so. I think John Lash Lamb is right about that. You know what I mean? I'm reading John Lash Lamb. He calls it victim redeemer complex, and not in his image. He's right about that stuff. Basically, it leads to a kind of, they feel the need. They have to save people, and they have to spread their ideology. I mean, but I feel like doing that, it kind of creates the precursor to, communication networks or something like that. I mean, so that's what I kind of do, because it makes people more interconnected across countries and across borders. And so kind of takes them out of their, area. And so, you get what I mean? So I have a problem with both Christianity and Islam when they're supremacists. But if they're not supremacists, then I don't care. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So yeah, it has to do with universalism and the structuralism.
Right, but it seems like there's very little. It's like a fine line between extremism and basically mushy ecumenicalism kind of deal. It's like two extremes where there's not really much room for a middle ground, in my opinion.
Yeah, ecumenicalism. Yeah, I think it depends
when they follow their philosophy to its logical conclusions anyway.
Yeah, see,
a lot of them don't. So,
see, this is a difficult topic. See, I know books I can read to enrich my understanding here more, but I have this theory that it has to do with being close to trade routes and also logistics of trading. So Silk Road was also an exchange of many different ideas. Not just of silk and spices. Also involved lots of exchanges of ideas, and that also led to becoming more closely coordinated the cultures. It also leads to mixing the culture, stuff like that, like in Sogdia, or like the Sogdian merchants would go a lot into China. And An Lushan of the Tang dynasty, he was actually Sogdian, and he caused the collapse of the Tang dynasty. But there's a lot you can read about it. You see, when different people travel to different countries, like you had different merchants traveling to the country, they would spread their ideas and other stuff. What's interesting is there was a time in China called the Great Anti-Buddhist Persecution. They persecuted a lot of Buddhists and Zoroastrians, believe it or not. There were a lot of Zoroastrians and Manichaeans in China at that time. And the reason I mention that is because it's close to the trade route and stuff, at least in pre-industrial time. But see, you can kind of see the very beginnings to industrialization there. So they're trying to it's just about plundering resources, and also about exchanging goods and expanding it, the technique, just searching efficiently for how to exploit the trade routes more, the like ley lines or something like that. And then you're ordering the system efficiently. That creates new problems, and you just go through that loop again. And it's that's the problem. That's what I'm thinking about. Because the reason I mentioned this, because I'm tying it back into the main theme of industrialization and technique. So I'm thinking about how universalism ties into it. Like, why would a people want to claim I am superior, or my supremacy, my ideology is supreme? Because they want access to your natural resources. They want access to humans. Stuff like otherwise you wouldn't give a shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, same reason in Africa, people invade Africa for gold. You know what I mean? It's called resource course. They needed the gold. And since ancient times, Africa has been invaded and plundered for gold. That's just the natural course. Now oil is the new gold. It's the black gold.
And diamonds.
Diamonds, yes. Natural mineral resources are important too. Yes, that's true. Diamonds and I think.
What's wrong? What's wrong? You don't want any lithium for your batteries?
Yes, lithium too. Yes, that's correct. Lithium deposits. That's true. And some other ones too. That's why America. Everyone knows about this, but Taiwan is important because they develop most of the semiconductors, and and the people keep claiming China might invade Taiwan and blah blah blah, because of the semiconductor market and crap like that.
Yeah, there were like a lot of dudes in history that were like, my people, they are the people, and actually I'm the guy who's like represents like all of them. And it was like then like, all right, well, like we could just basically, apply what I know from the realization of my own people, like to the grand scheme of things. Like that's basically what Hegel said, right? He's like the German people figured it all out, and I'm the main guy, right? So there's a lot, So like, like in their own way, they thought like they were the guy.
Yeah, another thing about the Sasanian Empire could have had the same problem and stuff. I mean, but the thing is that I'm saying that mentality must underlie to a large extent the growth to industrialization and technique. That's what I think so, because it leads to a paradoxical situation, where by spreading the ideology or by going to try to save the person or trying to power project, and then you become inextricably tied to them. You see what I mean? It's like let me think. You think you're superior to the so-called Africans, then you bring them as slaves. You see what I mean? And then you mix with them, and then they become a part of your ethos, your narrative. It would have been better not to do that in the first place. Prevention is the best cure. That's the thing. And like, that's the human drama. You find that kind of issue everywhere in every culture. Like they think that they're superior, and then when you hate someone or when you like view someone as inferior, it kind of is like a mirror. I mean, sometimes it's like that you have the supremacy complex is closely tied to inferiority complex. You see, right? I've had dreams where I thought I was better than someone, then they're better than me, or like I transform into something else. Stuff like that. You see what I'm trying to say? That like probably someone can word that better, but it kind of ties into aporia. Aporia. I'm trying to say, and that may underlie technique and growth of industrialization. I mean, like, I think Peter Russell Zappa dealt with that too. Even though I'm not a nihilist, sometimes reading them could be useful. Like Legati, I think Legati gets to the true heart of modernity. But I think even Rousseau dealt with the issue too. To be honest, when I think about Rousseau, he dealt with the issue. Let's see here. Like, it's kind of hard what I'm trying to say. Like, basically, like, yeah, it's hard to say. It's like it's topsy turvy. You see what I'm saying? It's topsy turvy. Right? What does it mean to be to have supremacy? It means that you become inextricably tied to the coextensive to what you consider inferior, and then they see what I mean. Like South America now, they're like a lot of them want to go to Italy because of the Vatican, and so it become a part of your national history narrative and your ethos. You see what I'm trying to say? Like
Right.
It makes, yeah, it connects everything, in a large scale network. It makes things like that. It's kind of obvious, I guess, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I think instead of worrying about having supremacy or inferiority, it's just best to not give a shit and stick to your own local community, and just protect that with your swords or something like that. Right? That's what I think. I mean, and that kind of mentality may have prevented industrialization, and empire building and stuff like that. It would have prevented it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like personalism.
Yeah,
So, yeah, we could have some.
Yeah, maybe Pinoy is right about that. I guess I can see where Pinoy is coming from to a large extent.
Yeah, I sent him this article from the Elul Society, right, on Elul's idea of personalism, because it's very similar to this communitarian, scope or whatever.
Every time I hear communitarian, I think of Wi-Fi. That dope.
Yeah, it's impossible to join his show. I see him go live, but he's closed his chat.
His streams are like playing some kind of video game or something. I don't know.
Well, he's having Gemini and Chat GPT debate each other. So he's created two personalities
That's
through two
dumb.
different AIs, and he's having
Yeah.
them debate each other.
Yeah, I got exactly what I was trying to say. You know, it's like people claiming the supremacy of feminism, you know, and then they go with their NGOs to countries like in Africa and all over the Near East and even East Asia, and they spread through their NGO the ideology. And as a consequence of spreading feminism, it makes the world smaller. It makes people more massively interconnected. It destroys diversity. You know what I mean? True diversity. You know what I mean? When you spread that ideology, you know what I mean, and feminism. But you find that with everything, you know, techno progress, you know, find it with feminism, you find it with a lot of different things, you know, even the green revolution.
So it's molded into just a monoculture.
Yeah, exactly. It has to do with, there has to be some element of seeing the ideology as having a supremacy, you know, and you act like, oh, we've gave the world so much with our contributions. You see what I mean? You know, everyone talk like, not everyone, but so many people talk like that. Like if you go to like a freaking conference, and they be like, oh, look at this human rights declaration. Oh, look at what we've given humanity. You know, who gives a shit? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. You know, like I don't give a fuck. You know, that's the problem. You know, you see what I'm saying? That's exactly the problem. Instead of caring about helping humanity or bettering humanity, just stick to your own in the local community. That's the root of the issue, kind of. You know, like why? What are you trying to prove by claiming you did all these things for humanity when we're living in this shit? You see what I mean? Yeah. You know, this is the worst possible outcome for all of humanity right now. What we're living in, what we're embedded in. You see what I mean? It's terrible. You know, like, you know, it's volatile. It could collapse any moment. You know, it's just a madness. You know, what we're moving towards. You know what I mean? You know, I think maybe Pentecola is right. I don't think any religion is suited to deal with a problem of this scale or magnitude. You know what I mean? You know, it's saturated with information. You're like, you know, and then there are this dumbass trying to argue for supremacy. You know, yeah. That's what. Yeah, and that was kind of doomer what I said, but it's true. You know?
Yeah, but also the whole idea of nationalism comes from Judaism.
Yeah, in the more modern sense, yeah, in the modern sense, yeah. But in the ancient past, it was more like you're in a tribe or a village. You know, you see the people every day, and you work the farm, stuff like that. But the sense of nationalism, in the sense of the state, you know, what I mean, yeah, that's more modern. You know,
right, because it goes from you know, from the idea of people to then nation to then state. They're
Yes.
three distinct concepts.
People,
right now.
the nation, yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Because in the past, it was mostly dynastic. You know, what I mean, the dynasties come and go, and stuff like that. And people, you know, Pinoy was right. Most people didn't really travel more than like 5 miles a day, or like 2.5 miles a day. You know, I drive more than every day, more than what a peasant did in like 4 weeks. You know, I drive more one day. I drive more than a peasant did in a whole month or something. They cover the distance and stuff. If that makes sense. Yeah. That's what. Instead of arguing for supremacy and what you gave humanity, argue for what's true or something in a very impartial, neutral language. That would probably be better. Because, you know, that's like more philosophical and impartial, neutral I don't give a shit about your so-called what your values are in terms of a universalist sense or something like. It's kind of ridiculous, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Sorry if I wasn't clear. I'm just kind of jumbled or something. Am I clear or inconcise?
Yeah, you're clear. 100%. Okay, so why so crazy 79? Yeah, MC Nemesis. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, so yeah, because we're gonna get out of here soon. It is what it is. Seems like nobody else wants to come and talk to us. It seems like the show that I do, it's just me, Avian, Lorp. You know, like this is what my show looks like now. It's okay. Everybody left.
Yeah, it's whatever y'all want to do. If y'all want to just naturally drop out, it's fine. Or continue, whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, I'll stay here. I can stay. Yeah, I don't know how long you want to stay or something. Let me see. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Gas stations at nighttime, when you look at them and you look at the blackness surrounding the gas station, it gives us such an eerie sense, the sense of the uncanny when you look at that gas station and in the background of blackness you see in the gas station. I don't know. I saw one today while driving at nighttime. I don't know. It makes you feel weird. The fluorescent light and other stuff. It kind of. I was looking at all the buildings while driving, and I was just thinking, has anyone ever experienced this? Like 500 years ago? No. Driving and looking at all the cardboard houses and the buildings, it really does.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that you mentioned it. Actually, there's not a lot of things in popular culture that has popped up here recently that actually like causes me existential crises. But I do not like the back rooms, and not all about the back rooms. Like, some of the shit gets pretty stupid. But I'm talking about not just the normal back rooms where it's like the hallways and stuff, but like the not I don't care for the pool rooms. I mean, I don't like water, but there's something unnatural about the back rooms. There's definitely a psyop behind the back rooms. What it is, I haven't quite figured it out, but I can agree with you that, as someone who, I mean, I probably got like 8 or 9 convenience stores that I know of that I frequently for quite a many years, and maybe 4 of them are in, decent neighborhoods. But I mean, even those, when they came in and remodeled them, they made them very bland looking. They're like they did with McDonald's and stuff. How in the 90s, it was all colorful and looked all playful, and now you go into a McDonald's and it looks like a jail cell cafeteria. But there is something eerie about that type of aesthetic, and I guess really what it goes to say is that we've become comfortable in our concrete jungles and our square, little boxes, compared to the architecture and stuff that we had, just a few hundred years ago. Not saying it was probably much more better, but I think we humans are definitely going to reap what we sowed when it comes to the concrete jungles we have built. It's very unnatural for the amount of concrete and steel and glass, like how you were talking about with the birds. There's a lot of birds around here who die because we have a few buildings who are pretty tall. And on a good day, the sun will come in, dude. And I have to admit, if you stand in some of them windows when the beam comes perfectly right there in the morning, dude, it probably could give you, stood there long enough. So, what an average temperature in New York is sometimes, what in the summer when it's already, 100 degrees, it's what 120 sometimes, maybe close to it on the roof up there, So, I mean, just the simple fact is that the way of which humanity has been living, I would say ever since my grandfather has been alive, it's not going to be sustainable for much more longer. Not if there's allegedly, as many people that are on the planet as what they're claiming. It just doesn't make much sense. Some way it's not efficient, like we were saying earlier, it's just not sustainable. There's no way. So
yeah, the thing is, what you said was very good, very, very good. And the crazy thing is that people look at GDP and they look at how well the concrete jungle is functioning and, produce, yielding resources or bringing forth resources. And then they judge the merit of the country or the nation or state, based on the GDP. And then they like claim they're superior and then they like judge the other countries based on that. And as a consequence, by doing that, it spread the whole system, you know what I mean? And then, every country is judged based on GDP. When I went to...
Well, I mean, of course, when they sit here and claim that America is one of the smartest countries in the world, that's a fucking lie. We're one of the dumbest fucking countries in the world.
Yeah. I think the founding fathers, they were all Freemasons, and I think before then it may have been better, like the pioneer mentality, and it's complex though. Like Americans have been attacked by the elites and stuff, and also by the system that's encroaching on them. So it's not the fault of the average American; it's more the fault of the invasive system, basically the technique and stuff. But I'm just saying that technique relies on some kind of, being myopic and also being like holding a stick. I mean, holding a carrot on a stick in regards to like this idea of progress, the pseudo eschatology of progress. But what's more powerful is to say, Christ speaks in my heart, and I found the Christ that way and stuff, and that's sufficient for me. You know what I mean? You don't need to go and make a narrative that, oh, my civilization is so much better, and blah blah blah, and then you make a revisionist history and make shit up. Doing that is the same reason why we have the technique or industrialization spreading. You see what I mean? It's like the universalism. You see what I'm saying? And that's the big problem. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but I mean, you're never really going to be able to snuff it out or anything. I mean, there's always going to be people who are going to do their own things regardless. So,
yeah, I wonder how it spread, like how it started to. Like, is this inevitable? That's the question. Like, if you view that mentality as always being latent in the universal eschatologies of the religions, and how did it malform into becoming like this? Was this inevitable, what we're experiencing?
I mean, I didn't think that way for the longest time, Avian, but since I've gotten older, to me, it's like, how Doctor Strange is sitting there going back in time and looking at all the possibilities, and there's only one. Like, I honestly do believe, like, how much more differently is it, like the going back in time theory? If, you just moved one chair out of place, would it make this world history event? If one little thing happened and changed in Hitler's life, maybe he would have went to art school and, would have became, a great, artist instead of, allegedly what he became. But I mean, again, it comes down to the fact that, yeah, I do believe that inevitably, if humans have the ability of thinking, free will, that, whether or not it's aliens, what I saw 3 years ago is enough to prove that, yeah, inevitably, eventually, humans were always going to go down whatever this path is. Because, I mean, if it's like what the architect says in the Matrix, humans are always going to reject a utopia. That does make sense to me. Someone like me, now I can accept a personal utopia of like where I'm in a personal mansion like God tells me he's going to give me. And like, I don't have to worry about world strife and, personal problems with thy neighbor and all this other crazy world shit. But, unfortunately, like we all know, like with a lot of people who follow their own religions, everyone has their own version of what their religion is. Just because I call myself a Christian, I can tell you from almost every single Christian I've ever met in my life, not a single one is even close to even what I've even believed, except for a far few. And even then, you go and ask several questions, and their belief is completely different than what I've ever thought what a Christian is supposed to be. So, when people label me as a Christian, that's fine. But, I use that term very loosely, just simply because of the fact that, I'm not a Bible thumper myself. I know that there's no point to go out here and tell someone you have to believe in Jesus. If I'm going to be held liable for that, well, all I can do is warn you. If you already know about the doctrine of Jesus Christ, I shouldn't have to tell you anymore. If you stand before Jesus and he's the true whatever savior of mankind, and if I think it comes down to a very personal relationship. I think as much as what I LARP about the New World Order and the Illuminati, whether I'm right or wrong, what's the worst I've ever done besides LARP? That's my stance on why I do what I do, because like we were saying when we first started, when you notice something, I'm not saying if you see something, say something. I'm not like, FBI, eyeballs, neighborhood watch type of people. But, I'm also one of them people where if a murder happens on my fucking street and I witness it, I'm going to fucking talk to the police if I think it's safe to do so, because why? That's what a normal human being should do. So, again, it comes down to your morals, your standings, what you believe in. And, riches is nice, bitches is nice, but, that's not what I aspire to be to. And unfortunately, a lot of the people who gain power, who gain, the fame and the fortune and the shekels, most of the time aren't made famous or put in their positions because they're likable or because they're actually smart. Some of them are. Some of them know what they're doing. Some of them have been trained to do what they're doing. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, a majority of these people are paid and owned by God knows who on the planet to go out here and subvert and psyop the masses to get them to believe and do and incite as much as they can for whatever endeavor that the current objective is. How do you counteract, if there's, as many people on the earth as there is, what kind of psyops are going on in China right now? I mean, do we even have access to what's really going on in China, Chinese media? Probably not, unless you're able to somehow access it. So, what you can examine around in your area is probably the best thing you can do in your situation, just simply because you're not going to be able to do much to convince a majority of people. I know Oriental people who are Christians as much as I am, but if you go and have a conversation of topics about half of the stuff that we're talking about now, they'll completely disregard and won't even talk to it, just because they're already built with that CCP whatever mindset of China's homeland. So I mean, you always have these different factors and stuff that you're always trying to take into account about even something as simple as what we were reviewing earlier about with him. And, when you sit here and you see people like that get up here and you sit here and hear them talk about necrophilia and him defending stuff like Christianity, even as a Christian, if you want to label me that, I just can't stand to hear that kind of talk, because I'm already automatically against that stuff. I'm, as a human being, isn't it common sense, if you believe and good things in a soul, that like you should be automatically against emphasize, you should be automatically against necrophilia and all this other crazy stuff? But then you go to realize, like, as taboo and as untouchable as what that stuff should be in conversation, like, the worst thing that you can imagine people can do, what we hear about on the news, is nowhere compared to what happens behind closed doors. And you have to assume that, like, you don't really know who's involved in what. And at that point, everything turns into speculation, dude. So for me as a Christian, when I see him talk, he's nothing more than just an agent who's out here to get, like a lot of the other people that we know that talk, to get people like me, I guess, a white guy, a Christian, who believe in the type of rhetoric and mentalities and ideologies to, what's the end goal behind it? If they want to turn everyone into, a bunch of gay white people or, you know, something like that. I'm not sure. But in the end game, it's only affecting those who, I mean, whether or not you want to say they're spiritually awake, I think a lot of people are still mentally asleep. And I'm not trying to call people retarded because I consider myself retarded. But, you know, there is a very strong spiritual delusion on the world where, like, you know, not to pull a joker on most people, but, you know, like what he says about with the bus and, you know, the politician or whatever, you know, how many people will sit there and, you know, cry over one politician, but, you know,
yeah,
1,000 soldiers.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, all of that was important and interesting remarks, you know. Yeah, I'm thinking right now. You see, my Slovenian friend, like, that guy's very smart.
I'm just saying, not all white people want to be Albert Wesker from Resident Evil, okay? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Of course, I know that. But, you know, that's the problem. The problem is if it's not the white guy who becomes Albert Wesker, will it be an Indian guy or even some other Persian guy or whatever who take advantage of the power vacuum, and then they become the Albert Wesker, which you wouldn't want
Well,
either.
I mean, they did take Albert Wesker in the TV series on Netflix and turn him black. So, I mean,
Yeah, well, you see my point, but, you know, you know, like, you know, that's the thing, you know, maybe, you know, see, I have my Slovenian friend, you know, there are some strong arguments for Hegel. I was just saying, maybe he should come on here and argue. If you want, I can organize. He's smarter than me, and he can argue in favor of Hegel. I mean, but the thing, I don't like Hegel, but, you know, we got to think about more things. If we say it's really inevitable, you know, like, I don't know, that's like, I don't know, it shouldn't be inevitable, but I don't know, maybe it is inevitable. You know, that's the problem with determinism. You know, I mean, that I didn't imagine we will get into the problem of determinism and other stuff with that. Anything, you know, like what the stuff we're moving towards now, you know, is really like transhumanist crap and singularity crap, and I think we are moving in that direction. I don't know if it comes from older stuff like Atlantean times, or if we're really moving that, if we're really like developing shit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let me think. Yeah, my Slovenian friend. Oh, maybe I should ask him to come on here one day. So maybe I can ask him to come tomorrow. Yeah, but I don't agree with him much though. But he's highly intelligent. He's actually on the level of David Scribner. Like, he's read Plato, he's read Aristotle, he's read all of the important philosophical figures, including Heidegger. He's very smart about Heidegger, and he also read, you know, Hegel a lot and stuff. He's a Christian too, of course, but he's more like the transhumanist type or something, like, oh, but he's smarter than the guy you were showing though. That E celeb guy, I could tell he's just stupid. I mean, like, I figure, but, you know, I think, yeah.
Well, I'll just put it this way. I think here soon, with what they have planned, it won't really matter because it'll psy up enough people to all come together.
Yeah, that seems to be happening. That's a concise way to put it, and I agree. That's happening. That is pretty much happening. You know, I hate to bring up a graphic novel, but, you know, something like Watchmen with that blonde guy. I forgot his name. He kind of faked an alien
Ozymandias,
invasion.
that's right.
Yeah, Ozymandias. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that's gonna happen. Yeah. Yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the kind of stuff people should be talking about, you know, like, right now. Like, really, like, that's that kind of stuff. That's why I came to this channel. Like, you know, I don't give a shit about fucking unseen proselytizing bullshit. I'm here to fucking talk about the dangers of industrialization. So, like that's why I fucking came here. Like, yeah, I think Dark Lord is way smarter than that fucking idiot. You know what I mean? He's fucking little smug bitch. You know.
No, it's just I'm capable of setting my Christian beliefs or whatever aside in order to be able to, attack what I believe is most important.
Yeah.
And
Well,
what
I
I
would
saw
have said
3 years
I would have
ago is a
already
little bit
gotten
more
into a
important.
fist
So,
fight with that motherfucker and beaten him to a bloody pulp at this point. Really. Like, yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't mean
you
to
don't
do
need
that.
to say that, dude.
Yeah,
Like, come on.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, okay, I won't say.
Like, chill the fuck out.
Oh yeah, okay, I'll chill out. Yeah, I'll chill out. Yeah, yeah, I'll just kind of. I came here to talk about technique and industrialization. I didn't come here to talk about religion, really. But it's fine. I'll just be more calm. I'll just try to avoid the religious stuff for now. Yeah. Yeah, these are difficult issues, man. Like seriously, like, oh yeah, it's fine.
Well, this is the thing. Alul was a Christian, right? So
Yeah, he was a Christian, but he didn't bring his Christianity into the. Not even once. I think only maybe once or twice he brought it into.
I think he did. He wrote
All depends.
Yeah, he wrote a few books on the issue because
Yeah, he did, but not in the technological society. Yeah.
Didn't he say
not in that
something
one,
like he wrote one book with like 50 chapters? Like,
yeah, but
saying,
in the
like all his
historical,
books,
yeah.
all are together as like one dovetail together eventually at some point.
Yeah, but that first part where he presents a historical analysis, he did give some things about how Christianity limited technique and stuff.
And that is a difficult discussion. Yeah, if Christianity limited technique, or its universalism enabled or it to spread. You see what I mean? Like, or like it facilitated it, if that makes sense. Facilitated the rise and preoccupation with technique.
Well, this is what Alul says in Subversion of Christianity, right? He says it was hijacked by pagan philosophy, right? So he says this is caused by the church, right? So the universalism actually came before Christianity. It came from Plato, right? So yeah.
I think I need to read that too. Also, yeah, but that doesn't make sense though, because the Jews were Hellenicized, right? And the Alexandrian Jews, so it was already mixed with, stuff like the hypostatic union is a Greek concept, so it was already Hellenized. So
right, but they would say that they just used it to explain. Right, so they would claim it's a unique concept. It's just that they used it to explain, how there could be three persons in one essence. Right?
Well, it seems like doublespeak to me. It doesn't make sense. I mean, like you say that Hellenism is and the Greek philosophy is mixed with it already, and then you say no, that's just a way to better explain and clarify what was already there and stuff. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this is what they would say.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it goes to the fact of the whole picture of the Trinity, how they have the Son of God, and then it's incarnated in the flesh. So there's all this stuff. How is the spirit and the flesh reconciled, and so on and so forth. I think maybe other
read the book. You have to read the book.
Yeah, like Judaism and Zoroastrianism. They had a similar thing going on at the time.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. John Lash Lamb is correct about that because of calls it, the victim redeemer complex, and then he says they have the was it salvationist? You know, it has to do with the salvationist, rhetoric. You know, the whole idea of salvation could be at the root of it, because you know, when you think about it, you know, the Ray Kurzweil and you know, what's his name, Yuval Harari, and all of them use salvationist rhetoric. You know, they treat the singularity and transhumanism as a kind of salvation, basically. So, yeah, it could be. Maybe I should read your book too. You know, maybe I think your book deals with that, right? It deals with these topics. You know, what correct? Am I correct? Like whether or not the salvationism of the Christianity transformed into the salvationism of transhumanism. Because you know, let me tell you this. You know, my Slovenian friend, he's a good guy. I talked to him a lot. He's been bothering me a lot though, because he keeps trying to convert me, believe it or not, to transhumanism. And you know, he actually does think that the Christian and Zoroastrian salvationism transformed into transhumanism, but he embraces it. He embraces the transhumanist future we're going to.
Wait a second. Did you said he was a Christian?
Yes,
Earlier?
he's a Christian. Yes, he's a
But he's
Christian.
trying to convert you to transhumanism.
Yeah, he thinks the transhumanism and Christianity are reconcilable. He thinks they're
That
reconcilable.
is really strange.
Yeah, he's into. Yeah, well, he's very intelligent though. You know, like you see, he writes well, and he's read a lot. You know, he's very intelligent, and so. But I don't agree with him. I do not agree with him, and so. Yeah, that's why I was thinking about this topic more. You know, I mean, including what the whole disposition of that guy. You know, including my Slovenian friend, and I was trying to link it together and try to figure out. You know, it's difficult. Yeah, that's it. I think the only thing that can really stop this system is some kind of cataclysm. You know what I mean? At this point, a cataclysm that goes out of control. You know, maybe. I mean, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, I don't have kids, you know, so I don't have to worry too much. You know what I mean? So it's people who have kids who have to really piss their pants or something. I feel bad for them, but thankfully I didn't do that. You know, I'm a doomer. You know, I'm a pessimist. You know, so that's what I do. I'm a doomer.
Yeah, but the problem with what this guy's saying is that a lot of the dispensationalism, it didn't really start off coming from Christians. It actually came from the Jays.
Bro.
Yeah. You know, like it seemed like in the Zohar, right? Like most of the Jays think that that Christianity and Islam were created to cause the Jewish diaspora so that the Torah would spread around the world so that it would lead the Jews back to Israel.
That's some goofy stuff.
Yeah. So they talk about how like the Christians and the Muslims are eventually just going to kill each other, right? So like Albert Pike and all these people who study the Kabbalah, they were like, look, we have to like cause this to happen because like this is a, you know, like set up Israel and like get the Christians and the Muslims to like kill each other. Like this is going to be the thing that must happen. Right?
It's gonna be fun times
to fulfill the Zohar or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you know, like.
May the odds forever be in your favor.
Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, this is an unprecedented time. You know, I've said that before. You know, like, just like it makes you like reconsider everything. Like the amount of knowledge we're saturated with, the issues we're dealing with. You know, like, I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it. You know, in a deeper sense. You know, they have faith in the system. Basically, you know, that's the thing. You know, and let me think.
I mean, I just come to the conclusion that when and if things truly hit the fans, people are just going to tear each other apart.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's going to happen.
We are the Walking Dead, and I don't mean the zombies.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. That's correct. Yes.
someone like me, you know, when I'm running to the hills, you know, whether it's zombies or nuclear fallout, you know, I'm going to do my best to be as humanistic as possible. But we all know there's going to be plenty of people out there like governors and Negans who, you know, tainted meat, you know. Unfortunately, that's just the realism if things do fall apart. You know, none of us have a bunker like Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg. So, you know, you're not going to. That's right. You're not going to be John Cusack. You're not going to be lucky enough to trade a watch to some fucking random dude at an airport to get out before the earthquake devices allegedly puts Los Angeles and, you know, inside the bay. So, you know, if these things do come to pass, the most you really can do is pray that there is some deity up above that cares about you. You know, if one of the other LARPs don't come into play. Eventually, at some point, they're going to need a turning point. If they're claiming like they're claiming in media and been psyoping that they're getting tired of running the world system, you know, they want that new world order because, you know, they've been LARPing about it for so long, you know. Unfortunately, you know, as much as even we claim to go against the establishment, you know, when things really do fall apart and you can no longer actually survive the way that we've all, and like some of our parents and, you know, like most of the people who we know who are alive today have lived, once you've lost that type of lifestyle, you know, when you're eating rats in the sewer, I don't know about you, but a can of Chef Boyardee that's 2 years old is going to sound pretty good. So
2 years old ain't even that bad though.
no, it's not. But, you know, to uppity people, you know, to rich people, you know, how dare you, you know, like Campbell said, you know, food for poor people. I'm just saying, man, that like, you know, in the end, inevitably, either the world's going to continue going on for however long until we're wiped out by, you know, Atlas or whatever, you know, the sun's going to expand and, you know, swallow us whole, or we're going to be eaten by a black hole, or aliens going to come and probe a hole, or humans are going to wipe each other out, or the earth is going to create some super pathogen virus to wipe us out because, you know, she's a bitch and likes to leave breadcrumbs, you know, like all serial killers, like they put in, you know, Jew World Z, you know, that funny how they go to Jerusalem there. But anyway, point is, you know, if there is a God, you love or hate him, you know, that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. You know, who's to say what? I can tell you, as someone who believed in a lot of the things that was being put in my face in 2012, 2013, 14, I never thought that the world would have made it to know 2025, 2026. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and try to be no fucking dumbass and sit here and claim anything. But, you know, witnessing the stuff firsthand like I did a few years ago, you know, I mean, who's to say? I mean, it's been 3 years since I saw that, and there's yet to be a bunch of fucking, you know, walking around with, you know, we come in peace zapping doves out of the sky. So, you know.
Yep.
What can you do? You know, Avian.
I appreciate your insight. Yeah, I appreciate your insight. Yeah, it's very thought provoking, and you know, I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, and I appreciate your insight. Yeah.
It'll be a lot more insight when, you know, you find out that they are already, you know, float above your cities and observe you. But yeah,
that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Okay, I told you they don't care what I talk about. It's just, you know, I don't have no following. So
yeah,
at this point, you know, they already know that we all know what's going to happen. It's just, what are we going to do about it? Like I said like about a year ago, what can we really do about that technology? None of us have a radar jammer that's going to be able to, you know, if that thing was real and it was a physical object, I can tell you that, you know, I've played many war games and I've been on military bases, and, you know, unless that thing's got a force field around it, I don't even think that the aircraft that I physically have been around in my life would do anything compared to what I've seen. So, you know, what do you do in that situation? In reality, is it really like they live and we really are at a situation where at every point, even if you got the fucking sunglasses, there's not really much getting out of it? That's unfortunately the reality that we are living in. We're all living in a situation where we want to be comfortable in our lives. We want to go about our daily lives and just be. But in reality, if you turn a blind eye and not care, like a majority of people do, you realize that the lives that we are living in and of itself, dude, is a LARP. That is the LARP. We're all living in a LARP. Like what you are as who you are today was constructed to make you in that way. So that way you never think out of the box. You'll never be unique, and what it really comes down to at the end of the day, if you care about being a human being, is they're removing what it means to be not just human but you yourself. The things that you love, the things that you care about, the things that you hold dear, the beauty in nature, the beauty in art. You call it insights, but I can tell you, I personally firsthand have witnessed at every single degree of just about everything that we have talked about at some level, to the point where it's at this point I just give up. I'm here to just let the conversation go and throw in my 2 cents when I think it's worth it, because at this point I really don't think that no matter how much we LARP, there will be no change. Even if we continue to the next 1,000 years, Elon Musk will go to go to Mars with his little doom technology with the demons, and allegedly, and they'll just leave people like us here to fight amongst the little scraps, if they even leave you scraps, if it's not completely irradiated like in Fallout. Because again, these people put in your face every single day what they're willing to do to not just you and the creatures on this planet, but the planet itself, and they really don't fucking care, because either A, they know God exists and don't care and gonna spit and ejaculate in his face as they do it because they're crazy or worship allegedly a devil, or they really are a bunch of technologically crazy people who want to somehow figure out how to transcend the event known as death, and are willing to do whatever it takes, including flying around in flying saucers and abducting people and committing experiments on people in order to achieve it. So I don't know what to tell you about you, but the evidence is pointing that it's a lot more than just insight. It's truth and it's reality, and we're all living in a reality that at every waking moment you're kept contained and docile and fattened and sickened and cold. And if we want to claim what happened in 2019 as a hoax, I mean, allegedly people really did, so I mean, I don't know, but again, as much as as much as I call it a LARP, it really isn't a LARP, because it is real life. Unfortunately, it's either you are Charlie Kirk or you're not. And, I'm still on the fence about whether or not he was, really Charlie Kirk or not. So, that's why K Reno,
yeah,
whatever. Cut it off there. But anyway, point is Avian, is that, well, my knowledge, like many other people's knowledge, isn't, you don't have to have all the knowledge to have common sense, if that's the word, the easy, mundane, retarded book for dummies word you want to give it for people. It's just common sense. You don't have to see a UFO to realize that, as someone who didn't believe in UFOs, I always gave it the credence that it was a possibility, and then to actually witness it for myself in front of me, again, that made me care just much more. If what I saw that night was physically there in front of me, what does that say about what really goes on around the world? So, again, you have to put in context the gravity of every single situation that you're examining. And for me, examining people on the internet, it's mundane compared to what I saw. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, hearing people like Flo and other people talk, it's mundane compared to, the things that I know that are truly going on, and all you can do is LARP about it until, it actually happens, like we did about 9/11, and then it still happened. So,
yeah, but we are in full agreement in that area, definitely. That's why I come on here and I talk to you about this subject matter. I agree with you about that stuff 100%, you know what I mean? And but the question is the LARP, if the LARP, what is the LARP? Yeah, it's a LARP, yeah. But
I only use the term LARP just simply because, since I don't have the answers, you still choose a role play. Like because of my experience as a Christian, I can't disregard Jesus Christ. Like, it would literally take a lot for me to just say, I can't pray to Jesus no more after what I experienced that night at a young age, whether it's schizophrenia or I actually experienced it. I just know that it was enough to shape me, plus all the other experiences that I've had. You know, you choose what you choose, and you know, it's much easier for me to say that I'm a believer in a man who died on a cross than it is from any other. I'm not. It goes outside of religion. Like, if I had been born in a Muslim country, I probably would have been born Muslim. You know, but again, it comes down to that. Like, I choose Christianity not because of anything else, and it's not even really just because of Jesus. It comes down to simple, like, morals. But again, you know, I've met atheists, I've met people who don't believe in, you know, and other gods who have the exact same morals. And that's the reason why, you know, for me, I can be friends with anyone. It doesn't matter what religion or no religion. But, you know, there are certain ideologies like the trans thing and other things that, you know, just simply, you know, I won't, you know, give no credence to. Like, but the same thing goes with like the Illuminati type stuff. Like, when you sit here and know that there are people out here who, you know, for a fact do the things that they do and are getting away with it, you know, I can completely separate whatever religious, you know, ideals I have and still sit here and say that what they're doing is wrong. And I think that's what really separates me, because at the end of the day, a majority of people who really defends their religion at the end of the day, like, how many of us actually go up here, like, you know, God tells you put on the armor of God and, you know, and pick up thy sword and, you know, whatever. You know, a lot of people don't actually, like, at the end of the day defend their religion, just simply because, like, what we were saying earlier, there's no real urgency. You know, even from a lot of the pastors who I have talked to recently, like, they will go and still LARP about the rapture and LARP about the stuff, but yet there's like no sense of urgency. It's still, here's a collection plate, and oh, come up here and tell me what your sins were for the week or who you want to pray for, and, you know, let me, you know, walk around, place my hand on everyone's shoulders and greet them in the morning. But there's like no sense of urgency in any type of church. So that's one of the reasons why, like, I try to separate myself from the framework of what it means to be Christian. You know, it's very rare that you'll meet someone who's willing to go and bleed or, you know, take off the shirt of their back and give it to someone else, you know. And as someone who wanted to become a cop, you know, once I realized that, like, I'm not saying that all cops are bad. I've met a lot of good cops, but I can tell you that it's not worth being a cop nowadays. It's not just the shit pay and whether or not, you know, your boss is dirty or the cops on the force is dirty. It's just like the general mentality of people don't not just appreciate what it means to be a cop, but I mean, let's just face it. You, like, every institution at some point, whether it's religion, schools, military, but also majorly with police, it's all going to a new world order system. I can't tell you how many off-duty, you know, like security guards that I've met who are literal off-duty police officers, off-duty state troopers, off-duty sheriffs, or have served in the military. And I can't tell you how many fucking security guards who were that and had all-seeing eye triangle owl tattoos on their fucking arms and had like 2 or 3 deployments to Afghanistan. So, you know, you're living in a system where at the end of the day, it's an amalgamation and a hybridization and a hydra of what I think is like all religions and ideologies and backgrounds and cultures at the surface that might not seem conjoined now. But how can you say, my point is when you go and see that, you know, that video and picture of Trump holding the globe with all them people, how can you ever sit here and say that we could ever have a problem with them people? You, like, once you realize that everything in your fucking life, so that means once you examine every single individual in war, every single individual in politics, every major world war, like everything, for as far as you know of, was lied about, constructed, misconstrued, and completely propagandized against you for what do you want to assume it's for? Is it for the Fourth Reich to take over? Is it aliens working behind the scenes, or is it transhumanism? I mean, unfortunately, at the end of the day, that's what it seems like we're always going to be trying to identify. Is it this? Is it that? Is it this? Is it that? And again, it comes down to the end of the day. What as we individuals, what can we do? As soon as I get done with this, I'm going to get off and spend time with my family and just be human, because at the end of the day, that's all you really can be. Most of us can only worry about what we're doing. But that goes to say that, at the end of the day, maybe that's what makes us a lot more human than a majority of the players and the people who we're constantly finding surround us.
I
That
just
we
don't
review.
like to define as human. You know what I mean? Like,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but in order to stick with human guidelines and TOSs, let's remain it as human.
Yeah, but let me tell you this. Like, the only thing I don't want to be is cooked. You know what I mean? See, that's it's not about love to me. You know what I mean? It's not about being
I agree. I agree that there is people in power, if you want to call them people. There's things, it's in powers that do in fact influence and control majority of the world. And just because they're influenced by the idea that they're allegedly God's children's children,
the problem is that
probably does play a big role in it. But again, what can
the
you really do
problem
about
is
it? You
that-
can't just pull an Adolf Hitler 2.0.
Yeah, that's right. But you see, the problem is we are all being cucked to some extent. You know what I mean? People are fine with being cucked now. You know what I mean? They're being cucked.
Yes, it comes back to the level of comfortability. Even someone like myself, what really can I do knowing that regardless of who or what is running the world, what can I do about it? Sure, I can LARP about it all day long. I can expose the players all day long. But in the grand scheme, it's like we said about with you and your good intentions. At the end of the day, what is God going to, when I die and go to heaven, God's going to be like, you did a good job LARPing. Here's your gold sticker.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Sad trombone.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it would be nice that when shit hits the fan, that everyone could just stand still and be like, nah, I'm not going to fall for that. But that goes to a level of which the heat and pressure is being applied. Let's be honest here. Is it, I mean, again, we don't have bunkers. So nuclear weapons, if they do allegedly exist, I don't know about you, but you tell me how you plan on escaping that. So again, there are things that sometimes in life you have to just look at and say, look, there's not a fucking thing I can do about it, but best of luck. Remember, if the mushroom cloud is bigger than your thumb, you're already fucked. So I mean, again, there are just some things that despite your best intentions and your reasons for doing it, that at the end of the day, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I see your point, I guess. Yeah. Like, I really appreciate your insightful comments, and I guess it is a LARP. It's all a LARP. Like, and I guess the LARPers who succeed the most are the ones who grift the best. You know what I mean? It's all about LARPing and grifting. You know what I mean? That's what it comes down to.
Well, I mean, I think my biggest problem, Avian, is I think too many humans still think in human terms. Maybe my problem is that because of my religious experience, it automatically thrusted me into that primordial what's beyond kind of thinking, and it's been that way ever since I was 9 years old. So for someone like me, I can think in the terms of a demon. I can understand why you would hate a human so much that you would want to fucking destroy their soul. So the point what I'm getting at is I think you think in too humanistic of a term. Like, so what I'm getting at is like, you have to understand that from what my experience is, there is something out there that hates me so much that it has literally fed off of me dying. So I don't know what to tell you, but I'm gonna LARP till I die. Just simply, you can call it insightful all you want, but you do have a soul, and there are things out there that 100% want to see you drink yourself to death, do drugs till you're dead, and put a gun in your mouth and blow your brains out.
Let me just say something. I got 3 degrees. I got a bachelor's in neuroscience, bachelor's in computer science, master's in computer science. I mean, in robotic intelligence, master. And I don't give a shit about any of it. I pushed through it. I just, but I'm trying to make the point is I'm tired of pushing, I'm tired of, like, let me tell you this. Have you had contradictory spiritual experiences? I've had contradictory spiritual experiences. Like, what I'm trying to say is that, what I'm trying to say is that I'm tired of pushing, like if someone tells me this is the truth, you got to read this. If I have the energy, I'm going to be reading it. I'm going to be doing my best, but then someone else comes and they tell me they have this truth. And then I read it, then I analyze it, and I keep looking at all these different perspectives. And how can I determine what's fucking true? And let me tell you this, I've had contradictory experiences. How can I tell if this experience is real or if that one is fake or if that one is archontic or whatever, or if that one is like pointing to something real? You see what I'm trying to say? The thing is, with the saturation of information, I see I have all these different perspectives, all these different ways of approaching things. How do I know which is true, which is false? It's like a postmodernist crap or something. I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say? Like how, like when I was a kid, I stayed up all night and I played Sonic Adventure, okay? And I went to school. I stayed up all night. I beat Sonic Adventure, okay? When I went to school, okay, guess what I saw? I saw Sonic, okay? I hallucinated Sonic, okay? He was right there. I saw him. I was like, holy shit, that's Sonic. I was like freaking 6 or 7, and I was sleep deprived. I just,
I mean, damn, I've been up 3 or 4 days in a row. I ain't never seen nothing walk across.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But what I'm saying is like, how can I tell if something experience is real or hallucination or if it's genuine? I've had experiences too, that, like I said, contradict each other or that they're real.
I can agree with you, Avian. So I can tell you that technically, I can tell you I've only had 2 experiences. While I know that I'm 100% totally awake and aware, and that was the pair of eyes watching me in the dark and the UFO.
Yeah.
Everything else that I've experienced has been in a state of either somewhat sleep, outside of sleep, or subconscious.
Yeah, exactly. Those two, I definitely, I do not doubt. But let me tell you this: once, I was reading Han Shan's poetry, okay, and I had an experience where I was shaking in bed, and I saw Han Shan's face, and he gave me a poem, and I saw a bird on a branch, okay, and it was a poem about Orioles, blossoms, and pain and stuff, and I forgot what the poem was about. I should have written it down. But how do I know that experience wasn't due to my subconscious, or it wasn't due to, or if I was actually connecting to Han Shan? Once I had a dream, I was walking on a mountain with my mom. My mother died on the mountain. It looked like a Tibetan mountain. And there was this white clothed monk, and he was like chanting, and he was like praying for me walking up the mountain or something like that. And I was walking up the mountain, and eventually I died too or something. But I've had contradictory experiences. Like I've had experiences that, feel like they're Zoroastrian, or experiences that feel more Islamic, or experiences that feel more Buddhist. Like how the hell am I supposed to tell what's true? Like am I supposed to go look at the philosophy, and then I think about these unfalsifiable philosophical stuff, and then I'm like, oh, this is most likely true. Like how can I have conviction? The Slovenian guy, okay, he's like always
Trust
jumping.
me, I would know.
Yeah.
How else do you explain to a Christian who witnessed putting a Bible underneath his pillow and alleged demonic possession, and then turn around almost 30 years later and expose him to a full-on fucking full-fledged UFO in the flesh? That was, to my experience, a little too fucking close for comfort. But still, the point is, don't you think that's a little contradiction? But I mean, again, we all have our convictions. But at the end of the day, no, none of us actually know what is fucking real. Even right now, this thing I'm touching in front of me, you don't know that it's real, because I can tell you, as someone who's been chased by World War Z, I Am Legend, 28 Days Later type demonic people in his dreams, I know what it feels like when flesh inside of a dream is torn. So, as someone who is as much, I dread every day that I wake up. It's not because I hate life. It's just because I don't know what's fucking next. Am I going to wake up in a fucking eternal nightmare, or am I going to be snapped into the same reality that I've known since my alleged existence? But again, at the end of the day, that's not what really matters to me. I know that I'm human. I know that there are animals and creatures on this planet that God put here specifically, that a lot of these creatures and a lot of things that people have seen throughout the years are probably not intended, nor was naturally created and supposed to be here. And there's a lot of things that go on this earth that even as much as what we have knowledge of folklore and mythologies and ancient religions and ancient places, even like Atlantis, that a lot of the things would pale in comparison if we actually understood anything that happened allegedly forever how long humans have been walking the earth, whether you want to believe that we've been here for alleged 1,000,000 years or we've only been here for a few good thousand. I mean, you take your pick. Do you want to believe when a fucking computer goes and tells you that a rock is, 25 billion years old? I don't know about you, but if I take a shit and you can tell me that shit's 5 minutes old, I might believe you, but did you watch me take the shit? So again, the point comes down to is like, how much of this alleged science do you really want to put faith into? What? Because a majority of people have agreed to it. So no, I don't know what's real. As someone who grew up believing that dinosaurs used to be what they were, and then you grew up and realized, wait a second, are you sure about that? And then now what do you think about dinosaurs? Well, I can tell you, I definitely don't think a big gigantic fucking rock wiped them out and somehow we morphed back into a perfect ball. But anyway, still the point is there are, I think, universal truths that no matter where you are on this earth, like with certain religions and histories that mention common themes like not mud floods, but global floods and stuff. There are some universal themes that no matter your religion or culture is still the same, but they've been so lied and misconstrued. People have been killed. The truth has been hidden. I mean, at the end of the day, I may choose Christ, but at the end of the day, as much as I love Jesus Christ, dude, that's not what matters to me. I know that for a fact that, what I saw 3 years ago.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like,
what was in that? Was that a goddamn alien or was that a human being alien? You tell me.
I know this is gonna piss off a lot of people, but this is how I feel, okay? And this is why Hyperborean, I agree with him. Like if you get a hamster and you put him in a cage, okay, you can be loving to the hamster, you can pet the hamster, you can create. You can
yes,
put
and a hamster will still eat its own fucking children. Yes, I get your point. It's circumstances too.
Not that. But the hamster, well, not that. I don't know if they always eat their children. But
they'll eat them. I've had hamsters. I can tell you, they'll be a perfectly fine batch of hamsters, and they'll just eat them for no reason.
That's fucking creepy. Yeah, that's creepy. Yeah, that wasn't.
But it's usually most of the time it's if they have defects. If one comes out like like Nemo with a little stubby arm or something.
Yeah, defects or something. Yeah, but anyway, the way you raise your hamster is kind of like, the conditions you put for the hamster is kind of like God or something. In some ways, you're like, just metaphorically speaking, But if you were like to I don't know, start abusing the hamster, if you were to start abusing the hamster, and you were, that's
okay.
cool.
But I mean, the same thing could be said about dogs. I can't tell you how many dogs I've owned in my life, and except for the proper training that you're supposed to give a dog, I've had dogs sit right there and bite me, despite the fact I was the hand that fed it. So I mean,
yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, why isn't God making Himself known now? I mean, why the fuck are things getting worse? Like it's tiresome. Like this is
I would agree, but I mean, that comes down to it that since none of us know, you're going to be on a constant cycle of trying to find out until you enter the grave, my man. I mean, that's really what it is, and like Hobson says in his song, how long does it take for a man to find the Holy Ghost? I don't know. Do you ever? Probably not.
I feel like a hamster in the cage.
Are you a hamster on a wheel? That's right.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to get at. And the owner is, probably probably a sadistic guy, or he's probably indifferent, to my suffering or something as the hamster. That's my issue with God. You know what I mean? Like why isn't He making himself known? Why isn't He getting rid of the atheist or the Klaus Roth or whatever, or the World Economic?
Well, I mean, again, I'm going to tell you, like I've told many people who've known me for a while, you can ask every single human who's ever lived, ever died, whoever will and ever will die, and you probably will never find a satisfactory answer, just like you never will with artificial intelligence, like the 14 I'm having with.
So it's not universal. You said it was universal. You know, I say it's not. You know, because if you say I cannot find a satisfactory answer, so
Well, I
therefore
mean,
that's not your answer.
I mean universal in the aspect of you can't sit here and tell me that you believe that your universe was created out of nothing. That's
You
a
know, I don't
universal
know.
truth.
I don't know.
Well, then there you go. You're a primordial earth jizz that boiled in lava billions of years ago, and you became a fish iguana, and you turned into a monkey Caesar man, and you shed your hair, and now you're what you are. There you go.
Brother
I mean,
Caesar, man.
I'm just saying, look, yeah, it doesn't matter. But again, it comes down to that, like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what it is. You still don't have control over it. I mean, you can say that what these people are doing is trying to take control over it. I mean, that's what it seems like they're trying to do to me. They think they can subjugate reality itself and nature. But I mean, again, I guess we'll have to find out the hard way. When you go and take CERN and turn it on one day and manage to, open up a fucking black hole and a bunch of creatures start crawling out, well, I guess, who told you so? Or if it opens up a black hole and swallows everything, well, I guess Stephen Hawking fucking told you so. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, you only have so much control. So, I mean, I can sit here and say that it's angels or demons or aliens running the world all I want to. At the end of the day, I mean, who does it affect? Who does it really control? I mean, there's a lot of alien cults out there who take it pretty fucking seriously. But, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all going to follow something. Again, it's all about comfortability. From the day that you become conscious, are you just going to go jump off a bridge? Most people don't. So, I mean, you're going to choose something to keep you occupied, whether it's putting hobbies, work, schooling. I mean, you're going to always choose something at the end of the day that gives you purpose, gives you meaning, that keeps you going. And I choose to put it in the fact that what I see as universal truth is that humans are humans. It doesn't matter your race at all. It doesn't matter you're white, black, yellow, purple, green, indigo. Even you rainbow people, allegedly, it doesn't matter. We're all human, and we all share the same space. And then we're not doing, well, as much as we don't like the small hats, still the point is look, at the end of the day, I'm going to die. I'm going to get put in the box. And, if I stand before God and he says that, if he's some asshole who just wants me dead, then he could just at some point I mean, like we all live on Earth, maybe one day some random earthquake will happen and create a flood and, I'll die. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, I mean, what are you going to do? Are you Bill Gates? Are you fucking Elon Musk? Are you going to go and build a bunker and go to fucking Mars? No, you're going to be stuck right here along with the rest of us. I don't see the point of trying to be something you're not, especially when you don't have a real reason for being that, so why sit here and join a bunch of weird cults of people to spread lies and get paid to do it when it goes against every moral fiber of what tells you is not the truth? I can tell you, as someone who wanted to join the military, it was all great when they put it to you on paper and brochures, but then you realize what the military and other things that go on in your world is really about, and then you're like, wow, what is anything to believe in? That's what I'm trying to get at, Avian. As someone who believes in patriotism and what it means to be, an American and stuff like that, it's all a fucking lie. There is no such thing as an American dream. There is no such thing as going to Hollywood. There is no going to Hollywood and getting famous, allegedly, without selling your whole, there are, sure, if you're lucky, you can be like people I know and spend your entire life working to make enough money to claim to be like the people who we're talking about, who really are rich, not even begin to scratch the surface of them. And then what did you gain in it? You completely destroyed your family life. Your kids are fucking narcissistic and fucking nihilistic as hell. Most of them turned out transgender or weird. At every aspect of what you're told and brought up is what you're supposed to be living in, to me, has all been a lie. And I'm talking about, it doesn't matter who you are. Sure, you know what? I'll put it this way. I have more respect as someone who has flipped burgers himself, having to work at restaurants. I can tell you, I have much more respect for someone who will go out there and feed someone in a restaurant like McDonald's who don't rub their fucking nuts all over your pickles. I have much more respect for someone like that. I think someone, like my father, who worked 30-something years as a fast food worker, who fed ungrateful sons of bitches their fucking meals, who never did anything wrong to their food, who was an outstanding worker, walked in the rain, walked in the snow, walked in the sleet, walked with a bad back every single day just so that way he could work because he didn't like sitting on his ass. And yet someone like him can barely sit here and still afford, with it, even after he retires, can barely afford to survive, where there are people out here who all they have to do is spread their fucking legs, even though you're only getting $5.99 a month allegedly. Still, the point is everything's rigged. And at the end of the day, I don't care about monetary things. It's nice to get money in and to go out and have fun. You're supposed to live, but at the end of the day, as a Christian, I'm not supposed to conform to them things. It's nice to go and take my son out to the arcade and throw $20 or $30 in the arcade like we do almost all the time and, enjoy life. But then the things that we talk about and stuff like on panel, stuff like that comes into play, like when you're at work. Who can sit here and focus on half the things that you're doing, typing into a computer, giving someone back their money, doing this, doing that, wiping your ass? When, like I said, with what I've experienced, 3 years ago, seeing what I saw, at the end of the day, I know that I'm never going to be like one of these people. And nor would I want to be, just like you said about getting invited to one of the parties. Who the fuck really wants to be at Bohemian Grove? Who the fuck wants to be around a bunch of alleged gay men in robes, in front of an owl doing mock gay butt rituals? I mean, at the end of the day, I would 100% would rather die poor than I ever would sit here and conform to a world that every single second tells me that what I am at heart is wrong.
Maybe I should do this. I've been thinking, I'll tell you that maybe I should become a Freemason and try to infiltrate them. Yeah, maybe I should do that, and then I can leak what they do and stuff, or maybe that.
I'm sure other people have tried.
Yeah, maybe they will
and
kill me.
succeeded, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but from what I've understood, you won't get past a certain degree if you're not already having sex with men. So I'm telling you, if you
Forget about it. Forget about it.
There are some things that they really won't talk about. I've talked to 2 or 3 here recently in the last few months, like the last one I had where I was able to snag a picture of his vehicle or whatever. And I can tell you, they will not talk about certain topics. They will not talk about the gay stuff. They won't talk about he wouldn't talk past the 26th degree. I'll put it that way.
Oh, I see.
And, but this is somebody who to me looked like he shouldn't even be a part of that lodge. But, with the money and what he's driving, it makes you wonder really in reality how he got it. Because, again, they do seem to avoid certain people. And it doesn't really seem to only just be because of their religious belief. He didn't even care that I was a Christian. It seemed more the fact that I was against like Elon Musk and, putting a brain chip in my ass than it was more or less that, I worshiped a man who got put on a piece of wood. So the wood is dead, right?
The wood is dead.
Yeah. I guess I see your point. It would have been nice to have a simple life, just farming or like hunting or fishing, not have to think about things deeply, that much, the things that you cannot change and things that feel inevitable and fatalistic, just have a community farm garden, have some personal space, that would have been nice. But I guess we're saturated with information, and I'm gonna be honest, all this information and all these different perspectives, it's really hard to know what's true. But in a small community without technology, it doesn't matter. You just do what with the community, and you're just like working in the fields or like whatever. Like I like life to be simple. You know what I mean? I like things to be simple. Elegant and simple. I don't know what it means to be virtuous anymore. I don't know what it means to be noble or have integrity anymore. I don't know what it means to be a good person anymore. It's hard to tell, like all I know is this way of living is fucked up, that's all I know. Like It's not holistic. It's not integrated. It's all, you know. That's the thing. That's kind of hard. We're all speaking English. We're all in different parts of the country. We're all people probably from outside of USA come here. So many different
Let's get
perspectives.
ready to rumble.
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
Tiresome.
What y'all talking about, man?
Doesn't matter.
Practice.
Talking about practice?
About how we're
We talking
all
about
on this fucked up Willy Wonka ride called life.
Hey, Willy's Wonkas. It's crazy.
But no, Avian, every single day, I have my moments where, I fall and stuff. What person doesn't? But, I've always tried to live my life to the best of my ability. As I'm not saying I live with like God's watching my every single move. If I'm taking a shit, can I have some privacy? But still, the point is that, at the end of the day, I believe that each human is connected to the
Not if you have your
universe.
phone in the toilet, you don't.
Uh-oh.
I think God
It's
goes to the
Wi-Fi
door first, man.
signal.
No matter what door we kind of walk
Am I
through, he goes
roboting?
through first, man.
No.
We can hear you. People are just, chilling.
Well, of course it's Wi-Fi. I'm on a phone. Like what? I can't just stick an Ethernet up my ass.
Oh, the Wi-Fi signal's up your butt.
Uh-oh. We got another white boy.
Hey, so this stream is called Psyoping the Masses. What do you think? What do you think is the best way to unpsyop the masses?
Damn good question. That really depends.
That is probably the $1 trillion question.
But that really depends on the context. I will say in defense, since I've known TML, all technology to the best of your ability, other than if you want to throw in a decent, instrumental or classical track or, a decent, vocal every once in a while. But other than that, I would have to admit, since I've known TML, technology and the distribution and what you can access with it is one of the biggest downfalls I have noticed since I've grown up. Technology, 100%. It's not just the ideologies in schools and what's being indoctrinated into children. Technology literally gives people as young as 7 and 8 years old access to almost anything.
Or younger.
Or younger, if you're dumb enough to let your child on it. Yeah.
Why are you limiting their freedom?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Jesus Christ.
Speaking of botting.
Comes down to the end of the day. You know you want to be a robotic tranny? You want to be a robotic tranny?
I mean, you are one already. You already are one.
I mean, but come on, y'all. They there's no way they can win. We're not that stupid. Right? There's still some.
They could appear to win. There's always the appearance of winning. So there's the
Oh, that sounds like a false flag, sir.
It's
Well, just remove the L, and we have a better situation going on.
When you're dealing with magicians, you know what I mean? It's all about upholding the illusion.
Right, you have to show how the illusion works. It's at least a step in the right direction. Whether people want to believe it or not is
right. And I think that
it's a different story. You can
best
lead a
way to
horse
deal with
to
that
drink
is
water,
pointing it out.
but it's got to drink the water itself.
Yeah, but what if they kind of want that also? Like, what if as many people as they want to accept it, they've already planned for the people, like I said, who They know people. If they just all of a sudden say you have to take a brain chip, I mean, in all honesty, a majority of the people who don't go along with it, I mean.
Well, I know this. Like when I did my studies into like Marx and the First International, right? When they had that sort of gathering of the workers' parties around the world to sort of come up with a plan to overthrow the oligarchs, right? They always had this concept of like controlling the opposition. So it's like we know we're going to get a negative reaction. So how can we control that reaction? Right? Like you have to, and that's a part of the the dialectic is like presenting the problem and then you give the solution, right? But the synthesis remains the same, and you know all those groups, like especially the First International, like there wasn't a consensus amongst themselves, like everybody agreed or something.
Dang, where all these
Like
people come from?
the communists and the anarchists might have fought, and there was infiltrations of different groups and ideologies, and then eventually the dominant
I just
ideology
give
won
up.
out.
I just give up. It doesn't. Like I'm just back to being a nihilist again. It's just.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. Just
Well,
that
you look
at
into that,
time.
like Mazzini, right? You had Mazzini there, and he was the dominant view within the First International. His views, which was Masonic, Pike. This was the dominant view. Mazzini and Marx were rivals. They didn't agree. They hated each other, but they came together in an agreement that this goal has to be accomplished, and that goal was the overthrow of the oligarchs, and they were willing to go into, like, I guess what you would say is communion with the bankers, the international bankers, the Rothschild, and sort of uptake their goals and get paid off to do it. And the whole plan was to rally the common man behind this, ideology that these evil oligarchs are taking you over and using you and all this other stuff. But in reality, all that was an illusion, a show for the international banker to sort of take control of resources of a nation. And you had different people at that time where it wasn't the bankers, sort of controlling a country. You had still that option where there wasn't complete control. They were trying to obtain it. Now they have full control of this, and now the whole process is like to keep the people constantly working, so they never sort of figure out, like, there's a group of people behind the scenes just stealing the resources of all these nations, and setting up a despotic system where these new oligarchs take the place of the old ones, and it's the exchange of power hasn't shifted to something better. It's shifted to something worse, with the illusion of being something better.
It's
That's a part of propaganda, is where you're like, you're selling the people on an idea. It's like your old toothpaste doesn't clean teeth as good as this new toothpaste, right?
Well, it's just that nothing has changed. It's just complexify and get more exasperated. Like if you look at history, and you look at these central bankers you're talking about, the banksters, and you look at the multinational corporations you're referring to, or
Right.
even the Jays, it's just the same thing. Fighting for like trade routes and access to natural resources and trying to gain
Right.
the
That's the
system.
root.
Yeah.
That's absolutely the root, and it's not actually race based.
Are you talking about?
Like
Are you
you'll
saying
have like
resources?
the use of
Are
racial
you?
identity and like religion as a tool
Hello?
of propaganda to
I hear you, Browns
manipulate.
boy.
Like
Okay.
it's used as a tool, like race and religion. Like
Can
this is all,
can
but
Unseen
they don't
hear me?
actually believe in anything. It's humanism.
He might not be able to hear you. So
Yeah, but I'm saying that it was like that too in the past. You know, like Rome and the Sasanian Empire, they fought a lot of wars over Armenia because it was like
can
the
you
whole
guys
country.
can you guys hear me or Brown's boy?
Yeah, I can hear you and Brand's boy. Yes.
Okay.
Someone's mic is like really bad.
Yeah,
It's Neuro's
Nero
mic.
Jack's
It's
mic is
Neuros.
yes,
He's
his back.
staticky.
Mic is
Almost
terrible.
sounds like a bug.
His mic is
Alien
terrible.
insect.
His mic is terrible.
Yeah, let's hate on him, dude. Like, dude, get a better mic, idiot.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't mind the static as much as the burping noises that it makes like
Oh.
every other stream.
Oh, bro.
Without
it is the most
fail.
annoying. Yeah, it sounds. Someone said it in the comments one time. It sounded like a hog or something. That was pretty funny. It's like farts. He's got a fart.
It
noise.
really does.
But yeah, man, I think it's crazy, but you know,
Fart,
as
fart, fart,
long
fart.
as like people are sort of willing. Well, they've created an atmosphere where it's like people feel like they need this type of system, like they're dependent on the system that's been given to them.
Yeah,
to the point where
we
they'll
already
fight for
heard
it.
this from fucking Morpheus.
Well, I came to instigate a debate between Machine and Unseen regarding the Eucharist. I think that would be a really good debate.
Why? What do you want to debate about it? Well, I mean, why would you want
Not
to
the
instigate
Eucharist,
that?
man.
What's there to debate about it?
About the meaning of it, like as far as like, is it about sacrifice? Is it about the blood? Is it about drinking blood and eating the flesh? Or
Yeah, but
No, it's called the
Muslims
bloodless
probably wouldn't
sacrifice.
care to debate about it.
It's
All right,
called
let
the
Brown's boy.
bloodless
Hey,
sacrifice.
shut up! Let Brown's boy go because he wasn't able to talk a minute ago.
Well, I thought the question was asked to me, dude. What?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was. But the bloodless sacrifice. So that's the Eucharist.
Unseen,
It's
how
not
are you,
truly
man?
blood,
Can you
right?
hear me?
I mean, it's not in that way. It
I
is
can hear
blood.
you.
It is the blood of Christ. But you
The
know,
blood is the life.
but it's
Right,
also
Mr.
called the
Renfield?
bloodless
Unseen,
sacrifice.
You will
hear me.
eat the bugs.
I need to know if Unseen can hear me. Unseen, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude. What? What do you want?
Oh, really? You just wanted to tell your story? Like you couldn't let anybody else talk the whole time? Like what, dude?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your resources, man. Resources. It's all about the resources. I was trying to just ask, is that what you're talking about?
What am I talking about?
What are you talking about? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, the bloodless sacrifice. It's it's spiritual offering of prayer, praise, bread,
Oh my god,
wine.
dude.
Okay, so that's the Eucharist, right? It's not
Very funny. You're very
it's a
funny.
mystical.
That sounds
The essence
hilarious.
of the blood and wine change at the point of the consecration of the holy gift. So the essence of the thing. So what something is, that's the essence of that thing, right? The essence.
In your opinion.
No, it's
Yeah,
not my
like
opinion.
essence and
It's
all that stuff is.
It
it's
is
all
not
like,
your
this
opinion.
is the problem. Is
Correct.
like when we're talking about truth, right?
Yeah.
There's either is something true or it's false, correct?
No, not necessarily.
And that's not up to like to be determined by like my opinion doesn't change the truth of something.
Truth is based on the observer.
I'm actually not
Something
worried
can
about
be
your opinion at all.
both true and not true at the same time, and neither
Well, I
true
mean,
nor
if you're
not
not
true.
worried about my opinion, then why are we talking? So what do you want?
Like what is
I'm
true?
just saying it doesn't worry me. I don't dislike your opinion either. I'm just not worried.
Well, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is this: is the
That's not
essence of
irrefutable.
the blood, right?
Essence of the
It
blood.
is truly the blood. The wine is truly becomes the body and blood of Christ, like the
Well,
bread and the
that's
wine.
creepy.
That truly happens at the
That sounds like
consecration.
vampirism.
Yeah,
But
that's creepy.
that's an argument that's already been handled during the first century. So if we
Anyone
wanted
got
to
any
go
garlic?
into why
Who's
that's not
arguing?
the case,
Who's even arguing it?
That's creepy. Like it
He
literally
just
becomes
argued
it was
that
Neuro
blood
that
and the
brought it
flesh.
up.
cannibalism or something like this.
But
Look,
what you just said sounded like cannibalism. You said it becomes literally the blood and the flesh. Like that's what you said.
yes, but in its essence, in a mystical sense. So when we
What?
talk about these things, there's distinctions between something being, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, how can you explain something mystical?
I hear exactly what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. What's the problem?
Okay, well, I mean, we could get into what the Eucharist is theologically, and but I mean, it's not. I mean, you're not going to get a fast food answer from me on it. Like, if we really want to talk
Fast
about a
food
subject, we're going to have
occultism.
to go to the details, go to the patristic text, because really, like, why is it? If we're going to talk about any other subject, from what I've seen, people want to be, uphold like intellectual honesty and have a scholarly conversation on something. What I don't
Well,
like
it
is
is the
like
internet.
taking a subject that is like pretty serious. Like we're talking about God incarnate, right? And we're talking about a sacrament that God incarnate has given man. And if we're giving like, it's pretty blasphemous from my perspective to be like, well, it's just cannibalism. Like, no, dude, like that's not what it is. And we could
Yeah, of
go to
course, that's not
saints that
exactly what it
explain
is.
this, right, with a respectful way to go about that. But if you like instantly
Yes,
go
if you're
into it, that
cuckoo,
leads me to believe like,
you think they literally mean eating flesh.
Yeah,
If
come
you
on,
understand it spiritually, we know that they mean eating of the essence of like what it means to be a Christian. Yes.
it means the
Is
essence
that
is truly the body and
who's
blood of
disputing
Christ.
that?
Exactly. Why are you going on unseen? What are we doing here?
Jack that wanted TML and Unseen to debate the Eucharist for whatever reason.
Oh, okay. I did not hear that. And
it was like when you're
Yeah, I'm not just like
gone
coming
or
here
something.
like forcing a conversation, dude. I was
that's
asking
literally what
questions.
it sounded like to me.
Yeah,
No,
I don't know.
Nero set him up.
So you two are going to have a debate, or
No, I don't plan on doing a debate. I mean,
Okay.
I'd have a discussion about it.
What
what is transubstantiation? You know what I mean? And
But
like go to Greek terms with it.
semiotically, it is cannibalism. So like saying in the realm of like science and imagination and symbols, symbolically, it is.
No, it's not. I wouldn't call it symbolic. I would say that that's a Protestant interpretation of what it means.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me what the
pesky
separation. What's the separation then between the physical and the spiritual essence of that? Then, if it's not what, if you can't tell me what it's not, tell me what it is. I was
think
talking
that
like
in terms of talking about it, we're talking about the essence of the bread and the wine become Christ.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But
Okay.
Avian is
But that's
saying.
what it is. It's
Avian
not a
is saying there's too
symbolic
many
thing.
leaps.
If it
There's
was
too
just
many leaps.
symbolic, if it was
Yeah, I
just
know.
symbolic, it would mean that there was no actual transubstantiation.
Yeah.
There would be no change of the essence of the thing, right?
Right. It helps to, it helps is the
I'll
point.
give you an example of something. There was.
Dude, I know, dude.
I'm going to give
Who
you
do
an
you
example.
think doesn't know what you're talking
Let me
about?
finish this.
Yeah.
So here's the example.
We all know what you're saying.
I don't know what he's saying. No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what
If
he's
you know
saying.
what I'm
Because he's
saying, then you
saying
should understand what I'm about to say to you. So there was a situation where there was a monk, right? An elder. And this elder didn't believe that there was truly a change of the Eucharist. He thought it was just a symbolic, right? And in his ignorance, he would say these things. And there was other Orthodox around him that said that this isn't the teaching of the church or wrong about this. And he said, well, when God shows me, I'll believe it. Well, he went to service at a certain point and he looked into the chalice and he did see flesh and blood.
what the fuck? It is
Okay.
fucking fucked up.
that's not good
the
enough.
reason he's seen the flesh and the blood in that instance. This was God allowing the spiritual veil to be uplifted, and he actually seen something, but it was actually to cause him some form of distress to repentance and draw him towards repentance. All right.
Okay.
Like Green
No, that
Inferno,
sounds.
like
Listen,
the movie
that's
Green
well, I know
Inferno.
that this is going to scandalize you.
dude.
And that's what I'm telling you.
It sounds fair. Listen, take what he said at face value.
No,
You
it's
know
just
what I mean?
fucking
And
crazy. What are you talking about? You're
no,
saying
I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying take it at face value. I
no, it's
thought that 80 would.
cannibalistic. It's cannibalistic.
You're saying
This is
okay,
like
but if you're
like
saying
Western
no, it's not,
African
dude.
Negro stuff.
Oh, it's
like
cannibalistic.
literal
It's
cannibalism.
cannibalistic.
All right.
Okay.
It's
All right,
cannibalism.
so
You
now
know
we'll
you
go
want
to
some
this.
Chick-fil-A face
I've
fries.
proven
Come
to
on.
you already.
Why are you
I've already
saying that it's
proven this argument already
I
into
need to
in a
wait.
personal conversation. Hey man, I'm talking, bro.
Listen,
I'm
we already
talking, bro.
heard you for 30
No,
minutes.
man,
We
it's
heard
not.
you.
We already heard you, man. I'm talking. I'm having a
Yes, we
conversation.
did hear
He
you.
wants
We
to state
clearly
something.
heard
I
you.
should be able to reply to that, bro. Like, why are you?
Okay,
Why are
but
you trying
can
to shut me
anybody?
down, bro?
Are you guys debating, or is this a
Don't try to shut me down
conversation?
when I'm trying to
Or
reply to something, bro.
I'm not trying to shut you down. You're actually probably more so trying to shut me down, like factually.
Yeah,
You're a
not
Like, go
anymore.
ahead. No,
You're
go
such
ahead,
a
man.
bitch. You're such a
This is your
fucking bitch,
dance.
bro. You are the biggest bitch ever, bro. I'm gonna tell you.
What is
Like,
your
let me tell you
problem?
something, bro. I'm gonna tell you, motherfucker, straight up, bro. I'm not at that
Okay.
monastery anymore because
Oh,
I'm
you're
just gonna
heated?
fucking let it be known,
Are
bro.
you
I'm gonna tell you
heated?
how I really feel.
Are you
You're a
real
straight
heated?
up faggot ass bitch, dude.
Dude,
You are
tell me
a
how
fucking
heated you are.
faggot, bro.
Oh, that's it? It's just your opinion? That's what you
No,
got?
dude, it's
You got an
straight up
opinion?
fact. You are a full
Yeah.
on gay faggot, dude. That's a
Yeah,
fact
like,
of life. Like you're on
okay,
some
dude,
bitch
who
shit.
hurt
You're on
you?
some bitch shit. You're on such
Who
like
hurt you,
fucking
bro?
bitch shit that I would smack you in your mouth. That's how big of a bitch you are. Right?
Oh, okay.
You act like a feminine little girl, bro. I've seen you do this shit over and over and over again. You
What
play
is it?
fucking
What is
so
it? You
fucking
haven't
gay,
described
bro.
what I've done.
You play gay
What
shit,
is it?
dude. That's gay shit. It's
What
gay
is
shit,
it?
dude.
What
That's
is it?
gay shit, bro. I don't know another man who acts like that. You know what I'm
Like
saying?
what? Are you
Like,
retarded?
Exactly. What are you going to gaslight about it? That's
Are
gay
you
shit.
retarded, dude? I'm
Motherfuckers
serious.
who
Are
do
you
that
retarded?
shit, men who do that, you act like women.
Do
That's
what?
some womanly shit. And even women
Men
don't
who
act
do
like that.
what?
It's
Retard?
feminine, dog. It's feminine.
Do what?
When you try to go to reaction, right, and do some bitch
What are you
shit,
talking about?
you act
Go
like
to
a little
reaction.
bitch.
That's
That's what I'm
you.
saying, bro. You act little faggot ass bitch. That's
How? Okay, explain it clearly. How would a saint
Bro, I don't know
explain
how
it?
to
By the way.
explain you're a faggot to you other than what you're doing is faggot.
Oh,
It's faggoty, bro.
dude, that's such a good one, bro. You have no facts. You can't even articulate
There's no
more than
facts,
anything
bro.
general
The
of your own
fact is,
opinion.
man, it's the way you go about maneuvering in a conversation with somebody. The way you try to manipulate.
Oh, it's
the way you
me?
try to,
It's
quote,
me?
gaslight, bro. The way you try
How
to
did
act
I
like everybody
gaslight you?
around you
Okay.
is ignorant.
No, you made a
when
claim.
everybody
Shut the
sees the
fuck up,
game,
you little
dude.
bitch.
Everybody
You made a
sees the
claim.
game, homie.
Bitch.
You're a fucking
You
little
made a
bitch,
claim.
dude.
Bitch.
Pussy
You made
boy.
a claim. How did I gaslight you, you stupid fuck?
Bro, you're a little pussy boy bitch.
You can't explain it. You can't explain
I
it.
just explained it, dog. I'm saying
Just do it
all
again.
around you're a gay ass faggot.
All around. All around. That's how I explain things all
Your
around.
essence, bro. Look, we're talking
My
about essence right
essence.
now. Your
It's
whole
my
essence
essence.
is gay, right?
Okay, dude, go off,
When you
queen.
walk outside,
Just because your little
in the
fucking
day,
feelings
right,
were
and you're
hurt because
around
I was
other men,
agreeing with what you were
when you're
saying.
around other men,
Because your
you are the
feelings were hurt
gayest one
that
out
I
of
was agreeing
everyone.
with what you were saying. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude?
I don't know, y'all motherfuckers act gay, dude. That's what's wrong with me. I
Sounds
guess.
like you're being a little bitch actor, dude.
Motherfucker. Oh, somebody's an actor. What? You gonna like parrot some shit you heard somebody
I
else
don't know.
say and act like you came up with it?
I don't know,
I ain't no
dude. Do you
fucking
have a
actor,
problem?
man.
Do you have a
Motherfucker,
problem?
I'm more real than you
If
could
you have a
ever
problem
imagine,
and you
dude.
don't want to
You
act like a
wish you
bitch,
were
tell
as
me what
real
your
as me,
problem is
motherfucker.
in a
You put on
non-general
so many
way.
faces, you
If
don't
you
even
have a
know your own.
problem, if you have a problem and
You
you're
put
not a
on so
bitch,
many masks,
tell
you
it
don't
to
even
me in a
know your own
non-general
face,
way so
bro.
I
You
can
don't know your own
understand it.
personality. You don't know who you are.
Instead of saying that you gaslight people, and then when I ask you to explain it, you said, "Oh, you just did, but you never did."
Listen,
Motherfucker, I explained it.
I'll
What
read
needs to be
Seraphim, bro.
explained about you
Okay.
being a gay?
In the future, I'll read
Oh,
Seraphim,
me
bro.
being gay.
and I'll
Dude,
send you an
you're a little
analysis.
fucking actor, bitch, dude.
So
if you want to
just
go there,
calm
you're a little
down.
actor. I mean, seriously.
I'm a little
Nobody
actor,
fucking
bro.
nobody
little
nobody
actor,
Okay,
gaslit
guys,
you. What the
cut it
fuck are you
out.
talking
You're
about?
doing too much. Both of you cut it out. Okay. Listen, Unseen, I'll read Seraphim Rose in the future, okay? I apologize.
Man,
Who
I
might
don't
read
care
this
what
to
you
you.
read, dude. I don't like you, man.
This is about the fucking truth, man. It's not about me or
I would
you.
love for people to actually care about the truth, but I
Okay,
mean, what, dude?
but if
What?
you were
Now,
wrong, then
now,
I
now,
wouldn't.
now,
Like, bro,
class. Let's all get
I'm always
along,
held up to these
class.
standards and
Okay,
shit.
but
I'm always held up to this crazy standard. Like,
if
I
this
can't
guy
say
who
how I
talked for
actually
30
feel.
minutes was
A lot
wrong,
of times, bro, I want to call you
if this
motherfuckers
guy
gay.
who talked for 30 minutes was wrong about what he said about me, then he just looks like a retard. Am I correct?
Homie, what the fuck? What do you mean? I'm saying you're gay.
Yeah.
How can I be
And
mad
you're a
about
retard.
that?
Listen,
You know you're
Unseen,
gay, dude.
everyone, don't insult him. Let's just cut it out. Let's all just be respectful.
Dude, where did I gaslight this stupid queer?
Like we're
Motherfucker,
all
like,
after the
look,
truth
this is what the
in our own
narcissist
way.
does. So a narcissist, right? When you call
Okay,
them
go
on the
ahead.
shit,
No, you
when you
take
call
over,
them on the
bro. It's
shit,
your
they act like
spot.
they don't know
It's your
what you're talking
spot. You're
about,
shining,
right?
queen. You're shining, queen. Go ahead,
Bro,
show us how
homie
you
fucking
shine.
acts like you don't know what he's talking about. That's what the fuck they do, bro. Then they want to be like, "What are you talking about?" I
I'm
never
saying
did
it's
that.
not about us
Oh,
or you. It's about your
fucking some mysterious
faith.
shit that
You
nobody
should be
knows what happened,
focusing
bro. Like, motherfucker, that shit is
on
not
Christ.
mysterious, bro. We know
Forget
what's
about
up.
other
You're
people.
a little
Focus
bitch.
on
You act
Christ.
and fucking do little
Dude,
bitch shit.
it's okay. Unseen. It's okay. You can only go up from here.
Dude, are you baiting me, bro? Are you rage baiting
No, I'm
me,
not actually
man?
baiting you. I'm telling you a truth,
bro.
how I see
no,
it.
dude. I'm telling you the truth. You're gay as fuck. How about that?
Yeah,
You
no,
little
listen.
bitch.
Okay, and what evidence do you
This
base
is
that
not
on?
the way you
I
go
base
about
that on your fucking
spreading your
actions, dog.
faith.
When your
This
actions
is
My
are
not the
actions,
way
gay,
and which
when you try
actions
to
are those?
manipulate, when you try to do gay
Which
ass
actions
fucking
are
shit,
those?
when you
Yeah.
throw
Which
little
actions am
stones and
I
hide your
manipulating?
hands,
Okay,
that's
I'm
being
not going
gay.
to read
Oh,
Seraphim Rose.
which actions am I manipulating by hiding my hand
I
for?
don't know, Mero. I forgot about
Oh,
that
you
at
don't
this
even
point.
know. Oh, you don't
I
even know.
forgot at this
That's
point,
what I thought.
motherfucker, but that's your intent.
Catechism or something.
That was your intent.
Whatever, dude. Go on another
I know
fast and
your
eat more
intentions,
Pringles and eat
motherfucker.
more
You play
chips,
little
bro.
gay ass games, dude. I don't play
Games
gay
of
games
what?
like that.
Games of what?
not
Are
about
you like
games.
a trained person who knows
Fucking
only how to
rewind
speak
these
in general
fucking
terms?
games.
Other
Look back at
characters,
that shit.
It's
And I
about
called you on it. You know what's
honest
up.
search for truth.
You called me
That's
on
what
what, dude?
Your little gay game.
Call me on nothing.
both of
Your
you
little
cut
Bro,
it
you
gay
out.
call
ass
me on
game
Both
you
of you cut
nothing.
out. You should just take it to like a direct message or something. Like you just cut it out.
I don't know.
Like,
I'd have to look. I'd have to look
I
back at the
don't, dude,
tape.
I don't
But
even
it
know
was a
what
little
the
gay
problem
ass
is, quite
fucking shit you
honestly.
yeah,
said.
I don't know.
Some gay
Maybe
shit
he's
you
drunk
said.
or something. I don't know. Yeah, listen, Unseen. Like just calm down. If you want to like spread, your message, get people to read
Man, I ain't got no
Seraphim
message
Rose.
no more. It's fuck you, motherfucker. That's what my message is. It's fuck you. You're a pussy. He's a pussy.
Okay.
All you motherfuckers can suck a dick. That's my message.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Yeah, that seems very Christ-like.
I
That
don't
seems
give a
very
fuck.
close to
I
your
don't give a
truth.
fuck. Let
You
God
don't
judge
get
me,
a
motherfucker.
Let
you don't
them
get a
demons
shot
out,
of
boy. Let them demons flow through you.
Motherfucker, y'all ain't
or
fucking my judge, bro. None of y'all are my judge, and ain't
I'm
none
not
of you
trying to
walk my
judge you.
fucking steps.
Like
You ain't never
I'm just trying
fucking
to
Nobody even
understand
judged you.
why
motherfucker.
you're
You
doing
can't
it.
judge me. Fuck.
Like,
You think you're gonna judge me, motherfucker? I've tried my hardest to fucking be cool.
How did I judge
Play your
you?
little gay
How
little
did I
games,
judge
bro.
you?
Motherfuck off.
How
boy.
did I
Fucking
judge you?
punk ass
How
bitch.
did I judge you?
Bro, man,
How did
stop
I
repeating
judge
your
you?
fucking faggot ass stuff. That's all you can do.
How
is
did I
this all
judge
it
you,
takes
boy?
for you to lose your faith? Is this all it took for you to lose your faith in Christ?
No, bro, my faith in Christ ain't lost. My faith in humanity is though. And see, like I'm a human being, right? And I get to a point with these fucking faggot ass people where I'm like, fuck it, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you. That's
okay,
how I
dude, you
feel,
just
bro.
sound stupid.
At the
Cool.
end of my
That's cool.
the day, I can repent of my
Jesus
shit,
life.
right? I can repent of my shit. Let me tell you some shit. I can repent of my shit, right? I can go about
Do it
and
right
fucking
now.
right
Do it
my
right now.
wrongs,
Show
dog.
us how
I
you
can
can
right
do it
my
right now.
wrongs, bro.
Show us how
I'm
you
not
can do it
fucking
right
playing
now.
perfect,
Show us
man.
how you can
That's your
repent right
fucking
now.
problem. You try
Repent
to
right
hold
now.
a motherfucker
Repent
up
right
to
now.
standards you don't hold
Repent right right
yourself,
now.
that's a hypocrite.
Repent
Trying to
right
interrupt
now.
somebody,
You
talk
said
over,
you
that's
can
little
do it.
bitch ass shit.
You
too.
said you
That's
can
little
repent.
faggot ass shit. He's
You
doing
said
that
you
down
can
there.
repent.
He can't help but being a faggot. He can't help it. He can't help but be a little gay faggot bitch.
No, stop it. There's no point
No,
in
bro, I ain't
attacking each
stopping
other.
nothing, motherfucker. The gloves are off, motherfuckers. It's done.
No,
I'm
this
telling
is
you, I'm
not
on y'all's fucking ass.
He's
Christ-like.
repenting.
You a fucking
He's
bitch.
repenting.
He's a bitch.
He's repenting.
Man,
Bro, I will repent on my own time, bro. That's none
you
of your
act like he
business.
cuffed
See
you
what
or
I'm
something.
saying?
You act like he went
on
and
your
he,
own time.
like,
I got you, monk.
Towards him.
Repent on
But
your own
man
time,
looks for
monk.
any little detail, even in the most righteous, to condemn him. That's the difference. You don't gotta act
You're
the fucking
righteous
wizard,
because
my
you
guy,
wear a
you punk
dress
bitch.
and you repent right now in front of us, right?
Motherfucker, I don't have to repent in front of you. I repent in my own confessions to who I should repent to, bro, which is God.
Go ahead. We'll wait. We'll wait.
Man, you don't have to wait for shit. I'm telling you right now, it's
We'll be here
over
waiting,
with. You're
bro.
not playing the little
We'll be
games
waiting
no
for
more
you to
because I'm not
repent.
where I was.
If that's what you want. Is that what you want?
Bro,
You
I
want
don't care
people to
what the
wait for you
fuck
to
you're talking
repent?
about. You're a faggot. Faggots play that gay shit, right? Faggots play gay shit. Faggots do that little underhanded bitch ass shit. You're a motherfucker.
Yeah,
If I seen you
all
walking,
those
I would cross
description
the
words are
street,
great, bro.
I couldn't trust you
All
as a
those
fucking
description
homie.
words are great.
I could never trust you as a homie because you
By the way,
look for
guys,
anything
anybody
to
who's
use
listening to
against
this,
another motherfucker.
okay,
You
whenever
know
you're
what that
done,
is?
whenever you're
I
done,
have never in my life used
whenever
something.
you're done,
okay, man. It's not
whenever
about
you're
I've
done.
never used anything against another motherfucker and
Listen,
to
man. If
maneuver and leverage
yeah,
like
stop
that,
it.
bro.
You know, it
Whenever
doesn't
you're
matter.
That's
done,
weak.
It doesn't matter. You know, if a madman told you not to drink the bleach, he's still right. Okay. You know, it shouldn't be about his character. Okay. You know, let's focus on the content of ideas. You know, let's not bother with what we think
Oh, you
about
want to
each other.
talk about
okay.
you want to talk
Yeah.
about
I
my
just want to
character,
say
right?
this.
Yeah.
Let's talk
I don't
about
want to
my
bring
character
anything.
from
I don't give a shit about your
Okay,
my
you go
character.
ahead.
I've upheld my character for a very long time, man, where I haven't broke down and actually said how I felt because I knew it would be used against me. Because that's how y'all play. You throw your
Okay.
stones, and then once you get a
Okay,
reaction, you act like
unseen.
fucking that
May I
shit.
ask
But
you?
what you don't
Okay, dude.
realize is you
Okay.
bury your own
Oh
Browns
my
boy,
thoughts,
let him
god.
bro.
finish.
You're
Just let him
burying
finish. Let him
yourself,
go
bro.
on.
But through
Let
your
him go on.
judgment of me, you bury yourself. That's the truth of the matter is because I know who I'm right with and I know what I'm wrong with and I can admit my wrongs, but you ain't going to use my wrong against me as leverage. What the fuck is that?
Which wrong?
That's bitch shit. When you try
Which
to
wrong
use
am I
another
using
man's
against you?
wrong as leverage.
Which one?
Right?
Which one?
See, you know you're playing little girly games. That
I'm
men don't do
just
that, man.
curious what you're talking about, bro.
I'm talking about integrity, really. Dignity.
Okay,
You know what that
integrity.
is?
Right. I understand what integrity is.
Right.
Do you?
Okay, so what is it?
It's when you came to me 2 weeks ago and said you don't want to fight with me anymore, and we
I
squashed the
don't want to
beef, and now
fight
you're
with you,
talking
but
like
if
this,
you
and I
fucking
don't know
come
what
at
the
me,
fuck
right,
happened in between of it.
and you do
Hold on,
little
bro. I
gay
let you
bitch
talk.
ass shit, I'm gonna call you on it, right?
Call me on it then.
I did. I said you were being gay.
What is it? Being gay. You're
Motherfucker,
calling on me
rewind the
for
tape,
being
you
gay.
faggot. What the fuck you trying to play rhetorical fucking games and shit? I'm saying you were doing
Okay,
gay
so
shit
like, how do
in that
you?
conversation.
Okay, apparently, so how do
And I
you
didn't
know
like
this?
that
How
gay
did you
shit
come to
you were
this conclusion?
doing.
How did you come to this conclusion?
I came to it through I felt that shit. I felt that you were a bitch.
You felt it? You felt gay? You felt gay is what you're telling me?
No, I said I felt that you were a bitch.
Okay. For what reason?
You see how you just said okay?
Yeah, because I'm curious on
It's
your next
feminine,
thought
dog.
process on
It's
this.
feminine, but I'm telling you, that's how I think
It's
as a man.
feminine that
When I
you're
hear another
hiding
man trying to
it's
leverage
feminine
and
of me that
manipulate
you're
and
hiding.
use like shit like
Okay,
that, like
dude.
that's gay to me.
Oh
I
my
don't know.
god, bro.
It's gay to
And
me.
you
I'm
don't want
just
to clear it
saying.
up? You just
If
want to
you
keep
want to
going
be
off?
gay, you can be gay, bro. I'm just calling you on it. Like that's just faggoty.
Oh, dude, this is funny. Like, if this is a joke, this is fucking hilarious.
Bro,
Like,
it
it's
is a
actually
joke.
really funny
Really,
that you've gone
it
to
is
this
a joke.
length.
I'll tell you what is funny about this shit, right? It's like
Okay, go ahead.
you
Finally.
don't know how to be real, right? You're fake. You put
Okay.
on masks and shit, and you try to play cool.
Is that
And
you
like,
sure?
and that's the kick it, I guess. You
Do
gotta
you have any
fucking
proof
fake
of
it to
this
kick
at
it or
all?
something.
What is
Yeah,
your
my
proof? I'd like
interactions with you.
to be
My
aware
proof
of it
is
because
the
I'm clearly
interactions.
not.
See, this is how you work. You think that I need like what, like evidence, like a camera or something? I'm saying my word carries, right?
In what
And I'm telling
sense
you
that you
about yourself
where did you come up with this idea that you felt gay?
through interactions with you. Like I feel like you're a two-faced
Which
faggot ass
ones?
dude.
No, okay.
All of them, pretty
Okay,
much.
true or false? True or false? True or false?
What's up?
The last time we talked, you came to me and said you apologized. You wanted to bury things.
Man, I
We
didn't
both got
apologize to
carried
you in
away.
that way, man. I was trying to drop it. I threw you an olive branch.
What
in that
happened?
moment.
Okay, what happened?
What happened was I was having a conversation and you just stuck your nose in it and you did that little gay shit and I called you on it.
You did that little gay shit that you
Yeah,
can't
whatever that little
describe.
gay shit was, I can't even remember it. But you were
What
on some
was
gay
it? I'm
shit. I
very
wouldn't have
curious because
responded
now I think
otherwise.
you really don't have anything.
Bro, look, man. You talking
Bro,
about I
if
don't
you're
have
just
nothing. I
if you
don't
want to
need
be a little
nothing
cuck,
for
hey,
my
if you want to
word
be a
to
little
go
cuck
through,
boy,
bro.
if you want to
Look,
be a
man.
little cuck boy who gets mad at nothing and fucks up entire conversations, be that little cuck boy, bitch.
Bro, fucking motherfucker, did you not just come up in here, right? And try to play me? You know you did. No one asked you about the Eucharist. No one asked you. We already know. You're doing that little gay shit, and I called you.
Okay, now listen. Now we're getting somewhere. You're now giving me information you weren't giving me before that I can
Motherfucker, you
think
know the
back
information.
on.
You try to
Hold on. Hold
distort
on.
and fucking
Hold
cover
on. You're
your.
making
You
this
tried
all
to
about
smoke
you.
screen. You
You're
tried to
making
smoke
this all
screen the
about
information,
you.
motherfucker.
You're
I
making
know
this
what you were
all
doing.
about you. And you're not helping me to figure it out, which is fucking weird.
Making it all about me. Brotherfucker, you were insulting me. You were trying to play me, and I'm not going to be played with by you, bro.
How?
I'm
Okay,
telling you, I'm going to call your ass a faggot.
your interpretation is incorrect, bro. I was not like patronizing you or
You think
fucking
you're gonna
anything.
fucking
Oh, shut,
distort some
dude.
shit?
Okay, so you don't even so you're such a man that you won't even let me explain.
You can
As you
go ahead and
repent.
talk. Hey man, I
I've been
repent on my
trying
own
to,
time.
bro.
That's not on you,
Bro,
right?
listen.
All our
Listen.
salvations are
I
on our
don't
own
listen.
heads, bro. My salvation is
Okay,
on you.
I'm
Your
not trying.
salvation is on you.
Okay.
That's not for you to have an opinion
Oh
on.
my God,
You're not
dude.
even in the church, homie. How the fuck
Why
are
are
you gonna
you
tell me
triggered
what
by
the fuck's
me?
up when you're
Why
not
are
in
you
it?
triggered by me?
Bro, I'm not triggered by you, motherfucker. I'm
Oh,
responding
you're
to
for
you.
sure not triggered by me.
Motherfucker, if I was triggered by you, what you gonna do about it?
I was going to try to
Yeah,
talk
you're
to you
making me
about it.
mad. How about that? Y'all people always say that. You mad? Yeah, I'm mad. What about
Okay, dude, listen.
I'm
I'm
mad,
beginning
bro.
to sense
You
that you
made me
are
mad, dude.
autistic.
Yeah, you think I'm
I am
autistic?
truly beginning. I'm not even being mean. I'm truly beginning to sense that you are autistic,
You know
and
what I
that's
think you
fine.
are? I think you'll use something like that, just like people use schizophrenia or something like this as a tool
I'm
to
not trying to
degrade
use
a
it, man. I've
person
been trying.
in front of an audience so
No,
you can get an upper hand
no,
in like a verbal
no,
spar.
dude.
That's really what's
There's
happening.
no audience here. There's no audience here.
Motherfucker,
I've
you're
been
speaking to
talking to
somebody.
you and the people here the entire time. I have not once said anything
You would
about the
wish I
audience.
was
You
autistic,
have.
dog. This autistic motherfucker would knock your teeth out. What are you talking about?
Okay, I bet you would. I bet
Yeah, I
you
bet
would.
you I
Now what?
would.
I
I
bet
bet you I
you
would.
would. Now what? Yeah, now what?
Now what?
You're
Shit.
gonna keep
Does autism
lingering
beat
on
your
it? Are you
ass?
gonna
That's
keep
what I always
lingering
say.
on it? Because, dude, I did not mean this to be like this at all. I wanted, and I almost wonder if you,
Like,
no,
look,
hold on,
man. You
wait,
talk about I'm autistic. Why do you think I'm autistic?
No, let me say something.
No, fuck
You've been
you. Well,
bitching.
why do you
Hold
think
on.
I'm
You've been
autistic? You're
bitching.
gonna
Hold on.
insult
You've
my
been bitching.
intelligence in
Hold
that
on.
way.
You've been bitching. Hold on. You've been bitching this entire time. I've been trying to reach some sort of an understanding
No, you
with you.
said some
You do
faggot
not
shit
want to
and I
have this,
responded.
and you. Okay, dude. You don't. So the thing is, here's the thing. I believe that you've tried to draw me into this interaction with you because you want it to seem like I'm a fucking problem.
That's not true. The truth of the matter is,
It
like, I would
seems
have
true
never
to
even
me.
come
It
at you
seems true to
sideways.
me.
I would have never come at you sideways unless you fucking came at me first.
Can anybody
That's the
here
type of person
back
I am.
up? Okay, let's ask. Okay, let's be honest and let's ask other people. Who here in this interaction seemed like they were the person who could be wrong?
Do we vote? Motherfuckers are not getting into
do we
that
vote
shit.
for
The
do we
fact of the
vote for
matter
Brown?
is, you came in
Nobody wants
talking
to
your cash
nobody
shit.
wants to say anything here? For real?
Homie,
Yeah, I'll say something. You know,
yeah, look,
I feel
let's
like
see this little faggot take your side.
yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
not about taking sides. You know, I think
I
it's
know,
best
bro. You kiss
we
his
talk.
ass. You're gonna kiss his ass. You come
No,
to
I'm
kiss.
not gonna.
You come to
You know,
kiss his fucking
no,
ass,
unseen.
bro.
Listen, okay, unseen. Listen, I want to be as impartial as
Man,
possible. I
fuck
want to
you.
understand more ideas. I'm serious when I say I'm interested in reading Seraphim Rose. I am serious about that. You know, I can't be impartial when it needs to be. This is about seeking truth, unseen. You know what I mean? I want to know the truth. And if you really truly
If you
believe in your heart,
really
you know the
wanted to
truth.
know the truth, you would take the topics we're discussing seriously.
Yeah, I do take it seriously.
Okay.
You know, yeah.
But
To the
if
best
it's
of
not
my
going to look,
ability.
this is my point: is if it's not going to be taken serious, then I'm not going to take it serious, and then
Okay,
I'm going
yeah.
to do what I just did, right?
Unseen,
Because I'm
I
not playing
understand.
no more,
Okay.
dude. I don't want to do
Unseen, I
that. I
understand.
don't want to be everybody's kicking
Unseen, can you stop
host.
interrupting me, Unseen? Stop interrupting me, please. You know, okay, thank you.
We're
You
having
know
a
what?
conversation, bro.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but you know, in a conversation, you gotta wait till the person is done with what he
No,
has to
it's an
say.
exchange. It's not waiting till someone's done. There's an exchange of that's how speaking goes, bro. It's not like I just wait till my turn or some shit. I say when I want to fucking speak, I'll speak.
Yeah, but if you keep interrupting each other, then it's not really an exchange.
Bro, I'll let you talk. Say what you want to fucking say, dude.
Okay, I'll talk. I think we should focus less on each other's characters. That's all. Okay, you know, we should start over and stop giving a fuck about who we
Homie,
are.
I don't give a fuck what y'all think about my character, my
Yeah,
reputation, none of that
whatever.
shit, dude. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Okay, I got you, man. Okay, I got you, but you should stop giving a fuck about our characters too. Okay, we should start over. Okay, you're no more giving a shit about each other's characters.
Bro,
Okay?
I have taken my time and I've many times shown through who I truly am as a person and how real I keep this
Okay,
shit.
I don't care about your character. Okay, I don't give
I
a
know
shit
you
about who
don't.
you
That's
are.
why you try
Okay,
to degrade it all
I'm
the
here
time.
for
That's why
ideas.
you try to kick me and fuck with me and say all this fucking gay shit.
I say
Try
we
to
should
come for
start
me,
over.
man.
Okay, start over. Okay, we just focus on the fucking ideas. That's all I'm saying. The fucking ideas. You know,
But it isn't an
Seraphim
idea
Bros.
that we're not talking about
Industrialization.
You're gonna
ideas.
apologize to me. You're gonna apologize to
Motherfucker, I didn't
me, and if not,
apologize to you. Get
I
my stupid
apologize
ass.
to you, bro. Honestly, I
worry.
did not
I
think.
sent you an olive
Okay,
branch, and you
listen.
take this
Yeah,
as
what are you
weakness.
talking
You
about? There were
mistaken
multiple
kindness for
people there when you
weakness,
did
you stupid
apologize to
bitch.
me.
You stupid fucking bitch.
No,
I sent
no,
an
I'm not.
olive
No,
branch.
you're
Brown boy, we're
mistaking
friends.
my
Brown,
weakness for
Brown boy,
kindness.
listen, Brown boy, we are friends, Brown boy, but you don't have to be
You-
friends with Unseen.
Oh my
Just give up on that, you know, give up on being friends with Unseen. That's all I'm gonna say. We are friends though, Brown boy. Okay?
Look,
But
I'm just trying to be as accurate as I can be, okay?
No,
yeah,
that
And
shit
just
ain't
forget
Unseen,
accurate.
about
What's
he
accurate
did
is I threw an
apparently
olive
feel like
branch
I
to you,
attacked.
bro. I was trying
yeah,
to be
just
cool,
forget
Oh
about
my
it.
god!
and then you
Forget
did
about
some
it.
not cool shit, and I responded accordingly.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, it's no point on dwelling on it. You know,
But I
let's
think
just
he
forget
has.
about it.
Here's the problem, here's the problem, dude. I think he has a lot of really good things to say. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
why is he coming at me like this? Like, this is not where I'm coming
Because I'm
from, and
tired,
he's
Yeah,
not
bro. I'm
recognizing it.
forget
And
fucking
about it.
it
You
is
tired,
know,
going
Browns
to be
boy.
what
don't
it's going
take
to
it
be.
personally.
Have
You
you
know,
ever
don't
been
take it
tired, bro?
personally.
Have you ever dealt with like everybody
I
fucking
mean,
coming at
look,
you
look, look, look,
constantly,
look, look, look,
and
look,
you're
unseen,
finally over
unseen,
that
unseen.
shit?
I get it. But look, even I
Dude, I wasn't
extended
coming
the
at you, bro.
courtesy to let Brown's boy up, and me and him haven't exactly always been nice to each other. But I mean, if someone like me can let up Brown's boy, at some point you have to learn when you're
I don't have any
online.
issue with him being up
You
here, bro.
you have
But
to
look,
learn to
what
not
I have
become
an issue
emotionally
with, bro.
compromised. You're just sometimes you're easy to trigger, and I don't mean that in like a gay woke way. It's
Yes,
just you
but
have to learn
homie,
when to not
listen,
be
dude.
triggered.
How many times do I bite my tongue, and then this motherfucker
So
does
do
some
I.
gay
You
ass
know how many
shit, and
times I
I'm
want
gonna
to tell
respond
half of the
accordingly,
people that I
dude?
interact with, fuck off. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're just wasting your own breath, dude.
I know it, dude. Fuck. That's why I'm about to
Like
fucking shut up,
tell
bro.
them, fuck you. I can't stand you, and then do like I do. You cordial when you're cordial. The second that someone's not cordial toward me, then I got a fucking problem with you. I'll put it this way: if I'm that much
Look,
of a problem for you, then you're the one with the problem. That's what you need to understand. So, learn to not get so worked up. As Neurojack would say, don't be a woman.
I
Shit, I don't think I'm the
think
one being a
I'll
woman. I
say it
think
one more
I'm
time.
actually fucking. I've held my shit together more than
I'll
And I
say it.
and I
I'll
can
say it.
understand that.
I'll say
Okay.
it. Okay. I'll say it one more time. I think Unseen has a ton of valuable things to say. When whatever happened here today, this is news to me because I was not coming at him in any sort of a way. And I will review this and see where maybe it seemed like I was or something, and I can fix it, bro. Like, it has nothing. I was not coming at you, dude. I promise you. I really was not. Maybe I was silly or something, and you took it wrong. I did not mean it. I was very serious when I was trying to understand what you were saying, and that was it.
people can be smart about some things and dumb about other things. You know, you just gotta do your best according to your ability. You know, I'm probably dumb about a lot of things. You know, I'm not like a genius about every single topic. You know, like there's just so much material out there. It's hard to know freaking everything. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just important to like stop caring about each other's characters. You know, just talk about ideas mainly. You know, like maybe sometimes you can talk about your life to illustrate some
But
ideas.
weren't you just trying to tear my character down?
Oh God!
Yeah, that was like an hour or two ago. Yeah, I apologize for that. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, that was my fault. Okay, I take responsibility.
And I
for that.
take it back. I take it back that I did think that you potentially drew me into an argument in order to try to make me look bad. And I take that back now. Even though I did think it, I take it back because that's the whole thing that happened there, dude. I was not coming at you. I was definitely not trying to.
Yeah, I take full responsibility. Today was a kind of rough day, and you know, my mind hasn't been as organized today, so I kind of said some things I regret, you know, and I apologize for that. You know, that was my fault and stuff. So yeah, yep, yeah.
No, you want to know what I think? I think it's just like after a while, like it's a spiritual issue at the end of the day. Like if people feel like, especially in this culture, like they feel like a Christian is supposed to just have their face stepped on, right? And I'm telling you, like I'm not like I'm a guy that came from nothing in the streets and prison. Like I've been there, bro. So like when you guys talk to me, you're talking to a person that's trying to change their life, right? If there's aspects of myself that fall back into old man, that's not for another man to have an opinion on, bro, right? It's like God's my judge, okay? I have weaknesses. I have temptations.
You're right.
I'm a human being, dude. I'm a human being, right? And 99% of the time, I'm gonna try even to bite my tongue when and say the thing that I shouldn't be saying to try to say what's right. I don't uphold and I don't meet the standard always of being who I want to be. But at the same time, like I have the ability to, you know, move forward with it and try my best, bro. That's all I can do. Shit.
Yeah, I respect that. You know, I respect how you do your best to follow your orthodox path, and you know, no one's perfect, and everyone has you know, some skeletons in the closet. And I can respect your earnest and, you know, sincere effort and what you believe is true. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know.
Right, but I mean, like I'm telling you, like I'm just like a normal dude.
Come here, group hug.
No, I don't.
I'm a normal dude at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, got
and
you.
like that actor shit, I'm not no fucking actor, bro.
Okay.
Like, what?
I only said that because I did not understand
who the fuck is
what
paying
I
me?
did wrong, and
who's paying me?
Hey,
Like,
boy,
why is the Templars in my shit?
Hey, a
Why is the
majority of
FSB in my
actors
shit?
on TV shows are volunteers,
Why
man.
the actors coming after me, bro? Like, what the fuck? Like, if I'm an actor,
I
why
was
they coming
saying
after
that
me?
because I could not see why you were coming at me the way that you were, and so
Because
like
really, I think the
I
conversation
went
was
through a
about the
different.
Eucharist, right? And I felt disrespected in the way that
Yeah.
you were going about it. That was it. Shit.
Okay, cool. I will review the video, bro, and see where I did wrong.
No,
Okay,
you're good, dude. I
because
don't give a fuck.
I
don't want to
thought I
keep
was.
running,
I really
running
truly thought
back
I was trying to
around
be
in
understand.
circles and this shit. I don't care, bro. Fuck.
No, I'm just saying I was trying to understand that. I was trying to understand what you were saying when
it's
I
not good to
interjected.
always be rational. Just drop it, man. Just freaking drop it, man. You know, like seriously.
Okay, all right, I'll drop it.
Just drop it. Yeah, thanks. You know, thank you. Okay. No,
Everybody feel better now? Did you get out your feelings?
No, dude. I didn't get them all out.
Okay, you can get them all out. Go ahead, get them all out.
All right.
That's right.
I'm about to just
Get them all out. Yeah.
Oh, yo, guys, can I tell you? I got a video, my very first video that I'm gonna make. I got like 6 days to make it, or 5 days. But it's there's a group of people online that have been bullying people in around here for a while, and we actually walked a few of them into a trap, which proved that they were actors. And on top of it, they were planting drama like subversively on people who were autistic. And and
So what are you
so
like? Were you taking like a situation that you recently experienced, and, like put that on me or something?
no,
Like that's what it sounds like, because you're like, you
no,
called
that's
me
not what I
autistic
meant.
and you called
No,
me an
no,
actor.
no.
You know what I
This
mean?
has nothing. Okay, the guy's name is Gen X Jeff. Has nothing to do with you. Gen X
Right.
Jeff is a autistic dude, right? And so there's this group of people, like I said, cyberbullying and planting drama in order to farm it later. But they were like, they keep fucking with this autistic dude, and he like caught on to like how they were mistreating him and taking advantage of his autism and shit. And so like he's been me like and then I walked these people into a trap which proved that they were actors with Fed links.
All of
And
them
so
have
I'm
that.
making a video on this, and it's going to be out in like 5 or 6 days. And
You
it's,
know
dude,
what
it's going
that
to be
is
like,
though?
yeah,
A lot of times it's like, you know, uh, I was looking into this thing with the Russians, and I think our own people do the same thing. Is like they pay off groups, especially internet groups, to push certain narratives, like divisive things. Like if it's, let's say it's like skinheads, then the Russians will give the skinheads money to push accelerationist ideology and so forth and so on. Like,
100%.
and it's all to like, sort of what do they call it? Destabilization, right? It destabilizes the nation. And the end
Demoralize.
result and goal is so they can infiltrate our institutions and put their people in positions of power. You know what I mean? And no one actually knows what's going on. That's the whole infiltration shit. Like,
Yeah.
that's a
Like
there's
the
a
biggest,
go
the
ahead.
biggest thing I want to tell you, Unseen, bro, and I'm not fucking kidding at all, dude, is my war, my personal war, is not with you. And I fight so many people, dude. They're like, you do not register on my anymore, at least. I mean, maybe for like 10 days or 30 days or whatever it was that I was upset that I didn't like the way that you answer questions or like answer like posts. Like that was it, dude. It was nothing big at all, bro. It really wasn't.
Well, I think that, to be honest with you, like a lot of times, like when you have an issue with me, man, this is a spiritual issue going on. That's really
Dude,
what I think it is. Is
dude,
like,
you and me, dude, we've had long conversations.
sure.
Especially like I remember one came to me today about DPH. Dude, you, me, and TML were like watching this DPH thing for like an hour, like having a really good time breaking it down, talking about different things. I have no problem with you, bro. Like you are
I don't
the
have an issue
least.
with you. I don't
You
have
are the
any problem with
least.
anybody until they make it a problem. And then it's no problem. That's really it. Like, shit. I don't know anybody that's not like that. Like, I know this. I'm not a slow leak. I know what I'm not. I know what I'm saying. I know how to maneuver shit. I'm not new. Wasn't born yesterday.
But dude, I'm gonna try to make this video hit about this group that's Fed linked and they have a team behind them and shit. And dude, their whole thing is they document lies. That's what they do every single day. They make up lies and then document it and they like put it on a bunch of people. Well, they kept putting it on this autistic dude. And then I started noticing, and dude, even he started noticing. And he was like, dude, he was like, we have this story here. We got to break it down. Is the cyberbullying of the autistic people has to be the thing that to go at the front of the story. And so hope I wrote an outline, and I have the videos that are gonna be able to fit in that outline, and then I just have to like set them in there. But yeah, this Friday, you're going to see like the first thing I actually cared about working on, but because it exposes these people who are scammers. Dude, I'm like I might even I think I'm going to start a website about it too.
You know, I really think, truth be told, man, like if you went to the roots of like modern psychology and like the way diagnoses are made on like a particular groups and different things, is like you'll find that it's like rooted in some satanic shit. Honestly, I know that sounds like very vague, but it's true. Like you look into like Freud or like any of those guys that have like influenced modern psychology, like Carl Jung, you know, these type of people, and the way like I guess like our culture has been designed to sort of like shut up people like with buzz terms like that, like autistic or schizo or whatever. This is a tactic used by the communists.
Yeah. No,
That's true.
I agree. I agree 100%. Dude, psych yeah, I got to be careful, but yeah. No, what you said is true. To higher degrees, you know, and lower degrees as well.
Well, like check this out. Like they had a diagnosis in the Soviet Union called sluggish schizophrenia, and like when political dissidents would like come out speaking against the Soviet government, they would label them sluggish schizophrenics, and it wouldn't actually be based on any actual like psychological evaluation that was in reality. It was just used as a tactic, right? And we have a culture that's sort of like um, built up off of Adorno's psychological brainwashing, right? So the population is brainwashed to use these terms to dismiss dissidents against the system.
Yeah. Dude, I don't agree with any of those terms at all. I I think they're 100% made up until proven to me, and just because some magazine or some people said it does not mean I'm going
You
to
dig what
believe
I'm
it.
saying? Right. Now, like, check this out. Anybody with like a highish IQ, right? That I don't know, has good at pattern recognition. This is like almost fallen into the realm where they would say like this person is autistic, and it's like really like I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Autism.
that's like
Listen, this should tell you what I think. Like like the whole spectrum thing, like it's too controlled, but like more people should end up on it, and it should be and it's over medicated.
well, I don't think it
Like,
exists. I don't think it's actually like what I don't think it's
no,
a real diagnosis. I think
dude,
that the
there's
diagnosis is
even
based in like a flawed system of something. I don't know. I think it's just made up.
there's even a bunch of stories I've seen that show that like people that actually I'm not even joking, bro. I'm not kidding. People that even hear voices and shit, that they're actually more connected. like
I think that there's
like
cases of spiritual things going on, like like demoniacs and different manifestations that are causing mental illness. And at the root of these things, because you'll have things in the scriptures where it was like a boy who's like throwing himself in fire, you know what I mean, and he was epileptic. Like these are all things like modern day people would be like, oh, that kid's autistic or something, when in reality there's some evil spirit like indwelling in this person that needs to be uprooted. It could cause the dumb, the deaf, the blind. All these things can be something that's spiritual. And most of our ailments that we face in life are rooted in some spiritual issue, especially mental illness.
yes. But I would say I think you're right. I want to make a quick distinction. I'm just thinking of it right now. Is that some of what you see is a byproduct of spiritual residue versus actually how that person is reflecting right now.
I think that there is like instances where like propaganda or like media or music, whatever it is, there is residual effects that do that are taking into the subconscious, and then those things kind of manifest externally, through actions and ways. And it's
Oh,
like
is that
subliminally.
why my artificial intelligent AI operated generated videos did so well? Is it because people like being shown an all seeing eye with a Baphomet hand symbol? Uh oh.
I mean, I think there is a lot. I mean, of that going on. Where
Why is darkness selling?
there's a book, man. You know what the book? It's Tex Mars, and Tex Mars is, I think he's like a Protestant, like kind of like
I think
Christian speaker.
I have one of his books right now. The one about symbols.
Yeah, you dig what I'm saying?
Dude, I have
Tex
that
Mars
book.
does good work, man.
That's like the
Honestly, for
one of
what
the
it
books
is.
that I have.
Tex Mars he's a trip. Like, but he talks about this is like how the Illuminists have used media to get across their symbols, and we see that all the time, man. And there's been numerous YouTube videos made showing celebrities doing different symbols and stuff like that. This is coming from the Illuminists. That's absolutely true.
Dude, I'm so excited. I finally have one book that's been mentioned on one of these shows.
Oh yeah, well,
Like, I just had to say
well,
something.
but you know what I'm talking about. His work is like that. Like he covers symbology and Masonic symbols within popular culture and why that's there. But this is rooted in the Illuminists. And see, I didn't for a long time. I didn't think like the Illuminati. I thought it was all like a joke, right? But then when I started doing research into Nesta Webster and her work on the French Revolution and the World Revolutionary Movement, I started realizing like this is a real thing. And like things like B'nai B'rith and the Masons are really doing these things, and they are creating media with these symbols out there. And like this isn't just like some joke or something. I mean, I always knew to an extent that that's what was happening, but I didn't understand the purpose of it and what, you know what I mean? Like it didn't become tangible, I think, until I looked into the historical significance of the movement.
I feel like it could have had something to do with like when people first started even writing things down. Because like I think clearly there was a period of time where people didn't write things down. And I'm just trying to take a guess here and say that like the way that things were written down was different. Like where you have the hieroglyphs, like, and it's crazy the way that they think that they can read those things too. Like they found some like priest class of a pharaoh.
Right.
Like I can't remember when, but it was pretty recent. It was like late 1800s or something, where like they were like, oh, we know how to read these hieroglyphs because we were part of the priest class that like we can tell you what these things, and that's what all hieroglyphs are based on, like reading. But like even like cuneiform and pictures are just so different, and like cave paintings, like these things portray different ways of seeing things than writing things down. And
Right.
one of
It's
my
through
smart
symbols.
yeah
And like I'll give you an example
yeah
of something. There's this book called Genesis in the Chinese language, something like that. The beginning of Genesis in the Chinese language. But the author, he breaks down how within the symbols of the Chinese language there'll be something like it'll show like 8 people on an ark. You dig what I'm saying? Or like
right
it'll show like a
right
man
right
and a woman and a
yeah
snake in a garden. And it's like within the Chinese symbol.
right
And like each
yes
symbol has like biblical narratives embedded into the Chinese letterings themselves.
yes
And
absolutely.
and
I
the
saw this with
explanation for this.
the Jewish alphabet as well. It does the same thing.
Right. The explanation for this is that since these are ancient symbols, and that it was from a time when man was closer to God, right?
Yeah.
That these events that are documented in the scriptures were known across the world at that time. Like this was well known amongst everywhere, and that's why
Right.
it's like embedded into the ancient
Right,
languages.
dude.
You know,
I
because
think
you'll go
this is
to. Go ahead.
dude, I'm just saying, like, I've thought of this by myself, like, for a period of time that will seem crazy when I tell you what I think it could be linked to is like letters, right? And like no, like I think no, okay, this is gonna just sound retarded. I think numbers numb things. Okay, I think letters let you do things, maybe, but like I think that letters are symbols. And I believe that, okay, so like looking at the old symbols of different languages and everything, like they're all symbols. And I think that they come from like if you really pay attention, like how letters are formed, it's almost like they're like parts of like they're symbols for sure, but like it's almost like they like mean something as you're writing them. Like more than just like what you're trying to port, like they came from somewhere. And I just
Yeah.
feel like I don't know, I think they came from like
I think
the
go ahead.
sun. Honestly, I really do for some reason think they came like these are different variations of the sine wave.
Well, you know, the Kabbalists kind of like have like the 24 letter alphabet in the Aramaic, right? And they say that each letter correlates to a number, and that the letters themselves are what created the world, right? And that's why you have like
No, but
texts
the
like
word.
Sefer Yetzirah, where it's like these letters, these 24 elementals, that's what they call them. And they talk about the creation of the
Right.
world through the word, right? Now, this is the difference between like an Orthodox view as opposed to the Kabbalistic view. We don't think that the letters themselves have any significance, like they hold some form of like grace, or like they were the creation, like how the creation came about. It's rather that God has used these, the word to get across his message. That's it. You know, they put some other significance into it because their story is this: like the Kabbalistic Jews, they'll admit that Christ did all his miracles. Did you know that?
The Kabbalistic Jews will admit that Christ did all of his miracles.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so they admit this, but what they say is that Christ had stolen the secret name of God and sewed it into his leg. Okay. And they
What?
say that this is what the Kabbalistic do. Is it's in a text called like the
I've never heard
Toledo
this.
Yeshu or
Yeah.
something. So he sewed the secret name of God into his leg, and then he took it and he used this secret name of God to do his miracles, like raise the dead and all this other stuff.
How do you sew something into your fucking leg though? I'm
It's
just
absurd,
curious.
isn't it?
Like,
Do you get what I'm saying? It's like it is an absurd type thing.
no, I'm
But see,
thinking. I'm
this is their
trying
way
to
of
actually think
explaining it
about it.
away.
Like, I'm
This
trying to
is their way
really
of
think. Like,
explaining Christ away. Really, that's the way to look at it, because it's important to realize who the Talmudic Jews are.
into
They
the way
came
they.
from the Pharisees. They're the people that had Christ crucified. So of course they're going to come up with some nonsense, like lie to sort of erase this event from their history, or explain it away in some way. But yeah, that is an interesting subject. You get into it, like the way they say that the world was created, through these sparks, and how the letters play into this. Like if you look into
Dude, spark is very close to the word speak, and you can
well, they
spark
do stuff like that.
conversations, and you can, like,
See, the Kabbalistic Jews will say things like a sword is in a sheath, and it's related to this Hebrew letter that means fire, and that a sword can't be made without fire, and the sheath conceals the sword, and they relate every word within our language to the root elemental letter.
Yeah, I know they get crazy into the letters. I do know that. Like I know that we're like in Hebrew, the letters are even like formed in the human hands. Like all letters can be formed in the human hands in Hebrew.
Right, exactly.
And
They break
it
down the
is
structure of
interesting.
reality with the letters, and they
It's a
correlate
very
with numbers.
interesting tie. You know, like it's a very interesting tie that they have, in my opinion, actually proved like that it is tied. Because maybe it can't be untied from, but like they actually proved it to some degree. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, I think the words though, like everything is a lot. I mean, the way I interpret a lot of things is words. Like if someone, you know how it goes. Like if you watch an infomercial, you like, I just can say infomercial and you'll know what I'm talking about. There's a certain way that they word things. And there's a certain way that liars word things, and there's a certain way that truth tellers word things. And
Yeah, you can
you know,
distinguish between it, right?
if I start talking and like 7, 8 words, 10 words deep, you start going like, this sounds like bullshit. You already kind of know, like, you know,
What
like
is that that's telling you that? Like, and I would say that what you're talking about, that's discernment, right? Is if you
yes,
can
yeah,
discern the difference between something, and like that's not
yeah. It's like, what are
necessarily
you
something
building on?
tangible. Like there's not tangible evidence to relay it
Yeah, right.
besides the discernment itself. You know what I mean? It's not. I can't
Yeah,
give
yeah,
someone that's not undiscerning that discernment. In other words. And who knows why? You know what I mean? I mean, I think it has a lot to do with like humility. I think the highest gift a man can receive from God is discernment. I think that is the highest. If you can't discern between what's true and what's not, then you're swept away, man. You're a leaf in the wind. But that's the kind of like society that we've created now, is that truth becomes something that's unimportant. What is important is clout, money, like whoever has the most money and the most clout, even if they're lying, that's what's upheld, right? That's unfortunate, but that's our society, bro. And
oh
I think
yeah,
that,
dude. Oh yeah.
yeah, I think that you know, if you don't have a society that's directed toward truth and justice, then you're going to have a society that's directed towards lawlessness, where truth doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I
but
can say I can say that if there's anything I've gotten out of the testing with these AI music videos that I've been making, especially the one with specific images for a reason, people on TikTok, there is a hunger for the truth of what's really going on in the world. But in reality, yeah, if you're not paying the system to promote yourself, or if you're not being pushed by the system itself, I mean, I've gotten some pretty good views on certain ones that I've made. Like I said, people are hungry for the truth, but in reality, like if there's a large amount of people who's hungry for it, they're very well hidden in the algorithm. They're just probably about as shadow banned as the truthers are. I'll put it that way, from what I've noticed. You know, my videos don't go nowhere just simply because of the fact I haven't paid for them. You know, I could pay probably $30 right now and get anywhere to, what was it, like, I think the last one it told me was like 500,000 views within like the first 2 or 3 months, and that's just putting a little bit of money in it. So, you know, a little channel like me just trying to occasionally post a truth video every once in a while is always going to be outweighed by the algorithm of 1,000 OnlyFans, you know, bitches. So
yeah,
that's just the
and
harsh
guess what?
reality.
And guess what? You just gave me a great idea. In my will, I'm going to put $30 a month away for my great great grandson to listen to Joe Rogan radio. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just kidding.
Wait, what did you just say?
I was making a joke that people are dumb enough
Yeah.
to like secure their slavery by listening to Joe Rogan radio.
No, it's true. I mean, there's been like episodes on there that are interesting for the optics. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like watching Alex Jones or something. It's like I don't like watching that. But when they're pushing like Russian, propaganda, it's kind of interesting to see that. I think in that aspect, that is, they almost like tell on themselves if for those who know, you know what I mean? It's like,
Dude,
we can use that, man.
Did you know Alex Jones? Or I'm sorry, Joe Rogan is in the Esalen Institute.
Yes, yeah.
Dude,
Machine was
when I
telling
found
me
out
about
about
it.
the Esalen people, I was like, holy shit.
It's a cult.
It's just
dude.
like this media J cult that like is just hell bent on new age CIA propaganda. Like, and that's what's hot. That's what people
You know
think is hot.
why I bring up Seraphim Rose so much, Saint Seraphim Rose, is because he was a student of Alan Watts. You dig? And he's exposed Alan Watts and all those people, man, and like what they're really about. You want an expose on like a truly that was inside that. You know what I mean? Like deeply embedded within that community. That's why like a book like Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future and his books are so important, and that's why I cover that stuff, because he was an insider. He knew exactly what they were doing and the lies that they push and how they refuse to meet any spiritual text on a metaphysical level, that they're just pseudo people leading people astray, right? And that's a big proponent. Yeah, they'll lead you to hell, bro. That's what Saint Seraphim says. He was like, Alan Watts. He was smart, a very clever man, but in reality, he was a drunk and his life was in shambles, and he used all these talking points to become famous and get a bunch of money at a time when those subjects were kind of popular.
Yeah, Alan Watts is not reputable. Someone like Red Pine, Bill Porter. Red Pine. He's better for translations and to understand the tradition of Chan or even Taoism.
Exactly.
You gotta be careful with translators.
See, now there was
what's wrong? You don't want a thousand. You don't want 1,000 fake Alan Watt AI voice generated AI videos telling you the truth about Zen. Come on.
So about this, right? There's
Dude,
a Jiming
where
Shing.
do I pay 55 a month for that?
So Jiming Shing was the leading Taoist scholar in the United States, right? And he wrote a bunch of papers. I have a bunch of his papers, and he was actually from China. He studied with like Chinese philosophers who were taught the traditional Taoist teachings and Lao Tzu and all the ancients, of China. And he brought that with him to America, and he had very few students. And Seraphim Rose was actually one of those students at that time. And he wrote a paper called Emptiness and Fullness in the tradition of, or Emptiness, Fullness in the Lao Tzu. That's what he named the paper. That was his thesis for college. And I found that paper, by the way. I have that. It's super interesting. Great stuff. But yeah, like he talks about that. It's like, that Alan Watts is pseudo compared to an actual person that was trained in the tradition, like Jiming Shing, and he talks about how Alan Watts, though, is like the one that's getting all the money and all the recognition, whereas Jiming Shing can barely uphold his job, and you know what I mean. here in the States, and he had to leave eventually because there was not enough funding for him because of this kind of cult mindset within that school that Alan Watts had going.
Well, I mean, this guy sounds Oriental, I'm assuming. So, right.
Oh, he's a genius, but I mean, he has a lot of
I'm
work.
saying, was he Chinese, Oriental? Like, I'm assuming he
Yes,
wasn't a white dude.
He was, yeah.
Okay,
He
well
was
then,
from China.
yeah. Well,
He
you
has
have to
a
remember
Chinese
also around that time there was if you were a yellow man, you weren't really accepted. So,
yeah.
What if you were a white yellow man?
Well, maybe that's why they preferred, David Carradine over Bruce Lee. Maybe he was really a white Chinaman.
So Ji-Min,
did they prefer him over Bruce Lee?
When he was supposed to do the show Kung Fu, they were supposed to use Bruce Lee, and they pulled it out from underneath him and casted David Carradine.
Okay. Interesting.
Because they didn't want a yellow man on set, and they did the same thing when he was going to play later as Kato in the Green Hornet. They said make sure you keep the mask on because certain audiences didn't like the fact of knowing that a Chinese man was playing on TV. So around that current time, there was definitely a lot of yellow man hate. They didn't. Orientals were basically seen as dogs and shit like that around that time. So.
Bro, shout out to Bruce Lee. I know that's a wild shout out for anybody to say, but Bruce Lee was like, he's got to be in like everyone's top 10 for something.
Okay, so this is like, not to go off course, but I think this is super important. So why was a person like Ji-Min Xing so important as opposed to an Alan Watts? So Alan Watts was basically taking Zen and fusing it with Western esotericism, right? Like esoteric traditions, like occult traditions within the West. And Ji-Ming's whole thing was meeting a text on its metaphysical ground, which was like a very Gunanian thing to do. This is what led a person like Seraphim Rose to move towards orthodoxy, because he decided he studied the Chinese language and Chinese philosophy in a traditional way on its metaphysical ground. And then he moved to the Christian tradition. And what he said was he thought he was just exploring another tradition. And he had read from Gunan that orthodoxy was the most pure form of Christianity that you could find, or like the most ancient form of Christianity you would find. So he treated it in the same way that he treated the Chinese philosophers, that he was going to get to the root of it. Like he studied Russian, for instance, to read Slavonic texts. He studied Greek to read Greek texts, to have a strong understanding on the language in the same way that he did Chinese philosophy. And I think that's what any religion that you're going to go into, if you're going to be a true student of that religion, you have to meet it on its traditional grounds. You have to become a part of that tradition. You can't just read it out of a textbook. In the same way that, like the teachings of Lao Tzu, it was always understood that a teacher would need to teach you Lao Tzu's teachings rather than you learn it by yourself. This was something that had to be taught, and there was context within the symbolism of the Chinese language that had very specific meanings, and there's tradition associated with the text that's often lost to us because we refuse to meet it on its own grounds.
Yeah, that's a good point. The initiation and into the tradition, and it's being a lived experience, and the symbols, and it's not very easy to, spread a tradition or like transmit it from
right
a very
to understand it the way that it was intended to be,
Yes.
and in the context that it was given.
That's
And that's
true.
something that has been lost on Americans in the West for a very long time. And that's why Christianity has 1,000 different sects, because you're not having a handing down of the tradition that's holding true to the initial relay of it. You know, it's like it's splintering off into these other ideas because people want to take it and refuse to meet it on its own ground.
And that's
So
true.
I think that the goal of any like student of any religion is to find the root of it in its purest form and view it in the context that it was given.
Yeah, that's a very noble thing. That is kind of like what going on, and even Evola were trying to get at. I mean, you don't have to agree with them on everything, but they were trying to, convey that same idea. Basically, meet it on the metaphysical ground in the context, and try to adopt the phenomenology of what it was like back then. You got to go back to the original source
for who those people were, right?
Yes.
And I think that's why you have like Gunan writing his critique of theosophy, because you're taking the theosophist will take a text and it'll just like like a Blavatsky or something, and it becomes completely different, and like you will never find a traditional person that is a part of the particular tradition that she's conveying saying the same thing. And it's like, why is that? It's close, but I mean, close doesn't cut it when we're talking about when you're really talking about a religious text or like tradition. You can't do that.
You know what they say, you always lose some nuances and meaning from translations. No translation is perfect. A translation is more of a reinvention to some extent.
That's true, but I think that there is instances like, let's take like the Greek language, right? I think the Greek language does translate very well into like the English language, because we not everything can be conveyed. Some words are better understood within its original that the English doesn't get across as well, I would say. But for the most part, I think, especially with like a text like the Bible, okay, if you read like an Orthodox, like the Septuagint translation into English of the Old Testament, it conveys what the initial text was trying to convey. And we have context. How we can tell the context of that is we can go to the biblical scholars of their time and how they viewed the text and the meaning of the words. And there's a handing down of that tradition, right? Where like this ascetic saint out in the desert, he studies the scriptures for 40 years and he writes commentaries. And those commentaries can be compared and contrasted with other commentaries of the same tradition. And just like if you were go to like someone that was studying Taoism, you can read the Taoist scholars on those particular texts, and there's a consensus of understanding of each term used, and the meaning and the context and why it means this, and the
I see.
spiritual
I get your point.
relay.
I get your point. That they have different schools in China for like Chan. Like the Tiante school that helped interpret and give us like a scholastic tradition for stuff like the Lotus Sutra or the Flower Garland Sutra, stuff like that. Somewhat analogous.
Well, I think that is a good point to make, though. It's like there is different interpretations of the scriptures depending on what sect you're dealing with, right? But I would say like then that's where discernment comes in, to where it's like, is this the interpretation appropriate or is it a lie? And there's been a lot of councils within the church and within church history to deal with these like theological questions on how things should be interpreted. For instance, like early on, there was this understanding of 1,000-year reign where some believe that Christ, which we call Chiliasm now, or millenarianism, it's like there's going to be this earthly reign of Christ for 1,000 years. Now, the true interpretation that he decided at council was that, and the way we see councils is the Holy Spirit sees it fit to get the bishops together to have a consensus on what is the truth and what isn't. And what they came to believe is that the 1,000-year reign is Christ reigning in his church from heaven, but in earth through the Eucharist, and that in that way he's reigning for that 1,000 years. And 1,000 years is just a rounded number that means a long time. That's really like the proper interpretation. See, you have this issue though, where you could read a text and have like almost a spiritually autistic view of a word. So you could be like 1,000 years. This means exactly 1,000 years when it doesn't mean that. Or another example is 144,000. A lot of people think this means exactly 144,000 when really that was a play on words to mean a lot of people, just a lot. That's what that meant, you know. But that's why the context of the time period and how it was interpreted at that time period and what the consensus is by council too, like all these things are a factor in something like the scriptures.
Yeah, that's highly erudite. Erudite. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. It requires a lot of literacy, digging deep and analyzing deeply, and lots of stuff like that. At
Right.
least,
It's not like something you can just like kind of like throw away and like like I think that's a big problem is like there's not a willingness to go to those commentaries, because you'll get like every time I've gotten the answer, right? It's like, okay, what did the person from the year 99 AD say? Right, that's really close to the time, it's Christ dies 33 AD. I mean, 33. Is it AD then? I guess. I don't know. But anyways, he's like 33, and then we go to like 99. It's Saint Ignatius or something, and it's like we can read this guy and see his view of how the functionality of the church was. He actually laid it out, a list of how the church was to function, like here we do hymns, then at this centerpiece we're going to do the consecration of the holy gifts, and at the end you have a prayer. You know what I mean? It's like there's a layout. This is something that's I mean, if you're a biblical scholar you know this, of course, but we're dealing with people who are avoiding these texts now because they don't want to know that there was structure there, because they don't want that structure. Like, okay, so
yeah, that's interesting. It says that Jesus died on April 3rd, 833 AD, and at 3 p.m. approximately. Like, I didn't know that. Like,
yeah,
is that
I mean,
why?
I know that there was a darkening of the sun at that hour.
Is that why Freemasons take the number 33 seriously or something?
Well, the truth be told is like they believe in Christ, right? The Masons do believe in Christ. They just say that like they're all Christ, and they say that every tradition out there was some, like the Buddha was a Christ. You see, or Hiram Abiff was a Christ, and that the goal of the Mason is to reach this Christ level or enlightenment.
I see. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's if you want to know more about what they teach, there's Manly P. Hall's The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. I think that one kind of like goes over it, and in that he's sort of like the Mason bows at the altar of the Brahmin or the Buddha or whatever tradition, and he knows that all traditions are just one tradition. They're syncretist.
Yeah, and you oppose that universalism, which is why this TML channel is greatly aligns with your vision, because you oppose we oppose the universalism because we don't
Yeah,
like
I think it's absurd. I think that the ecumenist outlook is to combine all religions into one religion. That'll be the true religion of Antichrist, where you can keep your externally you keep your so-called tradition, but internally you believe all traditions are valid. which is a rejection of all traditions. If that's the case, right? It's like you're
Yeah,
not
I agree.
actually.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, yeah. I think the fancy word for it would be, well, I'm still looking into it, but maybe anti-structuralism, maybe in some ways, because they're against a unified global narrative that tries to you know unite all these disparate traditions and view them as being all a part of a progressive movement or something like that. Maybe some of them argue that. I have to double check that. So.
But there's two major warring factions of Freemasonry that I learned about recently. So you have like the Grand Orient of France, okay, and then you have the United Grand Lodge of England. Now, the United Grand Lodge of England, they see themselves as the official body of Freemasonry, and only the ones that are accepted by the United Grand Lodge are true Masons or true Freemasons, right? They're the official Masons. Where you have the Grand Orient, where you had members like, Voltaire and some of the most well-known Masons throughout time, Lafayette, all these kind of people. They Mozart was a member. They believe that you could be an atheist and be a part of Masonry, whereas these others, the Grand Lodge of England, say you have to believe in a god. And then there's a debate amongst them. And for the Grand Lodge of the Grand Orient of France, they say that the initial teaching wasn't that you couldn't be an atheist. So it's actually that the Grand Lodge of England are the ones that are false, and they battle it out. But I have a hunch that in reality this is just a false dialectic that they're playing, because they know. See, the Grand Lodge of England doesn't want to admit things like Lenin and the Bolsheviks were Masons. So they'll just say, oh, they were false Masons with the Grand Orient of France. And it's like, well, the Grand
Or
Orient of France
it's
has
just
all these,
Skull and Bones affiliated with Masons. The Skull and Bones.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
There's a book by Anthony Sutton. Look up, and I'll send it to you. Actually, I'll send you these books. I got all of Sutton's books on Skull and Bones, and they are like a Jesuit secret society, but it's Masonry. Absolutely, it is. But he's got all the real details. He's got like 3 books on it.
So basically, as I see it, the Freemasons are involved in a plot, and they infiltrated Russia using Bolshevism and communism, and that way they weakened the true orthodoxy, and that way they can spread their global one world religion more effectively. So,
I would say so. That is absolutely what happened.
Do you know about the Baha'i? I think they're probably connected to Freemasons. Baha'i.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's like an offshoot religion, probably created by a Mason, because Vivekananda is sort of similar. You know what I mean? Like he was a Mason. So they have like people that kind of create these faiths. And if you look at the Baha'i religion, it sounds very Masonic. Like everything sounds like right out of the.
Also, I want to just quickly interject. Do you know about the Cal Day movement in Vietnam? That looks very Masonic. The Cal Day movement.
No, I've never looked at that.
You can look that up. It looks very Masonic, but mixed with East Asian aesthetic.
I'll tell you what actually happened in Russia. So there was the Lodge B'nai B'rith was there in Russia, and that was what controlled the Russian Masonic order there. The leading body of Masonry. But there was also the Grand Orient of France. Okay, they had lodges in Russia. Now, there was a provisional government by a guy named Kerensky. Kerensky was the leader of the White Army, okay? And he wanted to overthrow the Tsar. So these Masons, I want to say about 300 Masons got together, and they started releasing all this propaganda through media. Well, somehow the Kaiser in Germany and these Masons started working together to overthrow the Tsar, and they felt like they could run things better, right? And they basically, it was like, if I'm not mistaken, King George and Rothschild came up with this plan and said, okay, we need to get the Tsar out of Russia so we can start industrializing it and setting up our bank. And we want to steal his gold because at that time he was the richest man in the world. So they decided to take this Masonic network and overthrow the Tsar. And they used professional revolutionaries and they sent them out of New York and different places, you know, like Lenin and Trotsky and these guys to sort of get a sealed train all the way into Russia. And then, as they already had everybody riled up through the newspapers and the media that the Tsar was evil and they forced him to abdicate, then they have the Bolsheviks take over, which, you know, Germany let them right on through a sealed train. So the Germans were involved. And there was correspondence between the Bolsheviks and the Germans the entire time. Like there's letters, there's documentation that shows that Lenin was basically a German agent. He was being paid by the Germans. They were sending funds to the Grand Orient of France the entire time. The Grand Orient of France was having conversations with the Bolsheviks, and they were relaying information about the French Revolution and how that was accomplished and how, you know what I mean, like strategy, basically. You know, geopolitical strategies were being discussed between the Masonic Lodge in France and the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know,
The book.
Do you think the Masons? Do you think the Masons could have like technology from some ancient civilization like Atlantis, and they're slowly rolling that stuff out, like unveiling it for their global domination plans?
I don't know. There's this book that I have, and it talks about the Veil Society and how the Veil Society had like, you know, it's sort of like alien tech, you know what I mean, like UFO technology and all this stuff. And you know I've read like texts like Hermes Trismegistus and all that stuff, and how there was supposedly an aircraft under there, or, you know, anti-gravity technology. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that there's a possibility that with demons have always been able to have a higher level of intelligence than man. And if a demon wanted to, he can manifest anything into reality. You know, like it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, it's just spiritual with them. Like they can make physical objects. And I think a lot of the technology we have was inspired by, you know, the demonic. So I wouldn't put it past, you know, the demons to be able to have some form of high tech that they taught other people or whatever. I don't know, but I think it would be demonic. Yeah.
Do you think, you know, like I don't know about the Orthodox tradition, but I remember reading from Zen Avesta. Do you think sodomy can open the door to demons in some ways? Sodomy, which is why the Freemasons are into sodomy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that all that's about, you know, sort of gaining satanic power from a world we can't see, you know, and you know, because there's this story of Saint Martin of Tours, and in Saint Martin's, the story of Saint Martin, this man receives a cloak from heaven, and this cloak is supposedly a cloak from heaven, but really it's not. You could touch, feel, and see it. But when it came in contact with St. Martin, it disappeared. It vanished. So that means that demons have the ability to create physical objects that you can touch, feel, and see.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yes, yeah, like yeah. In a lot of traditions do talk about demons, but they all frame the demons differently or something. Of course, maybe it's not really like comparable, or you know, like yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't know what else to talk about. Like, I guess there's not much else to touch upon. So like, where do you see mankind heading in 5-10 years from now? Like, just a prediction or something. 5 years from now, even like just 5 years or 5 or 10. I don't know.
I don't know. Just further into absurdism, really. Like, I don't have any like. I don't know the time and day when like the end of the world will happen or something, but I think that it's later than we think. I would say that.
Yeah. Let's see. So you should look up Cal Day, because that one definitely looks very Freemasonic. It's Vietnamese. They have the eye and the side of triangle. They have some, and they even put like some. They put Jesus with like a bunch of, I don't know, like East Asian figures. Like they think all these figures were Christ-like. That one's definitely Freemasonic. Maybe look into that more deeply. See if you can find any Freemasonic links in Cal Day, which is Vietnamese. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know about it.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I know, man, that they have infiltrated just about every single, organization and religion there is that has any type of leeway in society. Like, if they see, the way they think is like they'll infiltrate something like the Catholic Church, and they'll do things they'll use it to make money for one, and then to look legitimate. This is what is known as a wolf in sheep's clothing. They'll dress as priests and be fully Masons. Like, this has been happening for a long time. There's a text about that called Alta Vendita, about how the Masons intend to infiltrate the church and use it for its means. And we're seeing that today. And there's like numerous thousands of these people that go and get baptized into the church and everything, and they pretend that they're Christians when in reality they're Masons, man. And they do this with other traditions too. Like, this is something they've done, I'm sure, within Islam and all different places, you know what I mean, like Buddhist, whatever it is. They can use it for espionage and gathering intelligence, and because at the end of the day, these secret societies are an espionage network, right? They're used. I know that you can't become naval intelligence unless you're a Mason. You can't become FBI probably unless you're a Mason, or CIA,
But the one
KGB.
thing I would say though is that the different, even so-called religious people throughout history, they have been used or been manipulated by the state for espionage also, though. But Masons do the espionage too, and same with the Jays though. But that's something more ubiquitous. I mean, like that has existed, like missionary activity being as a pretext for espionage. Maybe sometimes they're pressured into doing that something.
Well, you
You know
think
what I mean?
about it. If you have a situation where you got a confession, right? Such thing as confession, and you get a spy to dress up as a priest, and there's somebody that you want dirt on, right? And they're going to confess to the dirt that they're doing to the priest, and then this is used to like blackmail them, right? Like, it's grimy, dude. It
Yeah,
gets
there's a
grimy.
lot of stuff like that. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure there's been books written about all the kind of psychological operations they can, enact or
But that
whatever.
disenfranchises people to look towards religion. You know what I mean? They say, well, all churches are this, and you know, and in a ways it's justified. But also, if you're dealing with masonry, who sees its chief opponent being the church, wouldn't you want everybody to view the church in that way? And I feel like that's like the strong influence of the propaganda of the Masons on the general public, is the way that people denounce Christianity so vehemently is rooted in a Masonic propaganda machine, man, that's propped up these type of arguments and polemics against the church. Um,
Well,
but that's happened since the
it's cool.
Enlightenment,
Yeah, it
right?
has been going on since the Enlightenment. Like Voltaire and Voltaire, and how many of them were Masons? Many.
Those exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
know,
It's like,
yeah.
where did all these arguments come from? And
Yeah.
then, when society goes along with the very people that are selling them out and stealing their resources and setting up these like puppet presidents for their, Talmudic banking system, and you're denouncing the very people that are like going to battle with these people, it's like the common man becomes a weapon and they're for their intent. It's a very Orwellian, uh, plot. I don't know how any other way to put
Yeah, I
it.
just think it would have been better, ideally speaking, if we just remained in medieval ages or something like that. Just would have been more preferable. I think. But not much we can do about it.
Well, even then, this was happening. In the medieval times, it's like you take a book. Well, not necessarily. I mean, yeah, it was happening in medieval times, but I don't know. A great book, Michael Hoffman's "The Occult Renaissance of the Church of Rome." All throughout that book, it shows how these occultists were infiltrating the Roman Catholic Church, and the Roman Catholic Church, of course, they would denounce Freemasonry by council and say that it's anathema to be a Mason, and but they didn't denounce the Kabbalah, right? And it was all like he shows that it was lip service and it was a cover really for the Masons. So now the Mason can be a Roman Catholic, and anytime they're questioned about Masonry, all you got to say is, "Oh, the church anathematized it." You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, I
that's
see what you're
treated.
saying. I see your point, but I'm just saying the magnitude of it is way worse now. It's degenerated way more. It's just all I'm saying. We're living in a degenerated time. That's all I was trying to say. Very degenerate, but it probably existed then too. To
Yeah,
some extent.
it definitely did, but I wasn't nearly at the where we're at now. Where like I
Yeah.
think that at that time, the truth was probably more easier to come in contact with and know, because there wasn't so much information bogging down everything. Because
Yeah, yeah.
we're information overload now.
Yeah, that
Right?
makes sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with it.
And early that's another thing with that a lot of people don't understand about the Bible or something like that. Early on, when the Bible first, the Bible wasn't ratified and canonized until 325. Um, so for 325 years, there was no consensus on what the scriptures were. That doesn't mean that they didn't have the books. They had the books and they had the tradition and they understood what the apostles taught. There was very few that could read at that time unless you went to the philosophy schools. That's why there's so many early saints that were philosophers that had converted to Christianity. They were able to read and they became priests and they were used for the cause to understand these scriptures. um, but for the most part, I mean, early on, you had 12 fishermen. These were uneducated. The most educated person of them all was St. Paul, because he was a Pharisee, a scribe. He had been trained in those schools. Um, Christ was educated. That seems to be apparent, but he's God incarnate. So, from my perspective, of course, he would know everything. There's nothing he didn't know. Um, I don't know. But yeah, I think that's a huge misconception. Is like God kind of like gave us the scriptures and it was like, all right, figure it out or something. That's not how it was. It was like this was a strong tradition that had already been sort of mapped out and given before the text itself was given, or canonization. So now you'll have people say things like, well, where in the Bible does it say that? And it's like, well, the Bible wasn't there until 325. The tradition had already been established for 300 years at this point. So, the scriptures are a part of the tradition, but they're not the like the access point of the tradition or something.
Yeah, I have to use the bathroom. Yeah, so I'm back now. Yeah, I wrote it. Sorry, I missed the last 2-3 minutes. I did put it in the private chat. So.
But you can see, like, like the Lutherans. This was an occult like guy that was into the esoteric. Luther was. This is a guy that wanted to take out scriptures, and he wanted to create his own church, and he wanted to do his own thing.
Yeah.
And then we in the West, we take this and we think, oh, this guy, he's so educated. He's a biblical scholar. And it's like, why are the Rosicrucians saying he's the forefather of Freemasonry?
Yeah, can I ask you some questions? And these are neutral questions. I just want to see what your answers to them are. I'm not trying to like pressure you or anything. My first question is like, yeah, I do accept that Masons have tremendous power, and but it cannot be unilateral, because if it were unilateral, why are the Orthodox books and the truth being published? Because the publishing houses, they publish these books, the Bibles. You buy it from probably Amazon or somewhere, and like, why, if they have that much power, why are they still publishing the Bible?
Well, I don't think that they have control of every publishing house. You know what I mean? And they historically they've had a monopoly on the publishing companies. That's without a doubt, right? And but you see, they'll obfuscate a tradition, so they really don't care if the Bible's released if they're infiltrating the church. Because they benefit off Christianity if they're infiltrating it. They don't have any issue. They'll distort the scriptures. They have copies of the Bible in their lodges, so that's kind of just like a misnomer of sorts, I would say. The fact that there is still Orthodox content being made is because there's Orthodox Christians that are still actively pursuing publishing that material. I mean, their power can't suppress the truth to that extent. They can try, and they do distort a lot of things in a lot of ways.
And my other question is more about a question of causal reducibility. Let's say that, considering what you just answered, that the Masons just try to obfuscate, you know what I mean? But doesn't that equally apply to non-Masons or some people who are not affiliated with Masons, Because let's say that we got rid of the Masons tomorrow and the Jays, how would that change the nature of the industrial system and the nature of the, monoculture and the exploitation?
I would say that, at the root of the monoculture and the modernism is the Masonic, mindset, and the Masonic propaganda is at the root of it. The what if of something disappearing tomorrow, that's not going to be the case. It is here, and it's here to stay. And there's offshoots of the same thing, whether it has the same name. The deist or the atheist or all these other people, they're offshoots of an ideology that developed from, this enlightenment. That's what they call it. But it's just, once the thought's there, then the thought is like a virus, and it can infiltrate an institution, and it doesn't necessarily need to be strictly associated with the Masons to be Masonic at this point, because that's the nature of propaganda. It's a mind virus,
Yeah, that's my other question. I see what you mean, but what we consider, this is another question, what we consider propaganda in some respects is colored by our time and place, because let's say, hypothetically speaking, someone were living in X or Y Z country, and then some other group of people come and they try to impose their way on them, and they spread propaganda trying to make those people think their way is better or something. That's not exclusive to
No, that's not.
Yeah.
I would say this is like, all right, so take a missionary for the Orthodox, right? You go to like the 1700s with like a Saint Herman of Alaska. St. Herman goes to Alaska. There's Roman Catholics already there that are trying to convert the population to Roman Catholicism, and they did it through bribery. they had become more advanced than maybe the Spaniards or something that would convert by sword, where the Orthodox would just couldn't compete as far as like bribing the people to convert to Orthodoxy. The truth is what would convert some of the natives at that time. And that's been the Orthodox approach, is that we believe that the truth can convert a person to our religion. And it's only through the will of God that a man is able to believe in God, And, I would say that if a tradition is doing something like, try to convert by sword or something like that, then that the fruit of it is seen, right? That it's not uh, directed towards truth, and because it's up to a man to decide what he is to believe. Um, I don't think that if you look at any Orthodox missionary, a truly Orthodox missionary, he's not going to force anybody to do anything. Will he make arguments and polemics to try to convince you? Sure, but it's in some ways that's not our job, is to convince. Um, it's just rather it's our job to reveal, and it's up to the person to accept truth.
That's a good answer. I appreciate your answer. Let me see if I have any other questions for you. I'm not sure. So I don't want to pry too deeply, but are you of a Slavic background? Like, I'm just curious.
No,
Like,
I'm not.
you know, I see. Okay, yeah, okay. It's interesting.
I do have a high respect for the Slavs, though, or the Russians, or Ukrainians, or those type of people. I think that they had a strong connection to the holy, and there was a reason why it was known as Holy Rus. There's been many great saints that came out of Russia, and there's been many modern great saints like Saint John Maximovich that inspired our recent, true Orthodox saints like a Saint Seraphim Rose. That was his spiritual father. These are great wonder workers that came from Russia. At the monastery I was at, there was a great Russian wonder worker that lived there named Father Sergei Ortel, or Elder Theodore Ortel. That was another name for him, because he took on another name when he became a schema monk. But he raised the dead in England, or in France, I think. It was France. A baby had died, and he raised the baby from the dead. God raised the baby through the dead through Elder Theodore, which sounds crazy to us, but I mean that's the truth of the matter. It happened, So.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think I have a high respect for the Russians, and I think that without the Russian Orthodox Church abroad, which was known as Rokor, America wouldn't have gotten Orthodoxy. Not the way we have it. We wouldn't have as many books. We wouldn't have as many patristic texts. Without the Russians, we'd be in the dark in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they have a high culture. That's not up for dispute. They do have a very high culture. But that was ruined. Well, I mean, kind of degraded by the Soviets. Which was
Absolutely. There's a great book called The Northern Thebaid, and it talks about these great Russian ascetics. And a Thebaid is like the desert. You know what I mean? It's the same type of concept, like where you would have like Egyptians, like great Egyptian ascetics, like Saint Macarius the Great or Saint Isaac the Syrian. But this in Russia they had those same type of people. Like Saint Alexander, or I don't know. There's Saint Andrew the Fool for Christ or something. Like they had great ascetics that came out of there, and the Optina elders. Like these were spiritual heavyweights, and they all, like, especially the modern ones, like you read these guys and they're denouncing Freemasonry. They're talking about the protocols. They're Sergi Nihilus was the one who released that text, and it was in an Orthodox context. A lot of people don't know that because it was obfuscated by the Germans and the Tully Society. So
Yeah, I see. Yeah, you have a wealth of knowledge about these subject matters. That's very cool.
Yeah, so this is the one subject, like, I've been studying this for about 5 years, and it started with just going back to like ancient Christianity, like how it developed, like the very first church, what that was like, what that community looked like, uh, for that first 1,000 years from after Christ. That's super important, especially if someone going into the tradition, like to understand that first 1,000 years. Um, that gives context to where we are today, in no other way that is available. Because I believe if you don't have a worldview, and that's what orthodoxy gives a person, I believe, is like it gives you a worldview. You understand how we got to the point where we're at. If you know what the world looked like prior to the Renaissance and prior to kind of the mindset of the nihilistic, narcissistic age we're in, how did we get here? Um, it gives you a weapon to sort of be able to fight that and know how to fight that and know what ideas are sort of um, like poisons or diseases of the mind. That's really what it is. It's diseases of the mind.
I see. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I can respect that. I respect your your path or your decision.
Well, when you think about this, like if you have a culture that's directed toward like materialism and like I don't know, like money is power, and what car you drive, and like all these kind of external things, and then you have this tradition that's handed down that's like all that is nothing. It means nothing. That dying to this way of thinking, that's freedom, because all these things that are supposed to be freedom are what's enslaving.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. The material consumer goods like cars and more wealth, and that all of that kind of chains you down more. It doesn't really offer true peace or true contentment. You know what I
It
mean?
wants to enslave, and it wants to give
Yeah.
the illusion of freedom,
Yes, I agree with that.
and really it's not what true freedom is not being held down by these material things that give you self-worth, that there's something greater, that there's something to obtain to that's higher than man, right? Man's not a god. Man has his own particular place. He's not degraded to the point where it's like the Darwinian idea, where the strong conquer the weak in some way. There's morality there. There's a moral compass within the tradition that shows a man the way to live. And if the man doesn't have that, and he gives into the passions, then that's the true slave. That's a slave, you know, to whatever desire comes about. These modern mutations, they take it and they go and get carried away into every type of sort of thing that corrupts the soul of man.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It does kind of,
Sign me up.
it does kind of, like, just it's decadent. That's the word, decadent. Yeah.
Yep, it is, man. But then you look at like a great ascetic, you look at the way they live, and they're not, they don't see their worth in something they own. In fact, they give everything they own away. They're not afraid of someone killing the body, because they know that the body is this is a temporary thing, that there's something higher, and there's something you should worry about, the judge, the god, rather than man killing the body, because he could kill the body and the soul, or judge the body and the soul.
Yeah, yeah, that is a very, there's something admirable about, or something more
That's where
like
fear comes in. So see, in a society where these despots can convince you that you have something to fear, be that something being them, then they can, be the bearers of truth. They can uphold the lie. They can force man not to, tell the truth out of fear of bodily death, and that's where the martyr comes in. The martyr looks in the face of the Caesar. You read a story like Polycarp. Caesar's like, all you have to do is light to incense to the pagan gods, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And they're like, well, we're going to feed you to the lions. And he's like, okay, that we're going to set you on fire and feed you to the lions. Well, he's like, well, that fire only lasts for so long, but the fire that you'll face is an eternity. That's knowing the difference between something temporary and something that's going to last, in a spiritual sense. That's having the big picture. We're missing that.
yeah,
I think.
it's a very it's a very admirable way of approaching things and being, and to prioritize the spiritual over the temporary gratifications, because the gratifications are transient, and the arc you're aiming for is taking you somewhere eternal.
Yeah. And this is in his viewpoint, it was like, okay, like you could kill me and I could, compromise my beliefs by just, all you have to do is accept the pagan gods. Like, go ahead, just light this incense. And it's like, you can live. That's a form of enslavement, because someone's telling you, as long as you believe what I tell you to believe, you can live. But who wants to live on their knees like that? Right. And it's only a man.
Yeah, it takes great courage to, stand in the face of death, and
But that's how those type of people work. That's how they built up this thing where people obey that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, because the scientific worldview and just the general atheistic, nihilistic worldview is the standard now. That's that's the norm now.
Damn. Alrighty, I guess we're gonna shut it down, folks.
Wait, whose stream is this? Are you running the stream, Dark Lord, or is TML running it?
Yep, it is mine.
Is your stream?
Yes, sir.
This whole time it was on your channel? I thought it was on TML's channel.
Yep, I am the ugly duckling for the day.
Yeah, it's been going on for a long time. Is there anything else you want to talk about in the last 5 or 10 minutes, or you're just you don't want to talk about it?
I was more of an observer today.
Yeah.
No, not really. It's been a good day. It's been a lot of info dumping, a lot of good talks. So I'm happy with how the conversation went today. It was cordial despite the lunacy. So
yeah, I guess so.
no, I ain't got really nothing to add. Resist the New World Order and all that shit.
Did you know there's a game called The Observer that actually feels like it's predictive programming? When you said it was just an observer, yeah, it deals with like transhumanist crap and lots of creepy stuff. Have you heard of that game, The Observer?
I might have, to be honest. Depends the platform.
Yeah, it's basically on all consoles. I think it's on PS, PlayStation, and it's on Xbox. The Observer. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Just I assume that just about everything nowadays is predictive programming. Just from my evidence, just about every single day, I see at least one subliminal messaging, whether it's audio or visual. So
Yeah, The Observer is about a decaying cyberpunk future where a neural detective enters people's minds to investigate crimes, dissolving the boundary between observer and observed until perception itself becomes a weapon. Read through the lens of predictive programming, it feels like a cultural rehearsal for surveillance capitalism, neural interfaces, and the normalization of invasive technologies, framed as inevitable or even necessary. What makes it creepy is not the horror imagery, but the quiet implication that consciousness itself is becoming just another extractable resource, and that we're being trained to accept it. So
that sounds about right to me.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to believe anymore. Because I'm at this impasse. Where I write down all possibilities. I go through argument. And I don't know how to determine what's true. Because let me tell you this. I see where Unseen is coming from. I think he's a very insightful person. I think has a very noble conviction, but I've talked to materialistic people too, the scientific minded people, the people who go into the brains and other stuff, I don't know, maybe, those guys have good arguments too. But I'm just like, I don't know how to decide what's true anymore. Because you gotta admit that where we're heading towards and all this technology crap, that must mean that, that there is some truth to the science bullshit too, or something. Because look, how else can they make that fucking crazy plane that came in front of you or something? I mean, was that summoned from by demons, or did they actually build that themselves? Did they get it from an ancient civilization? I don't know. Like I can be. I mean, I can see arguments for all of them, but I don't know which is true. I don't know how to verify which one is true. I don't know what's true anymore. Basically, is what I'm saying. All I know is that this life kind of sucks ass. You know what I mean? That's all I say. I don't want to die painfully. You know what I mean? That's all. I don't. I just want a peaceful death. Not a violent or macabre death. I have fears of being cannibalized. So I've had a few nightmares of being cannibalized. It's not very pleasant. I don't want that. I just I really fucking hate all of this shit. Like I don't think that's nihilism. It's more like just fucking tired and jaded. I just hate all this fucking shit. Like at this point, like if there is a god or if there is a Buddha or there's something, I just feel like I'm being mocked or something like that. That's what I feel like. I don't know what the fuck is true anymore. All I know is I just want to be in my fucking man cave now and just play games or something. I know industrialization is shit. But I know if things collapse, then things will get even worse. People will go out and slaughter each other. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. It's just a fucking crazy. Like I don't know. It's hard to have conviction or decide what's true. I mean, I can respect the man who is willing to die for God. He was like what that guy Unseen was telling me. He told me that there was a priest who refused to bow to or put incense for the pagan ideals, and then he was killed. But he accepted being killed because he didn't want eternal torment. I mean, takes a lot of conviction and stuff. Takes a lot of sincerity and authenticity, I guess, to be martyred or something. I don't know. Yeah, I just wanted to say it. Yeah, it's hard to tell what's true.
No, man, I agree and resonate. To be able to come out, to go through life, and to be able to come out a decent, whatever you want to consider being a decent human, it in of itself seems impossible. So that's what a majority of people really want. We want to be able to just get through life as mundanely and as peacefully as possible, and unfortunately we just live in a reality where not everyone has that same virtuous aspect. So yeah, life in reality sucks. It's not, and to reference what you said, there really is no actual way of proving anything, even with my experiences. I mean, sure, it may have proven my personal convictions of like, it cemented my personal faith in Jesus more, but like, yeah, and in reality, like, my personal experiences can't be quantified, in a scientific experiment to be proven to other people to, it's just, it is what it is, man. Unfortunately, that's just really what it comes down to. You live through life, and I mean, what happens. You can't, like with people say about with God, you can't put life in a box. There's so many things happening that might not even have to do with God. I mean, it's just, yeah, dude, it's not easy. I think a majority of people who can get to the age of 60 and 70 and haven't gone clinically insane are amazing, because life is not easy, dude. Even if you don't have mental health disabilities, not living in a war zone, not subjugated to human trafficking or anything else, life in itself is just hard. It's, and that's why everyone is so caught up with being rich and keeping the materialistic lifestyle, because in reality, like with you and like me, using things to escape reality for a while is good and all, and in the end, I would much rather escape into the false realities of video games before I would ever want to participate in half of the things of what you hear people participate in. If only you had went and picked up a controller and played, Mortal Kombat, instead of gone out there and, actually Mortal Kombat somebody. So, again, we all have a walk of life, and, it is what it is, man. I try to live as virtuous as I can, even though, I consider myself a sinner more than the next guy. But, you really just have no choice in it, dude. It's either you walk off the side of a building, or you just keep going until you don't, until they drop a bomb or the next, hoax, like you said. I mean, it really just comes down to it that, you got to live with what you got for as long as you are allowed to live. And, nowadays you can be taken out before you even have a life. So,
yeah, I appreciate you telling me that, actually, that I actually needed that. I just needed to know that I'm not crazy or I'm not a bad person. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I hope you have a good night.
Man, you good.
Thank you so
You
much.
too.
You're a man of integrity. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I try. It's not easy to, not in this fucked up world. So be good, Avian. Machine, I'm assuming you passed out long ago. Yeah, I ain't got much to say. Yeah, life is not easy. You got a lot of shit that you're constantly dealing with. A billion psyops all at once. What do you do with most of this? Insane. No, Jack, you coming back? No. Yes. I'm gonna assume not. All right. Well, shit. Yeah, y'all. Try to be as human as possible, and that's about all you can do nowadays. Everyone be safe. Have a good night.
They feed us lies like it's food for the soul. Mind games play to take control. just their dreams. The world ain't what it seems, it's tearing at the seams. But we got the power to change the scene. No more fear, we won't fall in line. If we unite, we can make it right. The kids deserve a future that's bright. We won't back down, we fight the fight. Expose the lies, break the chains. Stand up now or suffer the pain. It's in our hands, we can't wait too long. The future's ours, but we gotta stay strong. If we don't act, our kids might cry, wondering why the world had to die. But we still got time, don't let it slide. Stand up for the truth, don't let it hide. It's all on us, the choice is clear. We fight now or we live in fear. The power's in our hands to steer. The future's ours if we persevere.
Shadows bow, the world obeys. Crown of blood on a throne of flames. Billions kneel beneath my hand. Iron law carved across the land. Worship band, no prayers allowed. Only silence echoes through the crowd. I'm the emperor, death by the sword. Every decree like the voice of the Lord. Chains on the masses, fear in their eyes. Rule of terror where mercy dies. Executive orders etched in stone. No God above, this world's my own. Skies turn black when I give command. Graves of the harvest, blood in the sand. I'm the emperor, death by the sword. Every decree like the voice of the Lord. Chains on the masses, fear in their eyes. Rule of terror where mercy dies. Ay. Hear the cries, but I don't relent. Broken faith, their spirits bent. Power eternal, shadows grow. Crown of silence, the empire knows. Billions kneel, the silent sworn. A dark empire, forever born. I'm the ruler of the land with power in my hand. Billions under my rule, they can't withstand my executive orders. They shake the earth, changing laws, starting wars. A new world birth, my first decree. Rewrite the books, laws bent to my will. No need to look. Fake wars ignite, flames that never cease. Propaganda fuels the fire, people's minds on their knees. I'm the puppeteer, strings in my hand. Pawns on the board, dancing to my command. When liberty lives, democracy dies. My reign supreme, no need to compromise. Enemies eliminated, no room for debate. My rule is absolute, no one can participate. More severe laws, harsher penalties too. Dissent is silence, no one dares to break through. My enemies, they hunted, no place to hide. Eliminated at all costs, their fate decided. My power grows, unchecked and free. No accountability, just my decree. When liberty lives, democracy dies. My reign supreme, no need to compromise. Enemies eliminated, no room for debate. My rule is absolute, no one can participate. Surveillance state, eyes on the street. Every move tracked, no one can retreat. Fear and control, my dual blades cutting down opposition. No need for shades, my propaganda machine. Spinning the truth, people leave what I want. No room for youth, I'm the master of my domain. No one can challenge, no one can claim my authority. Unquestioned and supreme, I'm the one who decides who's worthy to be seen. My rule is forever, no end in sight. Billions under my control, day and night. No liberty, no democracy too. Just my will, my rule, and it's all thanks to you. In the shadows I rise again. Darkness spreads, no light within. The galaxy will bow to me. Sith will rule, you'll all see.
I've been hiding in the deep. Now it's time to make it weak. Stars will fall and planets burn. The Sith Empire, your souls all churn. Bow down, the Sith will rise again. No escape, no way to win in the dark. I'll reign supreme, your galaxy crushed beneath my dream. Through the void, I'll make my mark. The Sith return, igniting the dark. Bow to the power, feel the wrath. The universe's end, my twisted path. Bow down, the Sith will rise again. No escape, no way to win in the dark. I'll reign supreme, your galaxy crushed beneath my dream. In the dark,
shadows he holds the crown. The emperor's voice, a whisper, a sound. With a wave of his hand, the world obeys. He bends your mind in a twisted haze through the darkness. His power grows, a master of control when no one knows. He speaks in lies with an iron fist, guiding billions to the abyss. The emperor's sway, it pulls you in. With every word you lose, you win. Under his grip, you can't escape. You fall in line, or you'll break. His eyes are cold, but the charm is real. He wraps you up in the force you feel. With persuasion and might, the people fall to serve his empire, one and all. They march in silence, they bow their heads, living for the word he said in his name. They fight, they die, the emperor's will, a battle cry. The emperor's sway, it pulls you in. With every word you lose, you win. Under his grip, you can't escape. You fall in line, or you'll break. In the dark, he reigns supreme. The emperor's mind, the twisted dream in his empire. The light is blind, he holds the world in his mind. Choose your side. Yeah. Oh, they know me, I'm Yeah. Hey, I'm a creature of the night, cursed with endless thirst. But every drop of blood I crave make me feel the worst. Fang sharp as a dagger, ice cold as death. I fight against the hunger, but it steals my breath. A vampire's life trapped in a wicked game, chasing human hearts, but I feel the shame. Can't control the craving, no matter how hard I tried. Every pulse, every vein, I just wanna watch it die. Blood red moon casting shadows on my soul. Each time I fight the hunger, I lose control. I can see the terror in their eyes is all I need. Their fear is the nectar that fuels my evil greed. The more I fight it, the stronger it gets. A wicked game I can't forget. I walk in silence, moving in the dark, chasing down hearts like a wolf to his maw. Flesh sweet and tender calling out my name, but it's the blood I'm after, trapped in this game. No mercy, no escape, not for them or me. In the end we all fall to the vampire's decree. I used to be human, I used to have a soul. Now I'm a predator and now hunger takes its toll. Dying and living, it don't matter no more. Cause once I take your blood, you'll never walk that door. Wicked game, twisted fate of vampire's heart, sealed by hate. I'm the nightmare in your dreams, falling victim to the vampire's wicked schemes. I'm the day walker, roaming through the dark, taking out those who dare leave a mark. Bite me? Nah, you ain't ready for this fight. What is this? Fuck you, I'll be right. Tactical moves, you a joke in disguise. Ain't no way you win, no matter how hard you try. Whistle smoking some, don't let him near. That shit's dangerous, can't even steer. Hey, big face, see my dog. Heaven, but you can go see God. Devil's got the fam, we running the night. Dead souls play my song, it's out of sight. I am Blade, cutting through the haze. Daytime walk, nighttime blaze. When the sun sets, I'm more than a ghost. I spray more than dope, that's what I boast. Run high, better know your role. I'm out here breaking limits, taking control. Day walker, beast in the shadows. You can't touch me, I'm the one who follows. Chasing my foes with deadly grace. Ain't no escape, just an empty face. I move like calculus, precise, no superstition. Graphing out the night with method and incision. Vampire virus in veins, parasitic superstition. I study the pattern and sever the transmission. Elegance and strategy, not a stereo might. On with cold reason, prepping for midnight. If faith demands my falling, I'll trade breath for the right to end the plague that feeds on the city's light. Nothing will stop me, even death is on the deal. I cut the source clean, autopsy the unreal. Sophisticated vengeance, clinical and real. Eradicate the virus, still silences the seal. No holy rhetoric, no blind crusaders raw. Just algorithms of justice and tactics I swore. I map the transmission, quarantine energy will stop me. This is energy will stop me. This is energy will stop me.
Dark skies, motorcade rolling slow. History froze on that grassy knoll. November air, tension in the breeze. Crowds cheer loud, but the silence bleeds. A shadow waits where the rifles hide. Echoes of fate on the other side. Shots in Dallas, the world stood still. Truth in the barrel, blood on the hill. Cameras flash, but the story bends. Power writes history, the lie never ends. Whispers in smoke, men in the shade. Secret hands dealing lives they trade. One man falls, the nation cries, but cover-ups bloom where the truth dies. Shots in Dallas, the world stood still. Truth in the barrel, blood on the hill. Cameras flash, but the story bends. Power writes history, the lie never ends. Conspiracy ink drips on the page. Who pulled the trigger? Who set the stage? Questions haunt, but the silence wins. Every generation, the cycle spins. Dark motorcade, rolling out of sight. A nation's dream buried that night. Shots still echo in the midnight air. Ask the world, but nobody
In this world where the truth's a lie, I'm lost in the chaos, can't trust my own eyes. They feed me the poison and I'm drowning inside. A psyop's a weapon and I'm just a disguise. Every word they say is designed to deceive. Playing games with my mind, I'm forced to believe. What's real, what's fake, I can't even conceive. In this twisted reality, we're all bound to grieve. Hooked on the lies like a needle in veins. Truth's been erased, but it's all in my brain. They're controlling my thoughts and I'm stuck in the chains. Caught in the matrix, I'm just going insane. Living in a world where nothing is real. The pain in my chest, it's something I feel. Truth is a weapon and lies are the seal. Caught in the trap with nothing to heal. Lights flashing red, but they're all in my head. Can't trust a word, they just want me dead. The truth is the weapon and lies are the thread. I'm caught in a nightmare, walking the lead. They've sold us to vision, they've made us all blind. Trapped in illusions, no peace of mind. Every move calculated, they've pulled every string. We're slaves to the system, to the lies they bring. Living in a world where nothing is real. The pain in my chest, it's something I feel. Truth is a weapon and lies are the seal. Caught in the trap with nothing to heal. Here in the dark, can't find my way. Just another pawn in the game that they play. I scream for the truth, but they keep me at bay. I'm a prisoner in this world, but I won't obey. In the psyop world, I'm losing my grip. The lies are the chains and they tighten their grip. But I'll fight till the end with every last sip of the truth they denied. I'll let my mind flip.
Whispers in the shadows, pulling on your mind. A twisted operation, you're caught in the design. They feed you lies, disguise the truth. Slowly you're falling, don't know what to choose. Underneath the surface, it's all a game. They manipulate you, but but you feel the same. Tugging at your senses, playing with your head. In the web they've woven, your trap misled. Mind games, they're working on you now. Shifting perceptions, showing you how to break your will, to bend your soul. Psychological warfare, it takes its toll. Images flashing, voices in the air. You question your sanity, is anyone there? Invisible hands guide your every thought. A mind on the edge, but it's all for naught. Underneath the surface, it's all a game. They manipulate you, but you feel the same. Tugging at your senses, playing with your head. In the web they've woven, your trap misled. Mind games, they're working on you now. Shifting perceptions, showing you how to break your will, to bend your soul. Psychological warfare, it takes its toll. Reaching for clarity, but it slips away. Fighting for freedom, but you're forced to stay. In the mind's arena, there's no escape. Psychological war, it's too late. They control the narrative, they write your fate. In this world of shadows, it's never too late. Mind games, it's a never-ending fight. In the dark of your mind, they hold the light. In the shadows they whisper, they plan it all. The hidden hand moving got us under the thrall. Pulling strings like puppets, they control the mind. Secret societies, yeah, they built this grind. Behind closed doors they speak in codes. Whispers of power in those darkened modes. Feeding us lies while they scheme in the mist. With every move the world's clenched in their fists. Shadows grow deep, they don't want you to see. The way they hold keys, locking up the dream. Look around, you trapped in the web of deceit. Their plans in motion, they can't be beat. Voices in the air telling me stay aware. They wanna control, but I'm not scared. Darkness is their currency, blood on their hands. But I won't fold to their twisted demands. In the shadows they whisper, they plan it all. The hidden hand moving got us under the thrall. Pulling strings like puppets, they control the mind. Secret societies, yeah, they built this grind. They sell you illusions, make you fight for the crumbs, while they sit back watching the kingdom come. The rich get richer, the poor stay in line. It's a game of chess, they controlling the time. Ain't no freedom in the streets, only lies and defeat. They craft the future while we stay on repeat. In the dark they're laughing, we don't know the cost. This is their world and we're all lost. The hidden hand, yeah, it's pulling tight. We're all pawns in the game, no end in sight. But as the darkness rises, we'll fight back with might. Expose the secrets, bring the truth to light. The hidden hand, yeah, it's pulling tight. We're all pawns in the game, no end in sight. But as the darkness rises, we'll fight back with might. Expose the secrets, bring the truth to light.
Outer Light, what's going on? I appreciate the love, Outer Light. Says, say a prayer for me and my family. We are having issues with health. Okay, man. As a matter of fact, everybody, y'all send a prayer to Outer Light, man, and his family, man. God bless you, brother. Whatever you and your family are going through, we pray that it's rectified and everybody is restored fully, my brother.
In the shadows I stand, A reflection unseen, mimicking all that they dream and scream like a ghost in the crowd. I'm moving, I sway, taking they steps, they don't see the price I pay. I am the mirror, the echo, the shade, reflecting the world, yet I'm never made. They live in the light, I hide in the dark, a doppelganger, lost in them all. I wear their masks, but none fit my face. A puppet on strings in their frantic race. They laugh and they love, they fight and they bleed, but I'm just a shadow fulfilling their need. I am the mirror, the echo, the shade, reflecting the world, yet I'm never made. They live in the light, I hide in the dark, a doppelganger, lost in them all. They can't see the cracks in the glass, the double that walks where they thoughts pass. A twisted reflection, a broken soul, trapped in a cycle that is song that explores the theme of mimicry and societal commentary. I'm a chameleon, my chameleon, blending in with the crowd, mimicking the masses, never wearing a frown. I echo the voices, the laughter and the tears, the reflection of society through all its fears. I see the world through their eyes, a distorted view, a facade of perfection, but the cracks are breaking through. I mimic the mannerisms, the way they dress and speak, a carbon copy of the norm, but with a hint of critique. I'm a mirror to the world, reflecting its flaws, a satirical echo of the societal law. I'm throwing it back at you like a boomerang in flight, a mere reflection of the world's hypocrisy and spite. I'm a mimic, a chameleon, blending in with the pack, but with a twist of irony and a dash of fact. I'm not the media, the news and the fame, a 24-hour cycle of sensationalized shame. I mimic the politicians with their empty promises and lies, a puppet show of power with strings that compromise. I'm a parrot of the system, repeating what I hear, but with a hint of sarcasm and a dash of fear. I'm throwing it back at you like a boomerang in flight, a mere reflection of the world's hypocrisy and spite. I'm a mimic, a chameleon, blending in with the pack, but with a twist of irony and a dash of fact. I see the world's obsession with technology and screens, a virtual reality where true connections are unseen. I mimic the social norms, the expectations and the rules of conformity, the suffocating like a parrot who takes shoes. I'm a reflection of the times, a commentary on the age, a satirical take on the world's digital cage. I'm throwing it back at you like a boomerang in flight, a mere reflection of the world's hypocrisy and spite. I'm a mimic, a chameleon, blending in with the pack, but with a twist of irony and a dash of fact. But what's the line between mimicry and reality? Is it a blurred distinction or a clear duality? Am I reflecting the world or am I part of the show? A question that's haunting me as I mimic and grow. I'm a product of society, a reflection of its fears, a mimic of the culture through all its tears. I'm a commentary on the norms, a satirical take, a throwback to the world of its own mistakes. I'm a chameleon, blending in with the crowd, but with the message hidden in the mimicry allowed. So look in the mirror and see what you can see, a reflection of society through the eyes of me. I'm a mimic, a chameleon, throwing it back at you, a commentary on the world in all its truths.